Good morning, everybody. I'm Kate Wenzel, and we are here. We are here on Lake Worth Beach. It's Monday, it's not Sunday, but that doesn't stop the excitement, and I'm joined by Greg Wingo. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome. I'm so glad you're here with me, and we are going to be bringing you commentary. We're going to be talking about sponsors. We're going to be talking about the event and what it means, and I'm with a qualified person here because, Greg, you run the Last Paddler Standing, which is a big event that some of these paddlers have been in, that are paddling across the ocean today.
That's right. I am. I'm the race director of Last Paddler Standing and Great Alabama 650, the longest paddle race in the country, and I'm super excited to see some of these paddlers and racers coming in today. The way that they've persevered over the last few days is something I know we're going to be talking about. And it's perfectly quintessential for what endurance paddling is the everything that you have to endure. So I'm really excited to be here with you and to be able to talk about this today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has been a crazy weekend, let's just say. But, I was watching people's social media posts from Bimini, and here's the wonderful news, folks, is that whether people paddle a mile or 80 or how many miles they paddle, we're raising money for cystic fibrosis. And all the money raised all year long, that is going to the cause, that is going to help families with people living for cystic fibrosis. So although the paddlers might be disappointed about their athletic challenge, every penny raised is going to the cause it was raised for. So really, what really matters is still here. The money is going to where it needs to go, and we're still raising money. And I believe all you have to do is go to the website, crossingforcysticfibrosis.com, and you can donate right there. And that's the thing. A lot of folks were just saying that, they felt terrible, some of them that weren't going to be able to make the paddle, but so happy that all the money is still going the right place.
Yeah, I think that that's something that we definitely want to make sure everybody's really aware of, is that this part of it, as great as it is and as challenging as it is and as fun as it is for us to watch, ultimately what we're here for is to raise money for cystic fibrosis. And so we definitely were successful in that. And I believe they're getting pretty close to what last year's record amount was. That's what I heard earlier this morning. So, yes, definitely you're going to want to continue to give if you can.
Yeah, and that's what I heard, too, is that the donations are still coming in. So who knows, how this all ends up, because the event was really extended 24 hours. That gave people 24 hours. Knowing that everyone's sitting over there. I've paddled this 3 times. Two times I made it. The first time my team didn't quite make it. But I just know the feeling of being over there, and I'm kind of an adrenaline person when it comes to events like this.
Yeah.
And I remember being over there on a Friday night. The adrenaline's already pumping, and I wanted to get in the ocean on Friday night. So I'm sure some of the folks felt that way Friday night, then they had Saturday night, then they had last night. And so their levels of adrenaline have been up and down, probably this entire week. Because when you're looking at some of these paddlers, we're going to attempt an 80-mile paddle, something they'd never done before. Your adrenaline is kicking. And I know one of the paddlers, Riley, was on my team last year, Riley Walker, and she is a warrior. She has cystic fibrosis. She was trained to go iron this year, so I'm sure she's going to go iron next year because of the Mother Nature had other plans. But she was amazing, and being that close to someone with cystic fibrosis really showed me the daily struggle that they have. It's not just you see them and you think they're fine, they're healthy, but the maintenance every day, pills and special diets and a vest, a compression vest to help break up the mucus in their lungs. They have to do that every day just to keep going. And I saw that and I thought, now that is brave. That is courage. If they can do that every day of their lives, that's what you think when you're crossing the ocean. You're like, I don't care what it takes. They're battling every day. I'll battle 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think that what a great way to celebrate them and to raise that awareness than to put on a top-notch event.
Yes.
That gives a lot of good exposure to what Piper's Angels Foundation is doing in order to bring that awareness and that support. So, again, we are doing what I guess would be called an abbreviated version of the crossing this year. Yeah. But regardless, the overall mission has been met in terms of what they wanted to achieve for 2024 and that awareness and that support.
Absolutely. And, I know the determination is there for the paddlers that this year didn't turn out quite how they wanted. They're already thinking 2025. That's the mentality. They're already figuring out what teams are going for next year, what boats, what their strategy is. It's kind of cool how that's what you talk about as soon as you land. Is like, okay, well, what are we doing for next year?
Yeah, no, I think that, it's pretty amazing to see what some of these athletes have done in their training. I think you see a lot of them posting on social media. So, so it's really awesome, and I think we're going to find out here pretty soon a little bit more about a few of them.
We are, and there's more things that we got to mention. Our sponsors, we have to talk about. We have so many things to talk about. This is going to be an exciting morning. Stay with us, but we'll be right back after this break.
Glow like a Jupiter sunrise, only in Diamante, where world-class aesthetics meet our ocean-inspired practice. Let's dive in. Hi, I'm Dr. Dave Capaldi, owner and CEO of The Practice. Welcome to Diamante Medical Skincare. Feel your best from the inside out with our bespoke vitamin IV therapy. Rejuvenate your skin with our advanced facials, chemical peels, and lasers so you can look and feel absolutely radiant.
So free my mind. All the talking.
This is the room where all the magic happens. This is where we do our profile balancing and we smooth away wrinkles and we reverse time for you to make you look and feel your absolute best. And for the most advanced treatments in minimally invasive aesthetics, we offer liposculpture, liposuction, and non-surgical facelifts. Feel youthful and energetic with personalized hormone therapy. We address fatigue, changes in weight, and we create a customized plan for your optimal hormone levels. During your consultation, we'll create a customized plan tailored to your specific needs, ensuring optimal hormone levels for both men and women. Book your private consultation today. You can call us at 561-270-4478. We can't wait to help create a more radiant you. See you soon.
The Crossing For Cystic Fibrosis is a one-day, 80-mile paddle challenge from Bimini, Bahamas to Lake Worth Beach, Florida to raise awareness, funds, and support for families living with cystic fibrosis. So, how does it work? Every paddler works with a support boat who guides them safely across the Atlantic Gulf Stream. We leave at midnight, paddling amongst the stars. But preparation for the journey has started long before we leave the shore. We've become a community, working together for months to raise support and prepare ourselves physically and mentally. We've planned as much as we can, but the ocean? That part's unpredictable. As the sun rises over the horizon, some race solo, an extreme test of endurance, while others perform as a relay team, taking turns throughout the journey. Some come for the natural beauty of the Bahamas. Some have come to experience something new. Some come for the extreme challenge. And many are there to support someone they love. No matter your age or ability, there's a way for you to participate. And no matter why we're here, the Crossing is our chance to be a part of something so much bigger than ourselves. This is why we paddle. The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. Come for the challenge. Stay for the cause. Let's do something extraordinary together. Join us at crossing4cf.com.
Hi, Charles Giddens, Sequoia Airlines. We are a proud sponsor of Piper's Angels for Cystic Fibrosis, and I want to welcome everybody sailing or paddling from the Bahamas, Bimini, to Lake Worth Pier. And I wish you well and a safe journey.
Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. I'm Kate Wenzel, and I'm joined by Greg Wingo. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm wondering if the racers are feeling fantastic as well.
You know, I think they're in different zones right now, but I think the folks that stayed in, because it's Monday morning, it's not Sunday morning, so
That's
it's a little
right.
different this year. Mother Nature had other plans with lots of storms, and I do feel a little responsible since I'm a meteorologist, but I really don't create the weather. I can just talk about it.
No, you only take the blame.
But right now on the beach, I'll tell you what, it is a little steamy out here.
It is. It is. We've got a lot more sun than we've had the last couple of days, which has been part of the problem, is that we've had a lot of storms that have been popping up, and that's why we're here on Monday instead of Sunday.
So I think as tired as those paddlers are right now, as much of it mentally they've been through the last couple of days wondering, are we leaving tonight? Are we not? Are we going? Are we not? That's a lot of stress, because there's already a lot of stress on the paddlers, or at least I felt that when I was a paddler, just because you have this mission and you know you're going to be doing this, a very intense athletic competition, and for me, when I have a mission, I need to do it, so it's tough to wait.
Yeah.
And I bet it was really, really tough for those folks to wait. But now, if they get a chance to hit the water this morning, they might have enough adrenaline left in them that they're extra stoked because they finally are in the water and they're finally coming home.
I think that's exactly the right point, which is they are riding some adrenaline right now. You know, the part of the hardest thing about doing any sort of endurance athletics at all is the lead up to the actual event itself. And sometimes just the waiting is the worst part, and then you throw in that they've had to wait for so many more hours to get to this point this morning. That's really, really hard. So they, you know, despite having last night to sleep, they probably didn't sleep well, and they're probably really riding that adrenaline right now across the ocean.
Yeah, I think so, Greg. I'm just here doing the live stream, but I was kind of nervous for all the paddlers this whole weekend. So I wasn't even sleeping well, just thinking of them and everything. But
you could tell there was a lot of anxiety on their social media accounts. I'm sure lots of you out there follow lots of different paddlers that are in this event, and you could definitely tell that there was a mixture of just great appreciation for everybody that's donated to the cause, but also a lot of just sort of, feeling a little bummed that it didn't quite go the way everybody had planned. And that kind of anxiety, really weighs on you when you're coming out here and you're giving your full effort in an event, even if it is an abbreviated distance.
Yeah. And with that said, I think that's what is so important. All of these volunteers that are here, of course, some folks couldn't be here today because they had to get back to work or they had to fly home, whatnot. But the people that are here, we need to cheer these paddlers on double time because of the situation they went through. And, if you're watching this right now, you can still donate to the cause and maybe think, these folks have been not sleeping for a weekend, sunburned or, storms, whatever. Maybe an extra $5, $10, and we can break the record this year. That would be cool. Then 2024 would go down in history as that was the year we raised the most money so far.
Yeah.
Not the year they got postponed, but the year we raised the most money.
Yeah, let's make it a positive. That's
right.
for sure.
This event is amazing. It was actually started in 2013 by Travis Suit, and your friend Travis is.
Yeah.
I don't think Travis meets a stranger. He's kind of, once you meet Travis, if you stick around him, you're kind of a friend.
Yeah.
So inspirational.
Big energy.
Yeah, big energy. Actually, the first year I tried this, my team didn't quite make it. The seas were rough. The second year, I wasn't sure I was going to do it, and I just bumped into Travis a couple months before the event, and I said, Travis, I want to do it, but something's holding me back. I don't know what to do. And he just said, well, if you want to do it, I think that means something. And a week later, I was on a team, signed up, and there I go.
Awesome.
But Travis has so much inspiration. So before they leave the beach, they have a rose ceremony, which is dedicated to everybody living with cystic fibrosis, anyone who is no longer with us. And we all paddle out. It's beautiful. You're on the turquoise waters of Bimini right there. Everyone's paddled out. Everyone has a rose. We hold it. Travis gets in the middle. And the speech is amazing, and at the end we all throw up our roses, we splash the water, and it's a really beautiful event. But Travis, he gets on that beach, right before the rose ceremony, and he kind of fills us with a mind full of gratitude and a mind full of excitement and a mind full of courage. And that's what the theme is, be bold in the face of fear. There's a lot of fear getting into an ocean in the middle of the night. A dark ocean, and he knows that, but that's what kept me going, was just being around the community. And they say you come for the athletic adventure and then you stay for the cause.
Yeah, and you can tell that gratitude really seeps into every person that's doing this.
Yeah.
You can really feel that because I think in a lot of other events that don't have some sort of cause behind it, the disappointment level and not being able to do the event would probably feel greater, but having that gratitude, knowing what that cause is, all of the things that go into this that were started by Travis, I think people are able to see the positive no matter what in this, and I think that's really cool. And just like you said, there's so much that leads up to the actual crossing itself, days worth of yoga and the rose ceremony and coming together in Bimini, riding over on your boat and getting there and seeing the other competitors that are there, and for many it's their first time to see each other, and so so there's just so much of a lead up to it, and much more that's involved than simply just the 80-mile crossing itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, when you sign up, some folks will sign up in a couple weeks as soon as registration opens, and we'll start training and we'll start fundraising all year long. So, someone told me it's almost like the length of a pregnancy, and and it's like a long duration. It's not like you sign up for a 5K and you train a little bit and you do it and you're done. It's a year-long commitment. And, so that's why the passion is there with these paddlers. They know they have a mission and they want to cross that ocean. And speaking of, it's about trying. It doesn't matter, like Travis said on the beach, if you paddle 1 mile or 80 miles, you showed up for the cause, and that's what matters. And there's a film out, a short film documentary called Double or Nothing, and you could find that on the Crossing For Cystic Fibrosis website. It features Scott Johnson. He's a double lung transplant, which is why it's called Double or Nothing, and he's the first double lung transplant person in the world to finish the crossing.
Amazing.
And the movie's amazing. You got to see it.
The whole thing is amazing.
Well, the whole thing's amazing.
The whole thing is absolutely amazing.
But Scott, the first year, Scott, it didn't go as well as Scott wanted, but he got right back out there the next year, and he did it. And Scott's an amazing, inspiring individual. And, you know, watch this movie. It will put you in the right space. If you're feeling a little down, it will let you know what's important in life and what is not important, and community and people and relationships.
Probably pump you up to do 80 miles from the Bahamas all the way back to Florida.
Yeah, well, that takes training too. I've never tried the 80 miles, but I have friends that have done it, so it's really impressive. But, you know, so Travis Suit started this because of his daughter, Piper, who is diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. It's also a young boy called it 66 Roses one time when he was trying to say cystic fibrosis. And Piper was only 4. And when I was speaking with Travis, he said, you know, when I knew that my daughter had this lifelong condition, he said I couldn't think about anything else but trying to do what I could to help her and to help other people living with cystic fibrosis. And that's what this whole event was born from, is the Piper's Angels Foundation. And it's purely there to help families with people with cystic fibrosis living better lives, longer lives, helping people around the world getting medication. They've really come out with some groundbreaking medication for cystic fibrosis that's helping a lot of folks. So it's such an important cause.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's really cool because, you know, as a result of Travis creating this event, I mean, this event was voted the #1 way to spend your summer in South Florida.
How about that?
Like, there's a lot of events in South Florida, y'all, and you know, it was the #1 voted way to spend your summer. So that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And you can really tell too, because, you know, we're talking a lot about the racers and you know, to some extent, like people that have cystic fibrosis, but what you can't see right now is that there are tons of volunteers. There's tons of people that are behind the scenes of this event, making all of this happen, supporting all these people that are doing this, whether they were able to do it today or not. This team has all come together in support, and that's just a real testament to Travis and to what this event means to so many people. I like to tell people that the real success of an event is if you have people that just constantly feel like they need to come back and be a part of it year after year. You know, if you have an event where people come and they do it and then they just never want to do it again for whatever reason, but they choose never to do it again, you don't get that, you know, that family feeling to it that you do with ones where somebody comes 3, 4, 5 times. And I've been super fortunate in my career to have some races that people really enjoy coming from all over the world to do year after year.
Can you
and
tell
I
me
think
a little
that's
bit?
yeah,
Tell the audience a little bit about the last paddler standing, because
definitely.
you have some folks in both.
Yeah, so we actually have several racers out here in this event who have done quite well in Last Paddler Standing. That event is basically a goes until everybody quits but one person. So there's no set time on how long that race lasts. You just watch people drop out and drop out and drop out, and eventually you have one person left over. And so last year, Blake Carmichael, who is a former champion of this event as well, was the overall winner for Last Paddler Standing. He was the last one standing at 50 hours.
Wow.
So they do a
50 hours on a paddleboard.
Yeah, they do a 3.33 mile long loop on the hour every hour. Yeah, and so it's a little bit of a mental game because they have to come off the board and then start again at the top of the next hour.
So how much time do they get off the board?
So it depends on how fast they do the loop.
Okay.
So if they're doing the loop in, let's say, 38 minutes, then they're banking that extra time until the top of the next hour.
Okay.
But they have to come off the board and go to basically a little tent area. They can eat, sleep, do whatever during that time period, and then at the start of the next hour, they have to be back on the beach to start the loop again. And this actually happens just on the other side of the state in Sarasota at Nathan Benderson Park.
What date is that?
It's actually the last weekend of November, the 30th of November, and it'll probably go till December 2nd.
Okay.
You never know. Everybody could quit, but odds are it'll last a few days.
I don't know that I'm going to sign up to paddle in it, but I sure would like to drive across the state to go watch it.
We would love to have you over there. It's a really good time.
Blake's still one of the paddlers, still in here. So, I mean, you saw Blake's commitment to Last Paddler Standing. I mean, what was, when you talked to Blake right after the event, what did he say got him through 50 hours of paddling?
You know, I think it really does come down to how you mentally train.
Okay.
I think what we see a lot of success in with that event is somebody who spends a lot of time doing a lot of things off the board as well that get their mind right. You know, meditation, I think, is a big thing with him. And so, you know, I think that being able to sort of be a little grounded and be able to focus really well and to hide the pain as much as you possibly can with your own brain, I think is really important in an event like that. And then after 48 hours, the loop actually increases in distance, and suddenly you have to paddle a lot harder. And so to be able to have that switch flip in your head is really important, and Blake is somebody that really does have that ability. There's a lot of people in the race that have it, but you have to have somebody that finishes. Yeah, Lindsay Tilton holds the record for the most loops by a female. She's
out here this morning.
She's an amazing paddler, and just like Blake, you know, Lindsay and Blake are relatively new to the endurance sup racing world as a whole. You know, only in the last few years. Only the last few years have they really been, you know, really competing at a high level in this. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's pretty amazing. There's several other people that have done this in Last Paddler Standing and with the Crossing. So, yeah, I know we'll touch on a lot of them as we continue to talk about this.
Yeah. Well, Greg, I know the excitement is going to build as we're getting closer to when we might start seeing some paddlers, but we have so much going on, lots to talk about. We'll be right back after this break.
Let me tell you a story about a family. We worked hard, we came together as one in 1973. Many islands, different flavors, in sweet diversity. Live in harmony, love and unity. Living love is like a family, but hate and culture, that is all away. We're all one people, come and sing with me. That's the unity. Living love, yeah. Hate and culture, that is all away. We're all one people, come and sing with me. Rush over to Andres. Rush over. We gotta sail and catch them crabs. Catch a crab. Sail over to Eleuthera. Sail over. Fly down to Exuma. Yeah. Come and gather round. Rushing through the town.
We like to say that it was a family business, it's now a business of families.
Quality of equipment and all that is great, but relationships is what drives the Diaz family. I always know that I'm dealing with people that will always have my best interest at heart.
Clients absolutely depend on me. So much so that they all have my cell phone number and they know they can call me any time of day. I always pick up.
You have the benefit of buying the best equipment in the world and having a local representation that really takes care of the customer.
Been working for this company a very long time. Love this company, and I'll probably be working here till I die.
And without a doubt, I would highly recommend MedLab. Not only would I recommend them, I constantly recommend them to my friends in the business.
I'm always asking the question, what's the next chapter? What does the future bring for us? Where we're enhancing lives, using cutting-edge technology, and doing everything that we can to improve our community.
I add buoy to my morning cup to round out my energy. These liquid ionic minerals balance out the caffeine and keep me grounded. They're unflavored and sugar and sweetener free. I also dose a few times throughout the day to keep my energy stable. I love how hydrated they make me feel. It's the easiest way to get your electrolytes and trace minerals in. Try them risk-free at justaddbuoy.com and add them to your drinking rituals.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more contaminated than outdoor air? Imagine if you were struggling to breathe with a lung disease like cystic fibrosis. Often people with CF are doing multiple breathing treatments every day to battle recurring lung infections. Don't they deserve to have a clean, safe home?
That's why Piper's Angels Foundation was so excited to partner with Stanley Steamer South Florida and the Treasure Coast to provide clean air for healthier lungs. Stanley Steamer's top-of-the-line services go well beyond air duct cleaning. They clean the coils and motors where harmful bacteria, viruses, and allergens can live, and protect the entire air system with powerful treatments and new technologies designed to sustain a healthy indoor environment. As a family or a person with cystic fibrosis, clean air is really essential for peace of mind.
If you're a CF family in the South Florida community and you'd like to benefit from this opportunity, we would love to hear from you.
Piper's Angels Foundation, CF families empowering CF families.
Inspire every breath.
The incredible healing benefits of that ocean for people with cystic fibrosis. This air we're breathing is healing our lungs. It's keeping us healthy. And that is what you're about to paddle across.
Starting something that can have a massive impact and creating something bigger than yourself that can leave the world better than it is now for future generations.
What I want you to remember, and I say this all the time, is the Crossing community. You are what has built this foundation into one of the most impactful grassroots organizations in the world for cystic fibrosis.
We're able to get a bunch of people that are already passionate about helping others, helping the environment, and we wanted to get them out there to clean up plastic and also give back to Bimini and the Bahamas.
Thank you for coming clean us up. Let's have a great rest of the event, yeah?
Calling all captains. If you're up for the adventure of a lifetime while boating for a great cause, this is your chance. The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis is an epic paddle challenge from the Bahamas to Florida, and we need your help in supporting our paddlers across the Gulf Stream. Our captains and crew are the unsung heroes of this event, and we couldn't do it without them. Go to crossingforcf.com for more info.
Welcome back to the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. We're here, guys. It's Monday morning. It's not Sunday morning, but we have just as much excitement. We have just as much energy. kind of. Maybe it's adrenaline running.
Definitely, we're riding it.
But I heard that they're on pace to set a record for fundraising this year. And Greg, thank you for being here, Greg, my co-host. Greg Wingo.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it sounds like they're on record to maybe surpass last year's amount, which would be awesome. Really, really awesome.
Fabulous.
And like we mentioned earlier, there you go. Like we mentioned earlier, there's still time to give.
Yeah.
So, if you've got that feeling in you that you want to give towards not the event per se, but really more to the foundation, to the mission, to the cause, everything like that, that's what that money's going towards.
Yeah.
And so go to the Piper's Angels website and give.
Yeah, even, $5, $10, it all adds up. It's amazing. Some folks ask, well, what exactly is Piper's Angels Foundation? What does it do? Well, it was actually founded in 2017 by Travis Suit, and Travis founded this in honor of his daughter Piper, who is paddling. I'm not sure logistically, what happened with the weather delays, but last year she paddled, and so I met Piper maybe 5 years ago, and she was 11, and she was kind of a young, cute little preteen, and now she's like this awesome young woman, and I think she's a cheerleader in high school, and I think she's living her best life right now. She's so amazing, and even at a young age, 12, 13, she's 12, 13. She doesn't know all of us, and we're all coming up to her, hi, Piper, and she was so nice and greeted everyone with a smile, and when you hear her speak, and it's just, you do it, when you hear people with cystic fibrosis speak, warriors, you do it for them. And actually, this funny story from 2 years ago, there's a little spot behind the boat when you're drafting, and it helps kind of give you just a little assistance across the ocean. And so I called it the pocket, but it's hard to stay in the pocket because you got to keep right at the same speed with the boat. So I nicknamed it Piper's Pocket. And I said, I got to get in Piper's Pocket. I got to get up to Piper's Pocket, because I knew once I'm there, then you're going a lot better than when you're not in there. And you know all about that. You do a lot of race events. I wanted to ask you, Greg, I know all the athletes, they had a big plan about nutrition and hydration and all these things. So with the event being extended 24 hours, how does that play into their game plan?
Well, I think obviously it's different for each person that's out there, right? But, I think that most of them are probably keeping a similar game plan to what they had. So they're probably planning on a similar amount of whatever that nutrition is. It's just that they're going over less hours, so they probably don't have to carry quite as much with them, or they don't have to receive as much from the boat as they might have if they were doing, say, 10 to 18 hours of the event. But they probably still have a similar nutrition plan.
Yeah.
I think probably the biggest difference is, I think we probably have a few people right now that were dropped in the water at 9 a.m. this morning that thought to themselves, it's 32 miles. I came for 80, but it's 32. I am going to put my max effort into that 32 miles. And that's where we have a little bit of a difference in terms of, how much they're intaking with that nutrition. Are they being smart with their hydration plan in general? For the ones that are up on a board, they're carrying some sort of pack that's probably got their water in it so that they can easily access a tube for that water. For those that are down in a kayak or a surf ski or something like that, they may have something at their feet that they can easily grab, or a bottle down there that has a long tube to it. And so, probably in general, the plan is still the same, but I think maybe some of those lead people might have more of a sprint mentality right now than they might have had.
And when you think 80 and, it's just 32, but keep in mind, that's almost half the distance.
Oh, yeah.
And that's no joke. I did a race about a month ago. It was 25 miles, and that, after doing the crossing, you're like, it's just 25 miles. I'll tell you what, paddleboarding is not a fast mode of transportation.
No, it's not. And
it's
if you have that headwind,
yeah.
I did a race about a month ago as well that was 25 miles, and it was 25 miles of headwind. And it was terrible.
In an infinity pool, I tell people. It's like you're paddling, and sometimes if that wind is super strong, you're not really going anywhere. You're just holding the spot, so it's tough.
And I think, too, in addition to that adrenaline that we've talked a lot about, like, if we're being honest, they have a little bit of weather that's behind them right now that I think that maybe that's probably encouraging many of them to paddle a little faster. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, like I talked about, I am a meteorologist by trade, so I feel bad when the weather doesn't cooperate. However, we know I don't control the weather. I just report on it, right? I'm just the messenger. But there is another, unfortunately, line of storms out there in the ocean. It's pretty far offshore. So I don't know if that's impacting any of the paddle yet, but we have our eye on that. I've been looking at the radar. So weather could still be a factor. And that's what kind of changes events like this. I mean, there's so many weather factors. I mean, even if the weather was nice, the ocean could be really rough.
Right.
And then you have storms. So that's what makes it the X factor. It's not like a road race. It's not like a bike race. Cement doesn't have waves. Cement isn't gonna, the winds don't impact you as much. But when you're talking about the ocean, weather's everything.
Yeah, and I put on a race in Alabama called Great Alabama 650. It's the longest paddle race in the United States. Yep. And in that event, because it's primarily flat water and some bay water and a little bit of white water, the weather is not quite as much of a factor. Outside of flooding, if there's a big storm that comes through, you just push on. In an open water ocean racing event, weather does play a much bigger factor. Absolutely. And in a lot of ways can be quite a bit more dangerous. And so, so I think that's maybe in the back of their mind a little bit, no matter what, because the last couple of days have been a little rough on them mentally, yes. I think. So those that have stayed to today and are doing this 32 miles really should be commended for what they're doing, because they definitely have been up against it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so excited to see everybody out here, and we're going to cheer doubly for these paddlers because they've really been through it. And even last year they did have to move the paddlers up. Certain teams got here before the storms, but I know my team was caught in the storms. The lightning gets to a point that they don't feel safe anymore. They'll call the paddlers into the boat for safety and then move us up past the lightning. But I think I had a paddle, and it started, the winds kicked up, the seas kicked up, the lightning, and I was thinking, oh boy. And they said, come on back to the boat. So weather is a factor every year, in one way or another. In one way or another, it is.
Yeah. It's just part of it. It's just part of it. And it's very much part of endurance racing, long events. Your odds of having some sort of weather issue pop up is more common than if you're doing a 5K race, right, where it's over just like that.
Absolutely. A lot of people ask me, we were talking about Piper's Angels Foundation, founded, basically in honor of Piper. And, they asked us, so what all does the foundation do? They do a lot to help families living with cystic fibrosis. Their main mission in a nutshell is to improve the lives of people and their families living with cystic fibrosis. So you might say, what do they do? One thing they do, they have Forever Stoke Scholarship. So that helps people with cystic fibrosis get involved in water sports activities, which is important because the salt ocean air is so good for their lungs.
Really?
It helps them breathe.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So my friend Riley, who was training to go iron, and she's going to do it next year, I bet, if she, because of circumstances this year. But she's from Montana, and she was on my team last year, and she moved full time down to Florida, and she would be the first to tell you that living in this salt air is better for her lungs than living away from the ocean. So it really, it's just amazing. That's just one thing. Another thing they do, programs like unmasking mindfulness. So it's teaching them meditation and breathing and just getting in a good headspace. You would think, sometimes you think people living with cystic fibrosis might be kind of down. That was not my experience. Some of the CF warriors were the most positive, happy, smiling people I've ever met, and that is just amazing. And you look at people like that, and it kicks me in the butt sometimes to say, what am I complaining about? Don't complain. Look how positive they are, how amazing they are, and that's part of what keeps me coming back.
Yeah, I think that, and the correlation between doing an event like this where you're suffering for a long period of time, but then that suffering's over with, right? And that pain's over with. But what you're representing in the actual cause is individuals who have to go through that pain and suffering all the time.
That's
and
right.
so, you know, it's giving some of our athletes out there today maybe just a small taste of something sort of similar to what somebody that's that has cystic fibrosis might be going through. And so that's, you know, I think that's what helps some of these athletes to really get invested in what this foundation is, you know, seeing what so many of these cystic fibrosis patients go through. And so, you know, so I think that they just really seem to buy in. And, you know, as someone that's a little on the outside of the crossing and more with some of these other races, I get to look at it and see that the passion.
Yes.
You know, I always see the passion that so many people doing this event for months and months and months leading up to it. I mean, you know, they might be signed up for another race somewhere. In fact, I would say there's a number of these individuals out there today who are signed up for Last Paddler Standing.
Yeah.
But they're not talking about Last Paddler Standing. They're talking about Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis and what that means. It's so hugely impactful on them beyond just the event itself. And that is just so amazing how it has grown, how it has kept so many of them involved year after year in this event.
Another cool thing that this event does is they have a program where you can come, you can have another nonprofit, maybe in honor, you know, raising money for cancer. You can bring that and you can actually raise money for both nonprofits at the same time.
Awesome.
And that's the thing Travis speaks to on the beach in Bimini as well. He looks at all of us and he says, I don't know exactly what you've been through in your life, but whether or not you have cystic fibrosis, you've been through something. He goes, everybody on the planet's been through something. He said, and you know, this is for you too, whatever your thing is. Sometimes paddling, kind of like you paddle through the pain. Maybe there's something in your head that's bothering you. You know, for me, being, you know, working it out, exercising helps me mentally, and I think it helps especially the warriors. It empowers them to show them, like, if I can do that with cystic fibrosis, well, then I can probably do just about anything. And it's amazing to see that.
It's just a great event.
It's an awesome event.
It is. It's so fun to be a part of it. There's an energy level here right now. Despite everything that everybody connected to with this has had to go through, there's just such a good energy level right now.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's awesome. And I know we're probably going to take a break here in a second, but I think that, you know, maybe we should just quickly recognize, you know, our broadcast crew here who's been helping us out, making sure that you and I get out there to the world and be able to talk. You know, Legal Graphic Works and Hextronics have really been instrumental in this, and so we're super thankful to them.
Can't forget Celsius.
And we can't forget Celsius.
Keeping us
That's
powered
right.
today. Thank you, Celsius.
That's right.
All right, we'll be back right after the break.
If you've wondered what we mean when we say bioavailable, then this video is for you. My name is Kristen and I have a series called Hydration University where I teach you everything that I've learned about hydration. Bioavailability simply means that it is in its best form to work with your natural biochemistry. That as soon as you ingest it, it is more easily able to enter the bloodstream than if you were to use a pill, tablet, powders, etc. And that's why buoy is the cleanest and most efficient way to get your electrolytes. There's no sugars, no sweeteners. It is most bioavailable in its liquid form. And of course, you get your trace minerals and your electrolytes. Here's to the most bioavailable hydration product.
starting something that can have a massive impact and creating something bigger than yourself that can leave the world better than it is now for future generations. We're able to get a bunch of people that are already passionate about helping others, helping the environment, and we wanted to get them out there to clean up plastic and also give back to Bimini in the Bahamas.
Thank you for coming clean us up. Let's have a great rest of the event, yeah?
For years now, we've been proud to partner with Celsius Fitness Drinks, our trusted title sponsor. Celsius Fitness Drinks are more than just a refreshing way to quench your thirst. They're a delicious and healthy way to fuel your active lifestyle with no sugar and no preservatives. And they have been an integral part of our Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis event, an 80-mile epic paddle challenge from the Bahamas to Florida, in support of the Piper's Angels Foundation mission to improve and empower the lives of families in the cystic fibrosis community. We couldn't have done it without Celsius, and we are so grateful for their unwavering support year after year. Whether we're out on the water or we're back on land, Celsius helps us stay hydrated, energized, and ready to take on any challenge. So here's to Celsius Fitness Drinks for being a crucial part of our journey and for helping us make a difference in the cystic fibrosis community. Thank you, Celsius. It's more than an individual, more than a community, more than Piper, more than the CF community. It's about what we do in our lives with this precious time that we have here on this earth to initiate something that is genuine and heartfelt and carries that presence with it, that brings you into that presence with this moment.
If you've wondered what we mean when we say...
And we're back.
All right,
We're back.
welcome. Welcome back to the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. We're here, but it's Monday. It's not Sunday.
It's Monday. It's a beautiful Monday. Hopefully, we're making your Monday a little bit better than a regular Monday.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, Monday morning, a lot of people are just going to work. We're at the beach, and we are celebrating people coming in and raising money for folks with cystic fibrosis. And you feel the love, you feel the gratitude. One year the shirt said 80 miles of love, because we're doing it out of love, and they're all doing it out of love today.
Yeah, no, I mean, you definitely can feel that love and energy here. Everybody is just awesome. I mean, that's the best way I can say it. It's my first time to be a part of the event. It's been really amazing to see sort of how, despite all the adversity that everybody's been through, everybody's heads are up, they're happy, they're focused, they know what the mission is, and so they're just doing what they got to do to get these paddlers to the beach.
Right. And, I was checking the radar a little bit, and there are some storms out there, but I think the paddlers might be ahead of the storms, so we'll wait to get some intel on that. But, boy, Mother Nature has really given us a run for our money this year.
Definitely. You couldn't tell right now with how beautiful it is behind us. But, yes, the weather has been pretty bad the last couple of days, especially over in Bimini.
Yeah.
It's been pretty atrocious. But this beach looks beautiful, and I think maybe we're going to probably have someone down on the beach talking a little bit about what's going to be happening.
Timms?
Yeah, I think
All
so.
right.
Yeah. So why don't we kick it over to Sean and let him give us a little bit of
family. We are here on beautiful Lake Worth Beach. It's looking gorgeous right now. It's ramping up to be a super exciting day here. We've had an unprecedented event this year, first time on a Monday. Little weather delays last night, but the vibe is high here. We're looking forward to just shortly in probably the next hour or so welcoming in about 65 Crossing Crusaders who are going to be crossing the finish line after an exciting afternoon, morning on the ocean. Conditions are looking good, so we're expecting them to be in high morale, and can't wait to see more people on the beach. All right, back to the booth. Thank you, Kate and Craig.
All right,
we're
sounds
back.
good.
Yep.
Thanks, Sean, for that beach update. And Sean's job is going to get more exciting as these paddlers come in. And I remember the feeling of seeing the beach, and it's a goosebump moment. You know those moments that take your breath away? For me, it was. And I've done other events, sprint triathlons and half marathons. But this, the feeling of completing this was like 10 times beyond what I ever felt from a half marathon or a triathlon, because it's just such a unique event.
Yeah, and when you have an open water event like this, the build up to someone coming into the finish is so long, because you can see them from way out. You can see them grinding, coming to this finish line right here. So that excitement level is just building and building and building as they're getting closer and closer. So, you know, when those first paddlers are coming in, we're going to be able to get a good eye on them for a long time as they're fighting these waves to get here.
You know, and that's a good point, too, because when you start to see them, and same for the paddlers, when they start to see the pier and the beach, you get this big burst of excitement, but you actually still have a while to go. You know, even when you can see the pier, it's still going to be a long time, so you got to keep that excitement going all the way to the beach.
It's a mental mind game, that's for sure. Yeah, because they're gonna be hearing people cheering. They're gonna hear this PA announcer behind us that I'm sure you can hear as well. They're gonna hear the music playing, and yet they're gonna have still so far to go to get to the beach. But you know, they'll, like they've been doing probably all morning long, they'll ride that adrenaline all the way in.
They're riding adrenaline. And speaking of adrenaline, what gives us a kick like Celsius? Big shout out to Celsius. They are Oceanic title sponsor level, and that means they're the #1 sponsor for 4 times running, 4 years running. And Celsius, it's more than an energy drink. It's vital partner in our journey with metabolism boosting energy. But I'll tell you what, you got to be careful with these Celsius. You know, maybe one can a day, I think, is good.
Okay.
But maybe some can do 2. But they, you know, it gives you a kick.
Yeah.
So you don't want to slam it.
You got to be careful if you're already high energy. It'd take you to an extra level of high energy, right?
And I've been told I have a high
Kate,
energy.
I think you've got some high energy. Yeah.
I mean,
I think I need maybe 2 Celsius a day. You need half a Celsius a day.
All right. Okay, we got it. We got our balance. We got our balance. But yeah, so many sponsors are behind this event. We have Celsius, another big one, Diamante Medical Skincare, Dr. Capaldi. He's been involved in this for 4 years. Big partner.
He competed in the crossing in 2021 as well.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he did a pretty good job.
Yeah. And I think that that's something that you find really common in a lot of events like this, which is, you know, sponsors that are so important to putting on any event, really. But a lot of times the sponsors are actually intimately involved in the event. They've done it, or they want to do it, or in most instances they do it and then they sponsor the event because they realize, oh, this is truly something important that I want to be a part of. And I want my company, my organization, whatever that is, to be directly associated with that foundation and that event. And that's really, really important, because in a lot of ways, these events are as successful as they are because of the partners that we have, the sponsors that we have that get fully behind it.
Absolutely. And this community is special. I think Travis would be okay with me saying this. He likes to greet people by saying, "Hello, beautiful human." And if he leaves a message on your voicemail, "Hello, beautiful human." And that's for everybody. I mean, you know, because he sees, like, people's souls. He doesn't really focus on the outside too much, I don't think. And when you think about it, you know, that is one of the best expressions, is when we put others before ourselves and we give back. And when you start giving back, and then it's contagious, and you see other people volunteering, giving back, it's really better to give than receive. And that's part of the, what keeps you coming back is the community. And it's a really great community part of, and a lot of folks, one guy told me, he said, I did this to help other people. What I didn't realize was I think I got helped as much as those living with cystic fibrosis, because it was a challenge that he wasn't sure he could do, but he took it on, and after he did it, he felt like I can take on life now. So it's an event that helps everybody.
Such a great impact, and like you were saying about Travis, I mean, he's somebody that he brightens people's day, and you couldn't ask for somebody heading up a foundation having a quality that's more important, really, than that positivity and that energy and that brightening that he brings to everybody that he touches. And it definitely seeps down into the people on the staff, Tatiana, Casey, their energy and enthusiasm is pretty amazing as well. And though I'm sure that's the type of people that they are in general, I bet that it is definitely encouraged by Travis.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And so I had, I'll say, the privilege of being on Casey Kiernan, now Casey McCullough's team 2 years ago. And Casey, amazing paddler. I think she's won #1 in the world for skimboarding couple years in a row.
Yeah.
She is amazing and just as sweet of a soul as you would want.
Yeah, she's really incredible. She's maybe as great a skimboarder. She's also a great crew person. She was Lindsay Tilton's crew person at Last Paddler Standing this year, and she was a full-time DJ and karaoke artist. She was riding around the course, playing music and dancing and singing, and she was there to uplift and encourage Lindsay, but really she did it for every racer, and that carries over into this foundation and this event as well. You can really see that from her. So she's both a pro skimboarder and probably a pro karaoke artist as well.
I think so. And Paul Smolchak, he's been involved with the crossing many years, and I saw him juggling on Facebook. So we have a lot of talents in this community that we'll have to continue to work on and stuff. But I want to talk about the island of Bimini in Bahamas, because they are also one of our sponsors, and basically the crossing has made Bimini their home now for 11 years, and they have a very close relationship with the folks on the island of Bimini. If you've never been to Bimini, it's a very, very small island. There's a little waterway in between the two sections of the island. So one section has Bimini Cove, and that's where a lot of the paddlers stay. That's kind of home base for the crossing, and they have a lot of boat slips right there. The other place they stay is across the island, where there's a big game resort, and there's also a Hilton. So there's a little more going on that side of the island, but it's still very, very small. So you have a couple days over there, and the folks in Bimini are always so hospitable, and they're at what we call the family dinner on Friday night. So Friday night they have a family dinner where everyone comes, has a good meal, and folks from the island of the Bahamas, they talk to us, and their tourism industry. We help them, they help us. And again, that's kind of what takes place in this whole community, is everyone's looking, where can I help? Not so much can you help me, but where can I help?
It's just another example of the family feel to everything that goes into this event. Everybody wants to be a part of it, wants to come back. And I know of very few events where you arrive so many days before and have so many essentially bonding activities before you then go out, and in some instances you're competing against those other people. But for days leading up to it, they are, really getting together, bonding, really, if they don't already know the mission, they're really learning more about the mission and getting that more ingrained in them. Yes. And what better place to do that than Bimini?
Bimini is pretty if you've never been there. I mean, it's, you hear about the turquoise water. Our water's beautiful right here off Lake Worth Beach. And thank you to the city of Lake Worth Beach. Bahamas, Bimini, our home in the Bahamas. Lake Worth Beach, our home in Palm Beach County, and we love the city of Lake Worth Beach, and they've, been hosting this for many years. We love working with them. So, but yeah, the Bimini water, so beautiful, turquoise waters, and usually there's just a little downtime over there where you get to do a couple fun things. You get to snorkel a little bit, and there's a little bay over there where everyone goes, and you swim with nurse sharks and stingrays. And I've never done that before, but I was a little nervous, but everyone else is doing it, so I'm like, all right, I guess we're cool. And they didn't bother us, the nurse sharks and stingrays, yeah.
Here's the problem with that.
What?
I would never want to leave. I wouldn't want to do the miles back if I was in such a paradise with all these great things happening, the dinner, the rose ceremony, everything that's going on. It would be so hard for me to paddle back, to go and do that grueling thing. And yet,
yeah,
we've got 65 plus people that are out there right now that were able to leave that paradise. A little rainy the last few days, but paradise rainy before that.
Yeah,
they were able to get on their boards or in their kayaks and come here.
The thing with Bimini Cove is after everybody leaves, Greg, it would get a little lonely over there, but you'd still be cool with it. Just some solo beach time.
I don't have a problem being alone.
Okay, so that's good.
I'd be okay with it. I would enjoy that atmosphere. And then I'd be perfectly fine with how nice and quiet it was as well.
Yes. Yeah, well, one of our strategic partners is 4Ocean, and you've probably heard of 4Ocean. One of their main missions is to get rid of all the plastics in our oceans, and they make bracelets out of that recycled plastics. So one of the events over in Bimini that the paddlers are encouraged to take part in is a beach cleanup. So we like to improve Bimini when we go over there, and I think it's called Radio Beach, and I did this last year, and we just go through and we fill up bags of trash, and we pick up a lot of trash. So we like to try to help out over there. And a lot of people call it their trash and treasure hunt, and so trash goes in this bag and maybe a little sea glass goes in this bag. I still have some sea glass at home from last year, so
that's really
little
cool.
Something fun. Yeah,
that's super cool. Yet another way that this entire event just gives back. Gives back to everything, to the environment, to the people, to those fighting through cystic fibrosis, to the racers and the great event that they get to be a part of. So yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I also want to give a big shout out to the captains in this event because a captain of a boat might think, okay, no big deal, I can run to Bimini and back, it's 80 miles, not a big deal. But the thing is, on the way back, you can only go as fast as the slowest paddler. So, sometimes you're down to 3-4 miles an hour. That's a slow way to go across the ocean. And keep in mind, the captain ultimately is responsible for everybody on his boat. So there can only be one person who's in charge, and that is the captain. So not only are they going at for them, a snail's pace, but also they have to be very mindful the entire crossing. Where are my paddlers? Are they okay? Big shout out to the captains who donate their boats and donate their time, and it's a big responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's something that often goes unsaid, which is the people that crew, or in this case, captain and crew racers in all types of races. They're not only the unsung heroes, but in a lot of instances, they are sacrificing their own health and sleep and eating in the effort of helping somebody else.
Yes.
And they don't get the glory when the paddlers come here on the beach right here in the same way. And so it's truly important to recognize them because they're doing something really selfless. They really are working hard for these individuals that are wanting to accomplish this. And sometimes it's hard to find people to do that, but when you find the right crew and captain, it's all the difference.
Yes.
I mean, success and failure can be totally based on choosing the right people there.
You're so right. And first mate, too. Every good captain needs a good first mate. And I tell you what, for my trips, it takes 2 people who aren't paddling, who are just focused on getting the boat. And also the first mate's helping with who's in the water next, especially if you're a relay team. Okay, who's paddle? Who needs water? Who needs Gatorade? Who needs what do you need? It's they really are part of the success of getting to the beach. It really takes, you know, the phrase, it takes a village.
Yep.
It absolutely does. And even here at the beach, we have folks out there who donate their time and have jet skis out there that will be assisting with getting paddlers bags back to the beach. You know, because think they're coming in on a paddleboard. They don't have their keys with them. They don't have their license with them. So, you know, it's a big operation to get everybody back to the beach safely. There's folks here that are ready to grab those paddle boards because these folks are tired. They just paddled, you know, 32 miles after a whole week in Bimini. And I know from experience, you don't want to be dragging your board around right after you get out of the ocean. So everyone's here to help, and it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I just got an update, and we have a paddler, I believe, 11 miles offshore.
Awesome. Awesome. That's
11
great.
miles.
That's
Now,
great miles.
So 11 miles. I don't know if we know their pace. Let's assume they've made good time. So let's assume they're going to 5 to 6. Well, they could be here in a little over an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah.
So,
I think safely sometime within the next hour and a half we would see whoever that is. I think it depends on how hard they're pushing and Piper's Pocket, like you mentioned earlier, how well they're staying in Piper's Pocket to get back here, which is an important factor in this. Is that wake that they're riding off of those boats does give them a bit of an assist in moving forward, and it helps out. So, you know, if they're churning out, let's say 6.5, 7 miles an hour, they might get a little bit more than that with that wake and coming in, and it just takes a little bit off of how hard they have to work. So if a Blake Carmichael, if a Lindsay Tilton, if a Maddie LeBlanc, who we haven't talked about yet, if a Maddie LeBlanc, who is a pro stand-up paddleboarder, if she's really kicking hard, she can definitely take advantage of that Piper's Pocket to get
And
here.
did you say Maddie LeBlanc is #1 paddleboard from Canada,
she's
female?
the #1 female Canadian paddleboarder. She's #1 ranked.
Okay.
She is a recent signee with Flying Fish.
Okay, just saw the
boards.
Flying Fish van pull up a little bit ago.
Yeah, big supporters of this and of the paddling community in Florida in general. Really, John, who owns that company, has just been super supportive of lots of different races. And so Maddie's part of their race team, and I believe she's actually filming as well during these last several days for something that's probably going to come out in relation to her experience with this. So I bet we'll see something here maybe in the coming months.
Awesome. And I know Riley Walker, who was on my team last year, who is a CF warrior, she also has a film crew. The goal was she was going to do Iron this year, but Mother Nature had other plans. That's okay.
Yeah.
She'll probably do Iron next year, and then I believe she would be the first female warrior to complete the 80-mile paddle.
So awesome.
So we have, this is in the world. This is not just local. We're talking about top paddlers in the world. Scott Johnson was the first double lung transplant to do the event. So, this is pretty special what we have going on here. This is not something that you find in every town, in every state, in every city across the world. This is pretty unique. Yeah.
Well, I think
Break time?
we should probably take a break, and when we come back, that first paddler is going to be just a little bit closer.
And I'm going to try to find out who that first paddler is.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
If POTS or a chronic illness like the MTHR gene mutation, I made Buoy's rescue drops for you. And if you're not absolutely loving it, like if you don't notice a valid difference in your life, like the thousands of people in the chronic illness community have with our original best-selling hydration drops, then keep the bottles and keep your money. It all started with a mom whose daughter was recently diagnosed with POTS, and she left our 6th review on Amazon. And she used to take 6 liters of smart water with her to high school, but with Buoy, she cut it down to 1, and along with it, her fainting episodes. Since, I've learned so much about the chronic illness community, and even though these have helped thousands of people in there, I know there's a part of the audience that needs more, and that's why we made called Buoy's Rescue Drops. It's 6 times stronger than our original formula. No sugars, no sweeteners, flavors, additives. Ocean harvested electrolytes, 300 milligrams of sodium per serving, not made in a lab, 87 ionic trace minerals, and a 3 times more bioavailable form factor than the powders, plus 100% microplastic free. And if you have the MTHR gene mutation, no B vitamins, so you don't have to worry about toxicity. As always, if you have a chronic illness and you're using Buoy to manage it, you can get our new Rescue Drops and any Buoy product 35% off for life with our chronic illness discount. And you can try it for a month in all of your favorite drinks, risk-free. And if you don't like it, keep the bottles and your money. Okay, the other electrolytes dissolved, and ooh, this is why I started Buoy. We're fighting for you whether you use our electrolytes or not.
I welcome you to this beautiful season of spirit, of abundance, of love, of compassion. We're celebrating a night of angels. You are the angels and art. Piper's Angels Foundation is going into our 8th year. And in those 8 years, we've become one of the most impactful grassroots organizations in the country for cystic fibrosis. And what I want to share is we're here to fundraise, we're here to connect, we're here to dance, we're here to have a great night, to laugh, to cry. But what I really want you to walk away with is to see the contrast of something. This is my invitation that has taken me on a journey from Piper being diagnosed when she was 4 years old with cystic fibrosis to where we are tonight. And that journey, which many of you I know can relate to, is a journey of both grief and gratitude. We all have faced that tough road of tremendous adversity in your life. And that tough road, it leads us somewhere. And for us tonight, it led us right here. What cystic fibrosis has taught me is the deeper we have a relationship to that grief, to the heartbreak of what a diagnosis like CF can bring, it teaches us so much about the opposite, about why we're here to celebrate this gift of life. Life is short, and it's shorter for some than others. So, the invitation and what we have to cherish in this moment is to celebrate together.
Having grown up with 2 friends who have cystic fibrosis and who have been dealing with it for the last 44 years, it's been such an incredible thing to be part of, to be able to help the families that suffer with CF. So Diamante is so proud to be a sponsor of the Piper's Angels Foundation, especially of the Crossing. Just seeing what these donations can do, what a difference it can make in the lives of the families as well as the patients affected with CF, and what it can bring to the community, whether it's education, whether it's events. So the Crossing's definitely impacted my life on a personal level. This will be my 4th crossing this year. It's definitely made me a healthier person. Having done it a few times now, just knowing how much it gives back to the community and how much it impacts the lives of the patients and families with CF, it just makes me want to be part of it even more.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Wenzel. We're here with the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024 on a Monday, not a Sunday. It doesn't matter. The energy, I think, is twice as much because we are all riding on adrenaline. Part of that is helping fuel us is Celsius, one of our title sponsors, the title sponsor. But another sponsor we have sitting with us is Gabe from Spot. Now, Gabe, I know this is a safety tracking device, but I'm going to let you go ahead and tell the audience exactly what Spot is.
Sure. So Spot is a satellite-based GPS tracking system. Okay. It does tracking as well as SOS and one-way and two-way communications. So it allows people to stay in touch with their family and their loved ones when they're out without cell phone reception.
Okay, so is it, break it down, like a kind of a walkie-talkie?
So we actually have 3 devices. We have one called Trace, which is strictly a tracking device.
Okay.
Then we have our Gen 4, which is a one-way communication device that allows you to send just quick check-in messages to your loved ones, as well as SOS in case you need emergency assistance. And then we have X, which is our best product. It's a two-way communication device. It's got a keyboard. You can type in a message, basically texting when you're not in cell phone range.
Yeah, so basically it keeps them a lot safer out there.
Exactly.
And also, being someone who's paddled 3 years, and I know everybody that has a paddler out there right now, every mom, every dad, every sister, every brother, every wife, every husband is just sending prayers and just saying, please get home safely, please get home safely.
Exactly.
So if they get a message from their loved one, they're like, hey mom, hey dad, I'm good.
Yep.
You know, here's where I'm at. We're planning to get home at this time. I know it helps parents and brothers and sisters and husbands and wives around the country feel so much better. So thank you.
Peace of mind is so valuable. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Now, how long has Spot been incorporated?
It's been, I think, roughly 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, something around there.
Okay, and I imagine with how technology just keeps, increasing so fast and just it keeps changing and evolving.
Absolutely.
You've probably come a long way since its inception with Spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now we have the two-way capability as well as Bluetooth connection to your phone, so that way you can use the app on your phone to make it a little easier to type. You have your whole contact list there from your phone, so just so much easier now.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
that is wonderful.
absolutely.
And it's some of that technology, that's how we know that we have a paddler that was 11 miles out, probably about 10 miles out now.
Right.
So that's getting pretty close. I'm still awaiting the name of that paddler, so we're going to get that pretty soon.
Yep.
That'll be exciting. We couldn't do this event without all of the sponsors, so we thank you so much for being involved now. Is this your first year being involved with cystic fibrosis?
Yes, it sure is.
Crossing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just good because, these guys are so committed to safety, and that's really our guiding goal, I guess.
Yeah.
Is just to ensure everyone's safety, so it's
All
good.
right.
Yeah.
Well, Gabe, I hope you're here for many years to come with
I
Spot
hope
technology.
So too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so thank you so much on behalf of the Crossing community. Again, we couldn't do it without our sponsors.
Sure, it's our honor.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
So, quick weather update. We do have some storms out there. I've been watching the radar, but I think our closest paddler is ahead of the storm, so I don't think they're going to bug him. In fact, they might be giving him a little push at this point. If it's a him, we don't even know.
Yeah, we don't even know.
It could be a female, so we're waiting to hear. I think we're going to take a little break here, maybe find out who that paddler is, and I'm excited to know myself. And again, thank you to Gabe and Spot Technology for being here. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right.
All right.
When you can't breathe, nothing else matters. She was 4 years old when I got the phone call from her mom. The doctor said she tested positive for cystic fibrosis, a devastating diagnosis. If you Google cystic fibrosis, you'll see some terrible results of the rare genetic disease. From chronic lung infections, abdominal surgeries, feeding tubes, brittle bones, to hours of breathing treatments, organ transplants, and death. With an estimated 1,000 new diagnoses each year in the U.S. alone, more families get blindsided with heartbreak. Everyone hopes for a cure, but families with cystic fibrosis need hope for today. Daddy, my lungs are burning. It was this moment that changed my life. I made a decision that night that I would do whatever it took to help kids and families facing the adversity of this disease. That's when Piper's Angels Foundation was born. At Piper's first clinic appointment, the respiratory therapist told us that surfers in Australia with CF were having much better results with their checkups. This led to a discovery that salt or saline solution, if inhaled, could lead to better airway clearance of the lungs, the main organ affected by CF. Hearing this news was a miracle. There was a natural therapeutic environment to bring Piper to heal and stay healthy, and it was the ocean. It was an idea that sparked a movement. A world-class challenge to paddle the Gulf Stream from the Bahamas to Florida in an effort to spread awareness for CF. This movement grew into an incredible community, and it was this event and community that created our organization. To this day, we continue to make tremendous impact nationally and globally for the CF community. I never wanted Piper's life to be defined by CF. I wanted her to be able to define her life on her own terms, no matter how long she lived. In a rare disease community, a small organization can make a huge impact, and we are doing just that. Our innovative programs bring relief and empowerment to hundreds of families each year, such as grants for urgent financial assistance, peer-to-peer support, coaching for mental health and improving lung function, and scholarships for life-enhancing activities. There are tens of thousands of CF families across the world. Most of these families do not have access to basic resources. Just imagine if the only difference between your child living and dying was where you lived. We have an opportunity to bridge the gap and build a pipeline of resources to CF families in every country. To these families, hope is everything. That's what our organization represents, a glimmer of hope. We are a CF family, empowering CF families, and we will continue to fight for every breath. We believe every person with CF deserves to have the best chance to live their most empowered life possible. The promise, the prayer, the opportunity, and the gift of this foundation is that the voice of these families will be heard. Inspire every breath. We are Piper's Angels Foundation.
Paddleboarding is a passion of mine. Stress relief, it's a great workout. A lot of the time I find myself, sitting on the board after a long paddle, just reflecting on life, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it. There's really nothing like it. It's me against the water. My name is Chris Farney. I'm a low voltage production supervisor at Power Design, and I'm a competitor in the Crossing For Cystic Fibrosis, paddleboarding 82 miles from Bimini, Bahamas to Lake Worth, Florida. The challenging part to this is obviously the training. In the gym in the mornings, most of the time from 5:30 to 6, I get an hour workout in, go to work. Some days I'm on my lunch break, I'll come out, paddle a couple miles. Most of the time it's in the evening. I like to paddle the sunsets. Power Design has supported me in more ways than one. They sponsor me as a participant in the actual event. They are the longest running corporate sponsor of the foundation and the event Crossing For Cystic Fibrosis. They have offered me a wonderful workplace, training grounds, the gym, a lake that I can paddle on anytime I want. I truly am thankful for Power Design. I use motivation to keep me going. My coworkers, my friends, my family, my boss, Oscar Camacho, he pushes me every day in the gym. I count on him a lot. And I remember, the days that I'm on the board and I don't want to do it and I want to give up and it sucks. And that's what pushes me is there's people that believe in me. There's people that truly, truly believe that I can do this physically, mentally, and that alone, pushes me. So the day of the beach landing, it is probably the most emotional thing I've ever been a part of. You will see strangers crying. You will see participants crying. It is truly, it's amazing. You have a community of people that just come together, people ringing bells, whistles, cheering everyone on, people they don't even know. You start to see that it's bigger than that. It's bigger than just an epic physical challenge. Paddleboarding 82 miles from the Bahamas, about being part of a foundation, a community full of love and compassion, and it's truly the most amazing event that I've ever been a part of. The people are absolutely amazing, just hearts of gold. And to me, I was raised to always give back and to be bigger than you. And to me, this is the best way to do so. You want to quit so many times. Last 5 miles, I'm crying, I'm happy, I'm everything, and I'm spent. I got no energy, my legs are shaking. And all you do is you think about all the people here that supported me for the past 9 months, were there for me in the dark times, were there for me in the good times, pushed me to train when I didn't want to. And here I am. I crossed the finish line.
Welcome back to the finish line of the 2024 Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. I'm Greg Wingo. I'm joined right here with Paul Marchinaris from Celsius, the big sponsor of this event. And Paul, first off, tell us a little bit about Celsius. For those that might not be fully aware, tell us what Celsius is.
So Celsius is like it's a better for you energy drink. We're like 200 milligrams of caffeine, 0 sugar. We're packed with vitamins. So yeah, it's like it's a good energy. No crash, and it's just like I said, the best option out there.
Yeah, we were talking off the air here a minute ago, and I was saying, it felt like Celsius came out of nowhere in my world. It was like 1 minute you weren't there, and the next minute everybody in the paddling world was saying to me, hey, are you involved with Celsius? You need to get involved with Celsius. You need to talk to Celsius. And yet, you guys have been around with this event for a number of years. Talk a little bit about the last 4 years that Celsius has been partnered with Piper's Angels and Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis, as well as your involvement.
So yes, that is correct. We've been involved with this event for the last 4 years. Our first time was in 2021. I was very involved with the planning, meeting Travis and Tatiana. They came to our offices, they presented the idea. We love everything about it. We love the cause. We love that involved the fitness part of it and the challenge, and and it was just a perfect event for us. And like I said, the cause it totally moved our heart. And yeah, we've been here ever since. I've been attending this event for 3 years. This is my 3rd year attending this event, and every year it gets better and bigger, and just be able to see the same faces year over year, and it just becoming like family. You know, it becomes like it was bigger than that. You know, so it's just like kind of like a personal feeling to it, and I look forward to this event over and over. You know, every year it's like my favorite event.
Yeah, you're sort of echoing things that Kate and I were talking about earlier about that family feeling that this event 100%. Has. And you're the senior trade show marketing manager, so that means that in a lot of instances you're very hands-on with the events themselves. Talk a little bit about the last several days. I know that you were in Bimini, so talk a little bit about what it was like over there and then getting here this morning.
So yes, first of all, this is totally out of my wheelhouse. Like, you know, I manage like big trade shows, big build-outs, but I mean, like I said, I was involved in this event since day one. It's a very like personal thing for me, so I took it back. I was in Bimini for the last 5 days. We got there on Tuesday, for the last 4 days, and I got back on Saturday morning. It was an incredible experience. Like I say, just being able to see the same people year after year and recognize them, and you know, we have all this like internal jokes, and we learn from each other. And then for the first time, I was able to hear Travis' speech a couple days ago before we were about to like launch, and it was such a moving speech, and be able to like meet someone and work with someone so generous and like so genuine as a person that I've been talking about this for years. I've been wanting to be part of it. I want to be one of the paddlers, and I'm putting a team together. Finally, I'm doing this for next year.
Awesome.
After hearing Travis' speech and talk, I'm like, it totally moved me, and I have to do this. This is a personal challenge.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, again, we were talking a little bit earlier about just how important it is to have partners, companies and organizations partnering with your event where they truly understand it's beyond just some sort of transaction. It's definitely being a part of this family, being a part of it in terms of like fully understanding exactly what each side can bring to the table, but also in situations like this, it gets really personal. Like it 100%. Becomes something where even you as being part of Celsius, but you personally want to be a part of this event, and I think that's what makes that partnership, why it's gone for 4 years, why it will probably go for many more years.
100%, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's because
100%, and I'll be back as many times as I can. And like I said, I hope to be part of the actual one of the teams, and like, just be more involved in the event that we are. Like I just feel like, like now it's a personal challenge to me, and it just, like I said, the cost behind it, it makes it worth it so much more.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, we really appreciate you being a part of this event for another year, and we know we'll see you in 2025 in an even more intense role than this year probably. But we've got a paddler coming in here pretty soon, probably in the next half hour, 40 minutes or so. We should see somebody. So let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll probably have an update on that.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who will shape the world? Those who won't settle and go beyond. Those who are flexible, dynamic, and keep moving. Those who work hard, but never alone. Those who care about you, me, and the place we live in. We are shaping the future together in a new Cemex. Cemex, building a better future.
I can track every single dollar I've ever earned my entire life.
to the ocean. The fact that this ocean provides so much is a great motivator for wanting to find ways to contribute in some way, and Seakeepers gives us that opportunity.
We can't work to save something we don't understand and that we don't know, and it's really interesting that we know so little about our oceans.
We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the surface of our own planet.
There's so much still unknown. So to put thousands of boats on the ocean surface and start collecting data, we'll start creating a more detailed vision of what the bottom of the ocean looks like.
The Seabed 2030 program is all about mapping the bottom of the ocean globally. So you take these data loggers, put it on your boat, his boat, their boat, and it's constantly acquiring data from the bottom of the ocean, uploading it, and it's being applied to literally mapping the ocean floor.
That is the perfect essence of Seakeepers. Take the scientists, get the pleasure boaters, put them together, and get the science done.
When we met the Seabed 2030 people at the COP26 conference, they immediately saw the value in partnering up with us because we have yachts and boats that travel all over the world. So now we're filling those data gaps that otherwise they wouldn't be able to fill themselves.
The thing about a crowdsourced application like that is that you got to get the crowd involved.
We were introduced by mutual friends who thought, man, y'all ought to get to know what Piper's Angels, the Crossing is all about.
The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis came about after my daughter's diagnosis with CF at 4 years old. We learned about this amazing connection and the healing benefits of the ocean and salt water for people with cystic fibrosis. I wasn't a paddleboarder at the time, but that inspired me to get out on the water more. I just fell in love with paddling. And I knew there were people like me to go on this adventure, but to do it for a great cause and a deeper meaning and purpose. And that's when it became what it is now.
The Crossing is 80 miles from Bimini to Lake Worth Pier, which is Palm Beach, Florida.
Piper's Angels, with their crossing the Gulf Stream on paddleboards, they need support vessels. So we were able to supply a support vessel to help those paddlers. I thought, let me take advantage of all those other support vessels to help us out with the Citizen Science Initiative.
Our goal is to attach loggers to these boats that are going to collect bathymetric data as they travel across from Bimini to Florida, and then from there on, wherever these boats go around the world, they'll be collecting depth information to kind of make a map of our ocean.
We have captains and boats that are trekking on a similar trajectory, creates a lot of data points for these data loggers.
If I took my boat and I went from Bimini back to Lake Worth Pier, that's a single thread of information. We had 17 boats in a wide sweep. So I have no idea how much data we acquired, but it's 100% more than we had 2 days ago.
It's such a no-brainer. It requires no real effort on your part. There's no good reason not to do it. You can just plug it into your Garmin system or your Simrad system and forget it.
Plug and play is the phrase, right? Once it's plugged into your, what they call the NEMA 2000 network, this logger, it picks up all that communication between the instruments and it records it onto a micro SD card. Same thing you would find in a GoPro camera. So it's that simple.
To understand what's below the ocean surface, I think, is meaningful for all sorts of sciences. Being a discovery vessel and associated with Seakeepers Society is an opportunity to finally be able to give back to a marine community in a meaningful way.
We're a small organization really plugged into a much bigger, broader mission with Seakeepers. It feels so good to know that what we do can contribute to something that's much greater than ourselves. It's more than an individual, more than a community, more than Piper, more than the CF community. It's about what we do in our lives with this precious time that we have here on this earth to initiate something that is genuine and heartfelt and carries that presence with it, that brings you into that presence with this moment.
Hey folks, here we are at the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024 on a Monday morning, not a Sunday, but you know, I was thinking, I was like kind of like a big golf tournament that gets canceled for the rain. Sometimes they have Monday final rounds.
They do indeed. I think
this is our final round, move to Monday.
This is the final round. I think everyone's put a lot of effort in and time, and so we're happy to support them here on the beach.
All right, so I need to introduce our new host. This is Kelly Hilton Green, and you can tell Kelly's from the Bronx, right? No, Kelly's actually from South Africa, so that's a long ways away. That's a little further to paddle from than Bimini.
I haven't organized a paddle race from there yet, but certainly this is one of the longest ones we've done, so that's maybe on the horizon.
Maybe someday. Right, so Kelly, you are Assistant Head Director of the Pine School, located in Hobe Sound. And how many years have you been with the Pine School?
This is my 14th year at the Pine School, and we're in Arcade 12 in Hobe Sound, and wonderful to be able to support the crossing.
Yes, and we also have another crosser, Heidi Kay, works at the Pine School.
She does.
Head
She's
counselor.
a wonderful counselor, great friend, and someone that supported Crossing for CF for a while now.
Yeah. So Kelly, you've participated in the crossing. I think you said 18 and 19?
18 and 19, yep.
And so you know everything that those folks are going through over there in the Bahamas. Well, we actually don't know, you and I, because we never had a pushback a whole day. I can only imagine how difficult that would be because basically, you know, a lot of folks, they're ready to go Friday night, they're ready to go Friday afternoon. It's hard to wait even to Saturday night, so they had to wait till Sunday night. So let's talk about that. You know, how did you feel? Did you feel like you were ready to get in that water?
I think, you know, you put in so much time and effort and energy into paddling and preparing for it, not only the actual physical side, the logistics of it. And once you get going and you get there, you just want to get the race underway. And so, you know, the unknown, obviously there's the ocean. The first year you're sitting there, you're not too sure what to expect. But certainly with the weather delay like this, it can become sort of eat up a lot of energy that maybe you wouldn't be doing on a normal stay. You know, waiting is an energetic game.
It is. And, you know, Kelly, I mean, even myself, I don't know how you felt, but this weekend, you know, I even had trouble sleeping, just kind of being nervous for them and anxious and excited and all the things. I was kind of feeling it even though I wasn't in the crossing this year. So, and I know a lot of friends, family, loved ones have been nervous all weekend for them, and they're going to be super excited to hug them when they hit the beach.
I think we're looking forward to seeing these paddlers hit the beach today. I know that obviously the weather's something we can't control, but you know, and I think all of us as paddlers look at that weather from a few weeks out, and you try to predict what it's going to do and hope for the best. And again, you know, being safe is first and foremost, but it certainly is a tough one for some of those paddlers who've worked so hard for it. So.
Yeah, it's a big deal because, like you said, it's almost a year-long preparation for this. So they put so much time, so much energy, and Ryan Burgess, who's you know, been doing this event for many years, he said one time, he said, physically we're all prepared. He goes, now it's a mental game. So before they leave, most of them are trained physically. But you have to stay solid up here. You have to not let the conditions get to you. You know, a lot of times folks suffer from seasickness out there, dehydration, you get a little carbon monoxide, not making you feel good. So you have to be mentally tough at that point to push through some of the physical things you're feeling out there on the ocean.
Well, as you say, the physical side you can train for, but you never know what the ocean's going to throw up. And so, excuse that pun, but ultimately, you never know what's going to happen on that, how wavy it's going to be, how, what's going to happen to the storm cells that come through, and it gets a lot more choppy than you think. And so, with something like this, with the time delay, etc., you've really got to be strong, focused mind on getting it done. And I think that all the way to the beach,
Yeah. And, even though because of Mother Nature, it got pushed to a 32-mile paddle, I was talking with Greg a little bit about this, so in their mind, some of the athletes are thinking, 32 miles compared to 80, that's nothing. Well, there's nothing about paddleboarding that's nothing. Even a mile can be hard in rough conditions.
Listen, some of the shorter races or some of the rougher water you go in, and 32 miles is a long race. And certainly, just because the Gulf Stream's supporting you does not mean it's going to be easier. So
not at all.
Yeah.
The winds kick up, and right now you can see with our papers flying, the winds have been kicking up. There are some storms offshore, but we do know that our closest paddler, we got an update a while ago that he was 11 miles out, and that was a while ago. So I'm thinking maybe 9 miles out. Still waiting for a name, unless you've heard of a name. But
I have not heard of a name.
As soon as we hear who that closest paddler is, we'll get you that name, because we're all going to be so excited to welcome home that first paddler. I mean, it really is. I've never felt anything quite like it. When I first saw the beach. The first time I tried it, our team succumbed to the ocean, and we had to pack it in. The second year we made it, and when I saw the beach, it's just like the hair on my arm stood up.
Yeah.
It's just that incredible feeling of gratitude, relief.
It's an emotional roller coaster. I think once you start seeing the pier and it gets closer, and you start seeing the buoys, I think it's important to realize that all of this culmination of everything you've done is about to happen. And so I think I had tears in my eyes the first time I crossed that line, and certainly the second, goosebumps, etc. And but it is it takes emotional toll. But again, you're doing it for cystic fibrosis, for patients that are battling that. And when you think about the tough times you're having out there, either on the ocean or in training, etc., you think to some of these families that are dealing with this, and it's wonderful to be able to support them.
Yeah, and Kelly, I'm just hearing, I think we have an update from Sean Timms. He's out on the beach, and maybe he's heard some information about that closest paddler. So I think right now we're going to...
Thanks, guys. So I'm down here at the finish line. I'm just going to set the scene a little bit for us. So this, in my opinion, as a Crossing Crusader, is the pinnacle of your experience. Hitting the finish line, running across, your friends and family waiting right here, and then you get the privilege to come over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to grab this gigantic Thor hammer, which... this thing is a beast. It's hard to hold without having just paddling across the ocean. And you're going to swing and hit this big bell. And we're going to have a crowd around here cheering people on. And then, after that, we're going to come over here. And this is where you get the championship champagne shower. Sitting up here with your team, taking the vibe, taking in everybody's celebration. And then... rejoicing, celebrating, you did the crossing. We got our tents over here with our major sponsors, Celsius, Power Design, 4Ocean, all the rest. It's going to be a blast. There is nothing like hitting this beach and just taking in the experience of accomplishing something like the Crossing for CF. Back to you guys at the booth.
All right, thank you, Sean, for that update from the beach. That gave you a little idea what it's like down there, what's going on. Sponsor tents are up. We got a lot of ice water. We got a lot of Celsius for all the paddlers when they come back, and they're going to need it.
I think my go-to was coconut water when I did it. It certainly gave me the energy I needed and didn't sort of put me on a false high. But again, you've trained hard. You've worked with what your nutrition should be. So hopefully all these paddlers have done the same thing.
Yes, Greg was actually saying to me, because I said, Celsius is awesome, but sometimes slower, less is more. So I can, a can per day, I would not do more than that for me. And Greg said, yeah, you're a little high energy. Maybe you don't even need a whole can, maybe a half a can.
I have a teenager at home, so we get these in cases at home because she
gosh.
absolutely lives off them. So I can take my 1 or 2 a day.
What's her favorite flavor?
It's the mango. I think it's mango.
Mango's a good one.
Yeah.
I like Fantasy Vibe, actually. It's kind of marshmallowy, sweet, almost like a Dr. Peppery. I don't know. It's just kind of, I just feel it hits right.
Well, it certainly picks you up when you hit the beach and you've had a long day in the sun. It's perfect just to kind of pick you up for the rest of the day.
That's right. So, you see our papers flying here. For sure, the winds have really picked up here, Kelly. But the good news is that's cooling us off at the beach. And right now, it's a strong wind, basically out of the east-southeast. So that is good. That's at the paddler's back. So that's going to help keep pushing them. But, sometimes you don't want too big of a push. That can be a little problem.
Yeah, depending on your ability on the board, it's going to be interesting. I do see this cell coming a bit closer to us now, so that's going to certainly drop the temperature, which will be nice. But I imagine it'll make it a little bit more choppy out there.
Yes, I know. So we're all, we're still praying for all our paddlers out there
For
and
sure.
sending good vibes for hope and, courage, even in the storms. They've been through so much. But that's why it's so important that everyone who showed up today is here, almost doubly important because of what they've been through this year for the 2024 crossing. But, I've heard that we're near record-breaking in fundraising is what I've heard. I haven't heard any exact totals, but...
I haven't seen the total. I saw the thermometer on Travis's feed the other day, which is fantastic, and I think it gets bigger every year. I think it scratches that itch of people that want to take a bit of an adventure, but also do some good in the world, so which is important.
Yeah, they say, this is what my friend Casey said, Casey Kiernan, who's on the team, who's on Piper's Angels. She said people come for the challenge and they stay for the cause. And that is so true.
I couldn't agree more.
My first year, I thought this is about an athletic challenge. Yeah. And then after I got done with it, I thought this isn't, that's part of it, but it's really about community and helping others. And that's the magic, the mojo that keeps you coming back.
It's interesting. We had a student at school who had CF, and obviously in my first few years, we did some small fundraisers for him. And then all of a sudden, Travis sort of popped into our lives. And then that's why I knew about cystic fibrosis and thought I'd take on that challenge. But again, I'm staying now because of the cause. I enjoy the paddling and I'd love to get out there again one of these days. But it's just a wonderful to be a part of doing something good.
It absolutely is. I was so inspired. Travis, he gives these speeches that just pump you up, make you feel grateful, make you feel happy, and make you feel alive. And he is just a unique individual, and this whole thing was started by Travis. Boy, the wind is picking
up.
Picking
up.
We've
got some tents taking a bit of strain.
The storms might be getting a little closer, but we're just going to keep going until they, make any other change. Yeah. We are going to take a quick break, maybe hold our stuff down, and we'll be back.
will shape the world. Those who won't settle and go beyond. Those who are flexible, dynamic, and keep moving. Those who work hard, but never alone. Those who care about you, me, and the place we live in. We are shaping the future together in a new Cemex. Cemex, building a better future.
I can track every single dollar I've ever earned my entire life to the ocean. The fact that this ocean provides so much is a great motivator for wanting to find ways to contribute in some way, and Seakeepers gives us that opportunity.
We can't work to save something we don't understand and that we don't know, and it's really interesting that we know so little about our oceans.
We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the surface of our own planet.
There's so much still unknown. So to put thousands of boats on the ocean surface and start collecting data, we'll start creating a more detailed vision of what the bottom of the ocean looks like.
The Seabed 2030 program is all about mapping the bottom of the ocean globally. So you take these data loggers, put it on your boat, his boat, their boat, and it's constantly acquiring data from the bottom of the ocean, uploading it, and it's being applied to literally mapping the ocean floor.
That is the perfect essence of Seakeepers. Take the scientists, get the pleasure boaters, put them together, and get the science done.
When we met the Seabed 2030 people at the COP26 conference, they immediately saw the value in partnering up with us because we have yachts and boats that travel all over the world. So now we're filling those data gaps that otherwise they wouldn't be able to fill themselves.
The thing about a crowdsourced application like that is that you got to get the crowd involved.
We were introduced by mutual friends who thought, man, y'all ought to get to know what Piper's Angels, the Crossing is all about.
The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis came about after my daughter's diagnosis with CF at 4 years old. We learned about this amazing connection and the healing benefits of the ocean and salt water for people with cystic fibrosis. I wasn't a paddleboarder at the time, but that inspired me to get out on the water more. I just fell in love with paddling. And I knew there were people like me to go on this adventure, but to do it for a great cause and a deeper meaning and purpose. And that's when it became what it is now.
The Crossing is 80 miles from Bimini to Lake Worth Pier, which is Palm Beach, Florida.
Piper's Angels, with their crossing the Gulf Stream on paddleboards, they need support vessels. So we were able to supply a support vessel to help those paddlers. I thought, let me take advantage of all those other support vessels to help us out with the Citizen Science Initiative.
Our goal is to attach loggers to these boats that are going to collect bathymetric data as they travel across from Bimini to Florida, and then from there on, wherever these boats go around the world, they'll be collecting depth information to kind of make a map of our ocean.
We have captains and boats that are trekking on a similar trajectory. Creates a lot of data points for these data loggers.
If I took my boat and I went from Bimini back to Lake Worth Pier, that's a single thread of information. We had 17 boats in a wide sweep. So I have no idea how much data we acquired, but it's 100% more than we had 2 days ago.
It's such a no-brainer. It requires no real effort on your part. There's no good reason not to do it. You can just plug it into your Garmin system or your Simrad system and forget it.
Plug and play is the phrase, right? Once it's plugged in into your, what they call the NEMA 2000 network, this logger, it picks up all that communication between the instruments and it records it onto a micro SD card. Same thing you would find in a GoPro camera. So it's that simple.
To understand what's below the ocean surface, I think, is meaningful for all sorts of sciences. Being a discovery vessel and associated with Seakeepers Society is an opportunity to finally be able to give back to a marine community in a meaningful way.
We're a small organization really plugged into a much bigger, broader mission with Seakeepers. It feels so good to know that what we do can contribute to something that's much greater than ourselves. It's more than an individual, more than a community, more than Piper, more than the CF community. It's about what we do in our lives with this precious time that we have here on this earth to initiate something that is genuine and heartfelt and carries that presence with it, that brings you into that presence with this moment.
If you have POTS or a chronic illness like the MTHR gene mutation, I made Buoy's rescue drops for you. And if you're not absolutely loving it, like if you don't notice a valid difference in your life, like the thousands of people in the chronic illness community have with our original best-selling hydration drops, then keep the bottles and keep your money. It all started with a mom whose daughter was recently diagnosed with POTS, and she left our 6th review on Amazon. And she used to take 6 liters of smart water with her to high school, but with Buoy, she cut it down to 1, and along with it, her fainting episodes. Since, I've learned so much about the chronic illness community, and even though these have helped thousands of people in there, I know there's a part of the audience that needs more, and that's why we made Buoy's Rescue Drops. It's 6 times stronger than our original formula, no sugars, no sweeteners, flavors, additives, ocean harvested electrolytes, 300 milligrams of sodium per serving, not made in a lab, 87 ionic trace minerals, and a 3 times more bioavailable form factor than the powders, plus 100% microplastic free. And if you have the MTHR gene mutation, no B vitamins, so you don't have to worry about toxicity. As always, if you have a chronic illness and you're using Buoy to manage it, you can get our new Rescue Drops and any Buoy product 35% off for life with our chronic illness discount. And you can try it for a month in all of your favorite drinks, risk-free. And if you don't like it, keep the bottles and your money. Okay, the other electrolytes dissolved, and ooh, this is why I started Buoy. We're fighting for you whether you use our electrolytes or not.
I welcome you to this beautiful season of spirit, of abundance, of love, of compassion. We're celebrating a night of angels. You are the angels and art. Piper's Angels Foundation is going into our 8th year. And in those 8 years, we've become one of the most impactful grassroots organizations in the country for cystic fibrosis. And what I want to share is we're here to fundraise, we're here to connect, we're here to dance, we're here to have a great night, to laugh, to cry. But what I really want you to walk away with is to see the contrast of something. This is my invitation that has taken me on a journey from Piper being diagnosed when she was 4 years old with cystic fibrosis to where we are tonight. And that journey, which many of you I know can relate to, is a journey of both grief and gratitude. We all have faced that tough road of tremendous adversity in your life. And that tough road, it leads us somewhere. And for us tonight, it led us right here. What cystic fibrosis has taught me is the deeper we have a relationship to that grief, to the heartbreak of what a diagnosis like CF can bring, it teaches us so much about the opposite, about why we're here to celebrate this gift of life. Life is short, and it's shorter for some than others. So, the invitation and what we have to cherish in this moment is to celebrate together.
Having grown up with two friends who have cystic fibrosis and who have been dealing with it for the last 44 years, it's been such an incredible thing to be part of, to be able to help the families that suffer with CF. So Diamante is so proud to be a sponsor of the Piper's Angels Foundation, especially of the Crossing. Just seeing what these donations can do, what a difference it can make in the lives of the families as well as the patients affected with CF, and what it can bring to the community, whether it's education, whether it's events. So the Crossing's definitely impacted my life on a personal level. This will be my 4th crossing this year. It's definitely made me a healthier person. Having done it a few times now, just knowing how much it gives back to the community and how much it impacts the lives of the patients and families with CF, it just makes me want to be part of it even more.
Joining the live stream of the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024 on a very windy Monday. This is a hold on to your hat type of day, and I'm joined by Kelly Hilton Green, and Kelly's a former paddler, so he knows what these paddlers are dealing with right now, because as soon as those storm cells kind of pop up, the seas get rough, the wind gets in your face, and it just makes it all that much harder.
Well, it's a challenge at the best of times. Obviously, this is near the end of their paddle, and so I imagine that your balance is a little more unstable. But again, hopefully they're seeing the beach right now. We're getting word that they should be coming fairly close to us, so we look forward to seeing some people around that pier.
Yeah, I just got some really exciting news, and that is that Travis and Piper Suit should be landing on the beach in about 10 minutes, and we're going to have an interview with them for sure, and I cannot wait to hear from Travis and Piper, to hear everything they've been dealing with the last 4 days. I mean, it's just been kind of crazy what Mother Nature has done this year.
Well, Mother Nature's certainly thrown up a lot into their faces, and again, it's a challenge, and you know, what better way to finish it than on the beach in a challenging condition?
Yeah.
So, challenging conditions, I should say.
Right. So the good news is, you know, you have a lightning track on your phone. We're watching radar. I just got an update from James Whelan. He's surfer and weatherman over at the NBC affiliate WPTV in West Palm Beach, and he said the leading edge, this was a little bit ago, was about 50 miles offshore, and it was moving, a little cell was moving east, and at the last second I just saw on the radar, it started going north. So, you know, right now we're dry. Actually, the sun's kind of out. The wind is the big problem. So, you know, folks are securing everything on the beach, you know, the tents and everything, because if the wind catches a tent, you know, it could get dangerous with the wind.
For sure.
And then we're dry, but lightning is the real thing we we are concerned about. Yeah.
Look, in Florida, lightning, as you know, is a huge issue. Being a sports coach as well, I always sort of keep my phone on, anything within 10 miles to alert myself. Obviously, Ocean Rescue are here, they'll do the same thing for us, but no lightning as of yet, which is great, just the wind. And we're hoping to see it die down a little bit as these paddlers come ashore.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the good news is right now it is, it's a pretty much an east-south wind, and it's blowing hard. So the line moving about 15 miles an hour. So that's, it's a good pace. It's not racing along, but the thing is, I've been seeing some of it tracking north, and that's great. There's actually also some storms inland, but I think those are tracking west. So I feel that we are like right in the spot of the dry sunshine right now. So so far, so good. And, we're fine. We're thinking about the paddlers out there because this does not make it easy on them.
Well, it's been a tough week, as they got to the weekend, they're all ready, they're all prepared, and of course then the postponed event due to safety issues, and absolutely rightfully so. Of course, their energy levels are up and down, and so this has been a lot of uncertainty for them, and they're going to be really happy once they hit that beach. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we're good to go. The only thing that would change things if we get some lightning, we would have to get folks off the beach just for safety. So safety boats are out there right now, and they are fully focused on all the paddlers. And I want to tell everybody watching, I know there's a lot of loved ones watching online right now, maybe loved ones that are from around the country, around the world, that can't be here. And I know when you have a son, a daughter, a wife, a husband, a sister, you name it out there on that ocean, you are praying, you just want to see them hit the sand and be safe. And so as soon as we get updates of who's coming across on the beach, we're bringing that to you, because I know that's going to let a lot of people relax when they know their loved one is home safe.
Yeah, look, I think the good news is the direction of wind is pushing them towards land. I would imagine from the start they've been able to at least see land, so at the very least they can be pushed towards it. We hope that they paddle all the way in around that pier, which is just a big sigh of relief for them. And as for any of those loved ones watching us, we're hoping to let you know as they come ashore.
I feel like I'm starting to hear some cowbells. Are you hearing some cowbells?
I'm starting to hear some cowbells. I'm starting to see people walk down to the water's edge and focus on a boat out there. There are two boats.
When you see people with cameras by the arch, that's a sign that maybe someone's coming in pretty soon. We cannot wait to welcome that first paddler back. We have to give them double applause, double cheering, because they've been over there for a long time.
Well, they've certainly put in the time and effort, and I guess again they're nearing the end of this, and we're looking forward to welcoming them ashore. So we
definitely are. I think we might be taking a quick break before we get that first interview. Actually, no, we're not breaking, so that's okay. They're not breaking. We're not taking a break. Did you know this is the top sporting fundraiser for CF in the world?
I did not know that.
Yeah, pretty impressive, right?
I think it's also one of the few, if not the only, international paddleboard event. It certainly was a few years ago, paddling from one country to another.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you're from South Africa. I believe a year or two ago, maybe just last year, we had a paddler from England, a CF warrior from England. So it really has become an international event, and it should be, because actually money raised with this foundation helps families around the world dealing with cystic fibrosis. It's one thing to have a child in America where we have better access to healthcare and medicine, but around the world it's a little more challenging, and the foundation has been able to help people.
And I think the foundation's done a great job as well as just educating people as to what it is. I think the more of us know, the more that we can all help. Certainly, help with the why of why we do these things, but letting people know what it is and what we can do, and certainly what those CF warriors can actually do, and certainly in the help that we can give them. So.
Yeah, Kelly, I mentioned before, you're the assistant head director at Pine School, so you work with children, that or young people, let's say, all the way to high school. Breaking news. We're awaiting some folks, and as soon as we get word, we're going to bring that to you. But there was a guy who said, I signed up for this event to help people, and at the end of it, he said, this event helped me more than anything in my life, and it encouraged me and made me more confident. So speak on that when you're working with young people and you see them accomplish something new for the first time. Do you see that confidence level rise?
Absolutely. I mean, working with young people, what you want them to do is face a challenge and overcome that challenge. Not necessarily win at everything, but certainly face challenges, be able to go out there, but also do something for anyone else. And I think that's the most important part. I mean, we see too often when we try to make it easy for our kids, but ultimately when they've gone through a challenge, they come out the other side with a smile on their face, like they've accomplished something. So as an educator, I mean, this is something I push a lot of our kids to come and support, whether it's this event or others, and also be involved in them. So we've had a few students that have paddled this over the years, and they've really enjoyed it. So.
Yeah. It's very cool. One of the big sayings with the crossing is bold in the face of fear. And when you're afraid of something and you do it anyway, you do it afraid, the fulfillment is just so much greater.
Well, again, one of the longest paddleboard races in the world, one of the few races that is between two countries. If you're not a little bit fearful, then you're probably not going into the right. But when you can take on that challenge and accomplish it, it certainly makes you feel a whole lot better. So, yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you can stare at a dark ocean and knowing you're paddling 80 miles and all you have is one boat and you're not a little afraid, I'm not sure if you have a pulse at that point.
No, listen, a little bit of fear is a good thing.
A
little bit of fear is a good thing. You know, there's a lot out there that could harm you, but again, they've taken every precaution to be safe, whether it be on the water with medical or certainly just boat captains knowing what they're doing. And so I think they've done an exceptional job, as they have for so many years.
Especially this year, because Mother Nature really gave them a big challenge.
And they've made the right decision. They've made the tough decisions, which have been the right ones. I think we want to make sure everyone is safe at all times. And but yeah, I'm not too sure.
More bells. We're taking a look to see what people are doing.
I'm not too sure if that's.
We got some boats out there, but we're trying to await an update. But you know, we could. Travis and Piper offshore, trying to hear the mileage. But again, when they get to land, we're probably going to have a live beach interview for you with Sean Timms. And I can't wait to see their faces, because we're just all so excited to welcome back home the first paddlers.
It's so exciting to see Piper come across the line with her dad. I mean, I think one of the first things I met when I met Travis, meeting Piper, my daughter is about the same age, and you go through this bonding experience where you realize what he's had to go through, what he's done for this organization, built it up from nothing, and really exciting to see them come across the line together.
Yeah, you know, Kelly, when I first met Piper, I want to say she was around 11, 12. And she was a young teen at that point. And now she is a young adult woman, and she's amazing. She's living her best life.
She is incredible. She is incredible.
I believe she's a cheerleader, and I saw her dancing at the gala, and she's just so inspiring.
Oh, she's a very sweet kid, you know.
Awesome.
I think that's first and foremost, and I'm sure is helping other students and families out there that are dealing with the same challenges she has, with a smile on her face.
Absolutely, and that's one thing I learned. You know, I don't personally have a close connection to CF in my family, and so I had a paddler on my team last year, Riley Walker, who is a warrior, and so I never spent that much time around someone with cystic fibrosis to see what they actually have to do just to maintain every day. Special diets, high calorie diets, compression vests to keep the mucus loose in their chest, medications. They're doing a lot of things just to function, to feel normal like you and me, and even with that, they still have adversity they have to go through. So it really showed me how courageous they all are.
Well, I think it's a day-to-day challenge. You know, I think it's something they're going to live with their whole lives, and I think you know, all the more impressive that someone like Piper is finishing an event like this. But it is a challenge. I think families have done an incredible job with their kids, but ultimately Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis on educating us and putting on an event like this to sort of bring it into the forefront of everyone's minds.
Absolutely. So Kelly, I have a question for you. Is another crossing perhaps in your future?
I think it is. Certainly as a team, I think certainly the time away from the family, unless my family does it with me, but certainly we'll be paddling again.
I'm hearing cowbells. What's I think we have an update.
I see someone getting on a board.
All right, someone's on a board.
Looks like we've got two people on a board. It looks like it's...
So we're going to go to the beach as soon as they tell us. We see paddlers coming in. This is exciting. Sorry, I got a little elevated there, but high energy. Absolutely.
So they're positioned well. They're coming ashore with the swell. It looks like we've got possibly a paddler on the front, paddling prone.
And
Someone's
this is
sitting
not
on the
an
board.
easy paddle right now. That sea looks a little angry. but it's still dry on the beach. There's no lightning, and actually the skies are looking better. So as long as
We've got another 2 paddlers coming ashore here to our left.
we have 2 paddlers coming in, and they're the first. It's a female.
It is a female. I'm not too sure who
I
it
don't
is.
see blonde hair though, so I don't think it's Piper.
It's dark hair on the left. I believe Piper's coming ashore to the right of the right-hand buoy.
Jamie? They're coming, they're coming. Woo, they're getting, boy, the excitement is building on the beach, so we're gonna get you down there pretty soon. They're getting really close. The first paddler is about 10 feet from the arch, and we are getting very close to that live interview. So let's go down the beach.
Okay. Hey everybody, we're here live at the beach landing. As you can see behind us, we have paddlers coming in.
Chill, man, here we are. Waiting for her bud.
Where is he? Tell him to stop talking. Tell him to stop.
Kelly and
Tell him
Jamie
to stop.
Cohen making their way in. Good job, you two. Wow, rolling on through our first of.
Here we go. We got them coming in. Kat and Jamie.
On under the finish line. Travis and Piper. Piper in so many ways leading the way. Dad, go this way. You got this.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to... All right, everybody, we're here live. We've got Travis and Piper, and it looks like it might be Danny on the board with them. We got a tandem board here. We got 3 people coming in on one board. They've paddled at least 30 miles, if that at all, but these weather conditions, they have not been ideal at all. As you can see, we are dealing with some windy weather today. We have storms rolling in all weekend. That's why the beach landing has been postponed, but today we're celebrating them. No matter how far they paddled, it's been worth every moment. This with Piper. Here they come, crashing into the beach. About to run in. As you know, it's an emotional experience crossing that ocean. It is not easy, regardless of how you did it. Whether it was on a boat, whether it was on a paddleboard, it's an emotional time. Team 80 Miles of Love, Piper, Suit, Danny, Suit, Travis, Suit. Here they come.
As we await Piper and Travis, want to give a shout out to the Salty Sisters there. Just got it done. Good job, y'all.
The 80 Mile Love team is running through. Here they come now. We're cheering them on. There's Piper, there's Travis, there's their whole team. Tyler, Joe. As you can tell, it's a celebration. We're so happy to see them. We've been waiting all morning from them. Actually, we've been waiting all weekend for them. It's been a long weekend waiting around for our fearless founder and his daughter who's inspired everything. This is Piper's 2nd year paddling. This is Travis's 8th year paddling. With the event starting in 2013, this is the 11th year since the event, the 8th active year of the crossing. He's paddled every single year, whether it's one paddle in the ocean, whether it's 1 mile, whether it's 80 miles. You made it. How are you feeling, Travis?
Kind of brutalized, to be honest.
We've been waiting all weekend for you.
Tough.
And how was the weather conditions out there?
It was great right up until the end, but that 32 miles was
as hard as some of the 80 miles that we.
You did 32 miles of love this weekend.
That was 30.
And we're really proud of you.
Oh man, thank you. It's so good to see you.
I missed you.
Oh man. On land. So good to be on land. Finally.
You made it. You made it. Next, they're going to ring that bell. The bell that shows that they've accomplished a lot, whether it's 1 mile, 80 miles, 30 miles, it doesn't matter. What matters is the advocacy that comes with this event. You plan all year, you paddle all year, you train all year for this one moment. That's why the beach landing is so special. That's why we want to broadcast it to you guys live, because it all matters. All these moments matter. They're emotional, they're beautiful, and they're exciting. So we're trying to show you guys what it's like back at home here on the beach. The storm is holding off. It's windy, but it's not deterring us at all. We're celebrating here because it's worth celebrating. Piper, how are you feeling?
Great.
Look, say hi. Come here. Tell us. Oh. You want Piper? Pursuit, the reason behind Piper's Angels Foundation, it's her second year paddling. What were conditions like this year, Piper?
It was calm until probably about like an hour ago. It started getting really bad, but we had fun the whole way.
Did you guys paddle all 32 miles?
No, once it started storming, we ran into the beach landing, but for the most part.
And it doesn't matter how many miles you paddle.
After everything, we did it, so.
Exactly. And this is your second year. Do you plan on coming back next year?
Yeah.
For sure. Love you. Go ring that bell.
How old is she?
17 in October. We've got Joe Leobanco, part of Team 80 Miles of Love. He's going to ring that bell next. Let's see him do it, Joe. Oh, well, he dropped the hammer. That's why we have to be as safe as possible with this hammer. It's quite heavy, as you can tell. Team 80 Miles of Love. They paddled a good amount in the ocean. It was rough. It was crazy. We're excited to see them. Got Danny here. We're going to ring that bell next. Somebody's got to go. Go, Danny. Go, Danny. She's going to ring that bell next. Let's go. Looks like Travis is going to go after Danny. All right. We've got Travis and Danny, the lovely couple. Here goes Travis, about to ring that bell. Oh, Tyler first. That was nice. Giving it to Piper's boyfriend first. Tyler. All right, next up is Travis, our fearless leader. All right, Travis, go ring that bell. As you can see, it's an emotional experience being out here. He's drained emotionally and physically. He's tired, but it's all worth it for these moments right here. You hear those bells. We've been ringing those bells since we saw them offshore, cheering them on, getting them in the beach, encouraging them, letting them know that we're here waiting for them. It's a beautiful moment. All right, back to Kate. Thank you so much.
All right.
right, we're back here on the beach. It's getting a little action-packed right now. We've got several people that have been coming in over the last few minutes, including Travis and Piper, coming in and ringing the bell. What do you call that? What is that exactly that they're ringing down there?
It's a bell or a giant gong, and
yes.
certainly that the weight of that hammer that you hit it with is something that's to behold as you've got off the water after so many miles. It's a tricky thing to lift up.
It looks slightly dangerous. You don't want to be standing in the wrong spot.
You do not want to be standing in the wrong spots. I don't think the paddlers are going to hit it as hard as they could if they'd done that at the start of the race, but certainly finishing there, it was impressive that they could even pick that up.
Yeah. Well, I know we kind of just jumped right into this, but I'm Greg Wingo with Last Paddler Standing and Great Alabama 650, and this is
Kelly Hilton Green, local paddler from the Treasure Coast, have done the crossing twice and work at the Pine School in Hope Sound with Heidi Kay, who's a volunteer with cystic fibrosis.
Fantastic. And we were just commenting on the fact that we're seeing multiple boats coming in the distance. They're getting the full experience right now.
Listen, it's a challenging paddle no matter what the conditions. The conditions in the last few hours have got worse and worse. It seems to be ebbing a little bit now. The storm cell seems to have moved, or the one that we were worried about seems to have moved to the northeast. So we're feeling good about it, but we do see a bunch of paddlers looking to come in and cross that line.
Yeah, we are almost about to see probably 2 or 3 more coming in right here. So we're flying by the seat of our pants just slightly because we have to wait a little bit before we get information on exactly who it is. They have spotters out there that are telling us, and so you might actually hear it in the background from our MC before you even hear it from us. It's possible, but we've got some real tough athletes that are out there trying to get through some tough conditions.
Well, it's not an event you just jump into. You definitely want to have done the preparation for it. And as I was talking earlier, the physical side is one thing, but the mental side is another whole aspect that you need to take on and challenge. And I think certainly with the waiting game that they've had to play, with the event being postponed due to lightning and thunder on Saturday evening, a lot of these paddlers probably used up a lot of energy worrying about what that might look like, you know?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the anxiety that probably was building up, constantly wondering when they were going to get to start, if they were going to get to start, if they were going to be able to do anything at all. And so I think those that were able to stick around to today were really happy to just be able to get out there on the water finally.
Look, I think everyone's understands their why for this event. You're not doing it purely as a race. You're doing it to raise money for cystic fibrosis awareness and certainly the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. And I think, out of the 187 or so paddlers that had signed up, we ended up having about 65, 70 that were able to stick around due to other commitments. A lot of paddlers or captains couldn't make that, but we're looking forward to welcoming them ashore safely.
Yeah, and we have quite the audience down here welcoming them in. Lots of cowbells, lots and lots of cowbells for everyone. We've got, like I said, the MC calling out who's coming in, and tons of sponsors that are huge in supporting this event.
I mean, a lot of great sponsors. I don't have a list in front of me here, but Celsius has been first and foremost up there. A number of other ones. I think we can probably pull up a list. As you can tell, it's been particularly windy. Opening one of these folders on you can be dangerous, but we'll look out for those and certainly give those sponsors their time on air. But again, I see a few more paddlers walking across the line, about to pick up that wooden hammer and hit that gong. Don't have a name at this point.
We definitely need to thank Lake Worth Beach, the city, for having us here. We definitely thanked Bimini a lot earlier. We definitely need to thank Lake Worth Beach for having us in this fine location.
The city of Lake Worth has been a huge supporter of this event for the last certainly 7 or 8 years, and we hope that this partnership can carry on for a long time. So
yeah, we've got a lot of people.
As you can tell, we've got paddlers coming in who are excited. They've gone through some conditions.
Give me a chance. One word.
We got one word to describe the event. Whimsical is the word they used.
I'm telling you, watch out for these three.
These guys paddled 32 miles to get here in conditions that were not ideal at all. These conditions are rough. They are not fun. Nobody wants to paddle in this type of weather, but we did it. They did it. Here we go, ringing that bell.
I wish I could remember.
Let's go, ring the bell. It's a special moment. If you can't tell, that is a very heavy hammer. Oh, we got another paddler coming in. Some paddlers had to come home from Bahamas early, and then they paddled out to go meet their team. John Rudeshauser here. He's a paddle mentor. Woo! These guys have had a long week in the Bahamas celebrating, and then here, this is the final moment. And again, I told you, that hammer is heavy, if you can't tell. Mike needs to ring that bell. Mike, ring that bell. The guy behind you. He can't hear you.
It's going to be on one of the network news tonight.
No, it's on our. All right, guys, as you can tell, it's been an exciting morning. We just had our first handful of paddlers coming in. We've been waiting all morning for them. The weather, as you can tell, is pretty rough. We're going to throw back to our host up at the live stream table.
We're at the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024, and if I needed a jolt of energy, I just got it. I was down at the beach, and I saw Piper and Travis finish. I got to give them both a hug. Wow, there's no words like it, and I get just as excited welcoming people home as I do coming home from the paddle.
Yeah, I mean, the energy is really strong right now. It doesn't matter that you have this, kind of crazy weather in the background. In fact, in some ways, it's kind of energizing people a little bit more. They want to see, they're getting to see firsthand what they've been experiencing out there, what we haven't been able to see. And so people are really excited for each paddler that's coming in.
Yeah. Now, there's something, they've been, you all watching us right now have seen some of what's going on at the beach. So I don't know if you've seen the kettlebell ring yet. Would we call it a kettlebell? A big bell.
We were talking bell, gong. Kelly and I weren't quite sure what the word is for it.
It's almost like a big sledgehammer you hit it with.
Yeah.
With rubber on the end.
Yeah.
I've never seen this before, but a paddler was so energetic. He missed the bell a little bit and it went flying, but no one got hurt, so we're all good. But he slammed that bell.
Yeah.
You could tell he was like, I finished.
I'm done.
Ocean, see you later.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so incredible.
Yeah, it's a really, I think it's a really cool finish.
Yeah.
Like, just in general, the finish line itself is a really neat experience and a great way to wrap up all the effort for months and months that a lot of people have put in, both physically, financially, promoting it on social media, all the talk that people have had to do leading up to it.
Yeah.
This is the culmination of that for them athletically right now.
Absolutely. So I know Salty Crew is in. I think Jamie Cohen was on Salty Crew. So Travis and Piper are in. There's been some more paddlers, I believe, coming in. So
I think we've got a couple coming through right now. Yeah, I see a starboard, the nose of a starboard out there. So
when you see that blue, you know it's a starboard, right?
Yeah, that's
it's kind
exactly
of a royal
right.
blue. It's
with
kind
that
of like
orange
Piper's
nose.
Blue. Yeah. That's a starboard. So we do have a weather update for you, and it's a good one. You notice we're not quite hanging under our hats so much. The winds died down a little bit because the storms are kind of just being held right at bay offshore, and it was close there for a minute. It was really close, but those skies look so much better than they did about 20-30 minutes ago. So for now, weather-wise, we're okay. In fact, it dropped the temperature. I mean, it must have dropped the temp 15-20 degrees, it feels like. And so we're enjoying the breeze here. And it's good for the paddlers, too, because some years are opposite. Some years are just hot, sunny, light winds, which you think that's perfect paddling weather, but it goes slow, and dehydration then becomes a factor.
Right.
Sunburn becomes a factor. All of those things take a toll. So in a way, the paddlers coming back to a cool breeze is going to help their bodies recover better than coming back to a beach where the feels like temperature is 100 degrees.
Yeah, and definitely in conditions like this where you're having to fight through everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you tend to make some mistakes with nutrition and things like that. So we want to get them here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and we have water for them. We have energy for. We have whatever they need once they get there. We're here. We're going to take care of them. I'm hearing bells. I think something's happening on the beach. Usually that means more paddlers are coming in. So as soon as we get the nod to toss it down to the beach, we will, and we can get you some live coverage from the beach, because that's really where all the excitement is. That's where your loved ones are coming home.
You don't want to see us.
Not really. I mean, I just know from the past, talk to my own family, your family wants to know you're okay.
Yeah.
Your family wants to hear your name on the live stream.
Yeah.
See your face. Yeah. So we're doing and right now we're going to toss things over to Tatiana.
Appreciate the help and all the volunteers here.
We're here waiting on the high school heroes. This is our youngest paddling team this year. These guys are all in high school. They're juniors at Benjamin School. They're super excited to get involved this year. We've got Harry, we've got Sam, we got Charles, and we got Nick coming in from the beach doing a grueling 32 miles. These guys lost their boat 2 days before the crossing. They were scrambling to find another boat to help them out. It was a lot of work for them. They put a lot of effort in. They were posting on social media. They were sharing with their friends and family at school. These guys went above and beyond as our youngest team in the crossing, and we're so excited to see them crossing this finish line together. David Scarola is our photographer, and Sam Scarola is his son. Harry Scarola is his nephew. It's an emotional, beautiful moment for David himself. Oh, we got a team beating out the high school heroes. All right, we got another team making it in before the high school heroes. There we go. You can tell it's been a grueling 32 miles. Hey, Wolf, how are you? How was the paddle?
Oh, it turned into a shit fight the last few hours.
Yeah.
I mean, doing left shoulder paddling only is not exactly very healthy for anybody.
How do you feel?
I'm sad that this event got rained out and washed out the way it did. That people spent a lot of time and energy to get to where they went to. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's not about the race, it's about everything. The people, the community, and the people who are suffering.
We really appreciate you. We hope that you'll come back.
Thank God for protecting each and every one of us paddlers, crew, and you guys. Because you're the ones who make this worth it.
We appreciate you. Safety is our number one. Oh, another paddler just came in. Go ring that bell, Wolf. We are still waiting on the high school heroes. As you can see, a lot of teams are trickling in. They've all been going a grueling few miles in the ocean, whether it's been 32 miles, which was our drop-off point this year, or whether it's just 1 mile. They all deserve the celebration. They all deserve to ring that bell. They all deserve cheering as they run under their finish line, because it honestly is an emotional experience. It's a tough ride out there, guys. Getting across the ocean to get to Bimini, spending a few days in Bimini, enjoying yourselves, and then waiting to paddle home. It's a lot of work, mentally and physically. I know a lot of paddlers are disappointed this year. We hope to see them back to accomplish that goal of 80 miles, whether it's with a team breaking it up or whether it's one person paddling 80 miles. Here come the high school heroes. Here they come. As you can tell, they're excited. They put a lot of work in. They've been posting. They've been sharing. They didn't waste any time. They're about to ring that bell.
I mean, really.
We all got to take turns ringing the bell. It's a lot of people at once.
About setting a high bar.
Here come the high school heroes. They got their medals. They are so excited to ring that bell. They can't wait. These guys put in the work. They almost didn't make it. They almost didn't have a boat. Sam Scarola hitting that bell. That's his dad taking his picture. It's really special. Here we go. We got their teammates ringing the bell. Don't get hit by that bell. It's heavy. It's dangerous. Be careful. Harry Scarola, the photographer's nephew. It's exciting. And we got their last member of their team. They've been documenting their experience. They're happy to be here, as you can tell. There we go. That bell. It's an initiation. It means if you cross the ocean with us, you're a Crossing Crusader. You made it. Oh, hugging his brother, his cousin, all the Scarolas. There's so many of them. They're all here to celebrate. They've got a huge family here. And as you can tell, there's a lot of happy, happy people here.
You want to try to talk to one of them?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Hey, Sam. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
Feels awesome. Thank you guys. It was a great time.
How are the conditions out there?
It was really rough, especially coming like the last 5 miles. Honestly, we couldn't even paddle straight, so we had to just come in.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. You almost didn't make it. You almost didn't have a captain at all.
We went through 3 captains. We had a lot of troubles, but you know, we made it happen. We stuck it through, and it really paid off.
I hope you had a good time, and maybe we'll see you again next year.
Of course, we'll be back.
Awesome. Thanks, Sam. It's been a really fun day watching everyone come in. We've been waiting all weekend for them. Oh, here come other paddlers on their way right now. Brianna.
108, man. Let's go do that
paddling
all over
in.
Again. Am I right? Good for you. Looking good.
We got other people coming in. If you haven't been able to tell, we also have paddlers out in the water waiting to greet their other friends who are paddling home. We had a lot of people from Bimini
Hey, where's a hero?
come home early.
Who wants to speak on behalf of the high school
Conditions
heroes?
were not ideal.
Are you a hero?
It was
What's your
a
name?
rough
What's your
weekend.
name? Where are you from?
Thunderstorms, rain. It was a lot. So a lot of people had to call it. So this is a really special moment to have paddlers out there greeting the other paddlers coming home. As you can tell, it's rough out there. A lot of people have put in a lot of time and effort and energy raising money, funds, and awareness for cystic fibrosis through this event. So we're grateful. Thank you. Travis is here waiting for everyone to paddle home.
I'm Samson. You're Samson.
Here
Yes, you
excited
are.
for everybody.
Your hair.
Good job. We're proud of you. We're proud of everyone who paddled. It's been awesome to watch. Storms are rolling through, but that's not stopping us. Safety's number one. That's why our event got postponed 2 days almost, but we made it work. Ready to go back to the front with Kate. Thank you guys.
And we're back. We're back.
Live TV. We're trying to figure out who's on land,
Yeah.
who's not yet. We know Salty Crew has made it. Travis and Piper are on land.
Yeah, we've got the high school team that made it right there. They were just talking to them down on the beach as well, which that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Team Paddle
Yeah,
is in.
yeah.
And there's some folks on the platform right now posing for pictures, and then they're going to get their champagne shower, which is always a fun part of finishing.
Yeah.
And it's just really incredible when you hug them and they reach the beach.
Yeah.
Feeling like none other.
And definitely what you can tell right now from each person that's coming in is they're just super happy at this point right here. They don't care about how the last few days, the trials and tribulations of the last few days, they don't care about that. You know, they're
Right,
just
not now.
they're just super thrilled right now with getting that finish, and we're seeing some really big swings at the gong.
Yeah,
You know, so
huge swings at the gong.
So that tells you a lot.
Yeah, and that's like the final moment when, if you have any strength left at all, you use all that strength. Thank you for the help with the papers. And you just take that hammer, if you will, and you hammer the gong, and it's done. You're done with the Crossing 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
how it goes.
It's pretty awesome.
It is amazing. And, these paddlers have gone through so much, which is why it's uber important that we're all here cheering them on, congratulating them, and it's still, you can still donate right now if you're watching this live stream, because they did incur some additional costs by being in Bimini one extra day. There's additional food costs. Maybe some folks had to change their travel plans, airline tickets, you name it. There were some additional costs that were incurred due to Mother Nature extending the event. So if you're watching this and you say, I'm going to give a little money right now to help cover some of those unexpected costs, that would be great.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of time for us to break last year's record, I think.
There is time.
I think with a little bit of a push from everyone out there, I think that we can certainly get to that point. We're not far off.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the last number was, but it's not a lot. So if you can give a little bit, please do.
And typically, I think the cutoff for fundraising is sometime in July. So you have a couple weeks, because I know that as a paddler, because sometimes if you don't have all your funds raised before the event, you still have a couple weeks after the event to get it all in. So there's still time. There's always time.
That's awesome.
And pretty soon we're going to start fundraising for 2025.
Yeah.
So there's that too. So it's just really neat what's happening down at the beach. We'll send you down there for a live update. Dave Ragsdale's down there, and he's doing a great job. He's doing some interviews. He was talking to some paddlers as they came in, and he said, give me one word, how do you feel right now? And one guy said, amazing. And the other guy said, how was it? And the one word was interesting. I'm sure it was interesting.
Yeah, it encompasses everything in that one word right there.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, you know, if you would like to get a better feel for the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis, there's now... We have another team approaching the finish line. They're getting close. We're going to start to hear the cowbells. We just heard it radioed over, right?
Yep. You're going to start to hear radio coming in, letting us know exactly who it is that's coming in. So we're going to find that out. But, you know, I think, I wish you could look right now and see what it's like out there. It's challenging.
My goodness. I mean, a call motion is challenging at this point. You're so tired.
Yeah.
And that's not an easy ocean to paddle in right now. I mean, those are 3 to 4 right now.
Some good white caps out there.
Yeah.
Right now.
So it's just incredible. But I gave them a big hug. Travis, when he came across the line, Piper, they're so excited to be here and so excited to be home. The relief, the joy, the excitement. Okay, we're going to toss things out to the beach. Tatiana.
OC1 coming in by the assistants with his...
I'm here with Commissioner May from Lake Worth Beach. How do we feel about the event being here in Lake Worth Beach, Commissioner?
We are so excited to have you guys here. It's the 8th year you've been here, and every year it gets bigger and better, and congratulations to all the paddlers. This is an amazing event.
We really appreciate you guys being the home of the beach landing. You're our home away from home here in Florida. We just can't thank you enough, and especially with weather conditions pending, you guys being so flexible with us.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we live on the beach. We have to be ready to do anything.
And we'll be back every year if that's okay with you guys.
Every year sounds perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner May. We've got Ford's fight coming in. Here comes Tyler Hoffman. He's paddling for Little Ford. This is his CF connection right here. Those are his kids who made him signs. As you can see, that's his wife. He came in on an oath. There's little Ford right down there with his face. That's the family he paddles for. That's the CF warrior that he paddles for. As you can tell, Ford's excited. He's got a big old sign with his face on it. Tyler, this is his 3rd year. He paddled in an OC1 this year, which means he was sitting. It looked like almost like a canoe, an ocean canoe. He does it for the whole family, the Ford Fight family. This is a great example of someone who didn't have a connection to cystic fibrosis. He knew a family that did. He got close with them. He started paddling for them, and it's been really beautiful to watch him be a part of this event every single year. Rough conditions this year. He was willing to go the full 80 miles if they let him. Safety reasons called it, but there he goes, ringing that bell. Well deserved, well deserved. We have more teams coming in now. A ton of people coming in, rolling in really fast here. We got people coming in left and right. We don't know if they paddled 30 miles, whether they paddled 1 mile, but it doesn't matter because we're going to celebrate them either way. Here we go. The paddle team is here. They're excited. They're happy. Hey, they're teammates. Oh, they're teammates. Team paddle.
How about that? Some happy faces right there.
They made it. From the Bahamas to Florida. Wasn't the full 80 miles this year. It was not safe, but that's okay. We're still going to celebrate and cheer because it's an accomplishment. They deserve the celebration. They deserve to hit that bell as long as they can, as hard as they can, because they've been putting the work in all year round. We're so excited to see them here. All right, we're going to watch them ring that bell. As you know, it's an initiation.
About your motivation and involvement with the crossing.
It's rough conditions out there. It was not easy to get here. It's really cool to be here, guys. I wonder if you can feel the energy because we've got a lot of people cheering, a lot of people happy. Safety was the #1 priority.
Fire department. What kind of words
there we go.
What kind of motivation?
The event was delayed 48 hours almost. We were supposed to launch Saturday night at midnight.
Were they talking a little trash also?
So actually 24 hours it was delayed. And it was really tough decisions to make, but safety's #1. As
resiliency, I'm good with that.
The most important thing in any event is safety.
Last one was patience. Resiliency, patience, weekend like this.
We've got paddlers out in the ocean waiting for other people to come in, other teams to come in. It's rolling. We're going to send it back to the front desk to get their opinion on what they're seeing. Back to you, Kate.
And we're back. We're back. We're getting more people in right now.
That's right, Greg. 2024 Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis, and it's Monday morning, not Sunday morning, but that's okay. No, it's Monday afternoon.
Yes, Monday afternoon already. Time flies.
But as Jimmy Buffett would say, it's 5 o'clock
flies.
somewhere.
Yes, yes.
So teams
it's
are
a celebration.
In. Team Paddle's here. Ford's Fight is here. Tyler Hoffman, firefighter. We have Travis Suit in. We have Piper Suit on the beach. We're awaiting a list of updated teams that have actually hit the sand. And every time you hear those cowbells, it means people are getting close.
Yeah. We want to be able to let all of you out there know exactly who it is who's finished. And, the nature of events like this is sometimes it's a little bit crazy. People are coming in fast, which means, it takes a little bit for us to get the exact names of some of them. So you might hear it in the background. You may see it when we're kicking down to the beach itself. But we want to get a list of everybody so that you're aware of exactly who has finished this amazing accomplishment.
Exactly. And, the weather gave us a scare a little bit ago. But the weather has cleared up a little bit. The storms are kind of keeping offshore, which is good news. So more on the weather coming up, but I think we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Glow like a Jupiter sunrise, only in Diamante, where world-class aesthetics meet our ocean-inspired practice. Let's dive in. Hi, I'm Dr. Dave Capaldi, owner and CEO of The Practice. Welcome to Diamante Medical Skincare. Feel your best from the inside out with our bespoke vitamin IV therapy. Rejuvenate your skin with our advanced facials, chemical peels, and lasers so you can look and feel absolutely radiant.
So free my mind. All the talking.
This is the room where all the magic happens. This is where we do our profile balancing and we smooth away wrinkles and we reverse time for you to make you look and feel your absolute best. And for the most advanced treatments in minimally invasive aesthetics, we offer liposculpture, liposuction, and non-surgical facelifts. Feel youthful and energetic with personalized hormone therapy. We address fatigue, changes in weight, and we create a customized plan for your optimal hormone levels. During your consultation, we'll create a customized plan tailored to your specific needs, ensuring optimal hormone levels for both men and women. Book your private consultation today. You can call us at 561-270-4478. We can't wait to help create a more radiant you. See you soon.
The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis is a one-day, 80-mile paddle challenge from Bimini, Bahamas to Lake Worth Beach, Florida to raise awareness, funds, and support for families living with cystic fibrosis. So, how does it work? Every paddler works with a support boat who guides them safely across the Atlantic Gulf Stream. We leave at midnight, paddling amongst the stars. But preparation for the journey has started long before we leave the shore. We've become a community working together for months to raise support and prepare ourselves physically and mentally. We've planned as much as we can, but the ocean? That part's unpredictable. As the sun rises over the horizon, some race solo, an extreme test of endurance, while others perform as a relay team, taking turns throughout the journey. Some come for the natural beauty of the Bahamas. Some have come to experience something new. Some come for the extreme challenge. And many are there to support someone they love. No matter your age or ability, there's a way for you to participate. And no matter why we're here, the Crossing is our chance to be a part of something so much bigger than ourselves. This is why we paddle. The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. Come for the challenge. Stay for the cause. Let's do something extraordinary together. Join us at crossingforcf.com.
Hi, Charles Good of Secret Airlines. We are a proud sponsor of Piper's Angels for Cystic Fibrosis, and I want to welcome everybody sailing or paddling from the Bahamas, Bimini, to Lake Worth Pier. And I wish you well and a safe journey.
We're back. We want to give you just a quick update on some of the teams that have come in over the last, about an hour or so total.
I'd say about an hour, yeah. Yeah, we got a list here.
Time is crazy here. It's hard to keep up. It's going by so fast.
We need a drum roll, but
that's right.
But go for it, Greg.
So some of the teams that have come in: Team High School Heroes, Team Salty Sea Sisters, or Seasters. 80 Miles of Love, which is Travis and Piper.
Yeah.
Team Paddle, and Team Ford's Fight, which is a bunch of people in blue shirts down there.
Yeah.
Seeing lots of them. So they've got a lot of good support and love at this event.
So Team Ford's Fight, it was Tyler Hoffman, and he was registered competitive solo. He's done this many times, and I paddle with him sometimes on Tuesday nights. He's a really incredible guy. So his connection is his best friend's son has CF. So he paddles for his best friend's son,
that's cool.
And they've been doing this, I think, the last 3 years. So, and they have a big contingent out here supporting them, and it's really just amazing. There's a lot of people paddling for children out there. When you're paddling for a child with it, that's having something that you wish they didn't have, that gives you so much motivation to keep going across that ocean.
Yeah.
Because you would take their pain if you could, but you can't. So we raise money, and we try to help them, and we are close to setting a record for this year for fundraising. How about that?
So exciting. It really is. It's so exciting. It's the reason we're here above all else.
That's right.
And so it's really cool. And speaking to paddling for kids, this whole thing was started because of a kid.
Because of Piper.
Yeah.
Piper Suit, 4 years old, diagnosed with CF. And now she is an incredible young woman. I think she's going to be a junior or senior.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, her dad would know, but she's just amazing.
Time flies.
And she's a high school cheerleader, and she was dancing at the gala, having fun. She is inspiring, such a sweetheart. And I know you heard from her on the beach, and so good to give her a hug and welcome them home. So, you know, the folks, they've been going through a lot. We've been talking about this because the adrenaline is so high when you're over there that they were probably ready and pumped to go Friday night. And then they had to make some really hard decisions. Some folks had to not participate, but some folks are participating, and so that's why we're cheering them on louder than ever, because this has never happened in the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis before, where they actually had to postpone the paddle a whole 24 hours due to weather.
Yeah, you know, and the thing that we talk about in racing is the shorter the distance, the more the higher the percentage it is physical versus mental. So, you know, if you're doing a 5K race, it's 99% physical, 1% mental. You don't have to think in a 5K. You just got to do, right?
That's right.
But the further up in distance you do in pretty much any sport, the closer it gets to 99% mental. And so these types of events right here where it's so much about just getting to that starting line, and then when you're getting to it, enduring through it. You know, surviving whatever it is. It's so mental, and the physical is not as much of a factor, because at some point pain is just pain. You know, it just comes in and it's at whatever level it is, and that's what it is. But the mental thing, that's what so many of them have to fight. What their brain wants them to do is a difficult thing to fight against sometimes.
Right, and sometimes you got to keep going, because if you sit, then you're done. When you've been up this long and been paddling this long, then you really have to just keep it going.
Yeah.
And these paddlers are going to sleep hard tonight.
That's
I know
right.
that.
Well, let's take it down to the beach and see who's coming in now.
Hey everybody, I'm here with one of our top sponsors, Dr. Dave Capaldi. He was paddling. He couldn't make it this weekend because he had to work, unfortunately, when it got called. But I am here with his better half, his wife, Bridget Capaldi, here to talk about a little bit why they sponsor the Piper's Angels and the Crossing events.
Well, the event speaks for itself. You can see how many people are here and how incredible this community is. You know, we know some people personally who fight the fight with cystic fibrosis, and we just can't get behind this organization enough. It's unbelievable, the courage, the bravery, the sacrifice these people make to get out here, paddle these conditions, and just fight for a cure, fight for moving forward with the cystic fibrosis cure.
We're grateful for
be here.
Dr. Capaldi, this was his third time paddling for Diamante Medical Skincare. We hope to see him next year, and we can't thank you enough for being a huge sponsor of ours.
Absolutely. We love being here. David is so sad to have missed it, but he sends his love, sends his best, and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
And we're back. We're back. We've got so many more coming in right now.
I know, some exciting news. I just heard Team Elemental is getting close. I believe that's Ryan Burgess.
We've got Ryan Burgess. Yeah, we've got Lindsay Tilton is coming in here pretty soon. We've got Fish Sticks Fibrosis came in as well.
Yeah,
so.
And Lindsay's on Team Mahalo, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good work, guys. Salty Sistas, they touched ground, and that was a two-person competitive relay. I believe Jen Klinker heading up that team.
Cool.
And so Jen was actually on my boat last year, and she's a trooper. She's done this year after year after year, and she just, she's just even keeled. She's the type of person you want on your boat, because she's businesslike. She has a mission and she does it. And I really enjoyed being on the boat with her last year. So I can't wait to talk to her and give her a big hug and congratulate her.
Keeping a cool head in these sports is really important. And being around other people that can keep a cool head is really important. And
Absolutely.
so that works really well in the endurance world for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got a huge group of people coming in.
All right, this is cool.
now.
I think we're going to be sending it down to the beach pretty soon, because we got some excitement down there. There's more paddlers coming in, about ready to hit that beach. They're hearing the cowbells. They're waving. They're smiling. This is what they've been waiting for, prepping for all year long. We're cheering them on doubly loud, doubly hard, because they have been really pushing it this year. Pretty soon we're going to get you down the beach so you can see who is coming in. We're going to take you down to Tatiana. Tim's right now, Tati.
For them it's all year round.
We got Josh Lamphere and Ryan Burgess crossing the finish line right now. as you can tell, they are so stoked. That's Ryan's stepson giving him a big hug. Josh Lamphere and Ryan, they made it. These guys are competitors the whole time. They paddled relay team this year, first year that they didn't do it solo themselves. Really spoke a lot. Ryan's got a baby on the way. He's giving it a big kiss. He's super excited. It's just awesome to see these guys landing. They were ready to paddle the full 80. And it's really awesome to see that they were able to do the 32 and take it in stride. Ryan's been doing the crossing for years and years. Josh Lamphere as well. It's just really amazing to see them here. These guys are our experienced crossing crusaders. They are our top paddlers. They love to ring the bell. It's Ryan's favorite photo op. We get great photos of him every year. He's a dramatic bell ringer. You're about to see it. Here he goes. Team Elemental Performance. Here he goes. Ryan's favorite time, ringing that bell. There he goes. Woo! It's an emotional time. Yeah. He, as you can tell, he's a showman. And then we got Josh Lamphere. He is one of our top crossing crusaders, done it every year. Almost every year. Strong paddlers, these two. Strong paddlers. They are epic. We love them so much, and we're excited to see them. Ryan, congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you. I feel great. You know, number 6 for me and number 5 for Josh. So this crossing sets near and dear to my heart, and that's for we paddle for those who can every year.
Josh, how you feeling?
Feel great. I feel so great. I'm so glad I didn't do a solo paddle.
First year you guys are doing relay. Are you happy about that?
Yeah, finally teamed up with my boy.
Oh, we got a big team coming. Oh, we got Ryan Barry and all the other paddlers. Oh, Ryan Barry and all the other paddlers. We have so many paddlers that come in, I couldn't even name them. But I want to let you know that Ryan Barry is one of our cystic fibrosis paddlers. He's got the purple lei across him. They came all the way from Texas. He deserves that medal. He's worked so hard. This guy has been posting, talking about this, training for this. And he brought a group of friends with him, 4 friends with him from Texas to come do the paddle. A few of them had to pull out, unfortunately. But as you can see, Ryan is emotional. He's excited. He sees his dad. He's going to hug his dad. And we got all the other paddlers here. There's Ryan hugging his dad. A really sweet moment. That's one of our CF Warriors. And we're so proud of him. This guy, he's not a paddler. This is his first time. And we really hope that he'll come back again next year, bringing all his friends, bringing his family. They all traveled far to see him. And as you could tell, we had a lot of paddlers that just came in who are all pumped. They're stoked. They're cheering. They're crying. They're hugging. They're ringing bells. We got another CF Warrior, Riley, here cheering for Ryan. We're just here celebrating the cause, celebrating people who have cystic fibrosis, paddling for them, raising money for them. This is what it's all about, guys. These moments right here. He just saw his mom. And that's a really beautiful, beautiful time right there. How cool is it? He didn't know his mom was coming. She surprised him here. Ryan's been through a lot. He's been sick in the past. He's on Trikafta now. His health is up on the up and up, and this guy, he's the epitome of living life to the fullest, being grateful every day, inspiring every breath. We just couldn't be more proud of him. We're super excited. I just love to see the energy. It's been really cool to watch everybody. We got Riley here cheering for him, another CF Warrior. Everybody's here cheering. They're excited. There's a lot of tears, honestly. People are crying. Because how can you not? Look at this. Look at this energy. Look at this excitement. Look at these people who inspire us every day. This is what we do it for. David's waiting with his camera ready, with the hammer, ready for people to ring that bell, get those beautiful photo ops. It's going to be really great to see these photos when we're done. And he's so happy. They're all so happy. He just pointed out to Piper that we do it for her, that they do it for Piper and for Travis. Travis started this event because of the salt water benefits for people with cystic fibrosis specifically. And he thought, yeah, we could paddle across the ocean. Why not? And here we are 8 years later, 11 years from the first crossing, 8 active It's growing every year, and we have new people every year doing this. I mean, this team is from Texas, of all places. We had teams from Wisconsin, we had teams from Utah, Colorado, and Travis and Ryan have really become close. And I think he's going to try to do it again in another year, because we have a lot of people who are here wanting to accomplish what we could do here, 80 miles. We have people watching the interview on the beach, the MC on the beach. Ryan is a superstar. First time crossing Crusader, paddling across with us. We love Ryan Barry. Look him up online. His handle is Polar Berry, like polar bear. He's a funny guy. You guys have to meet this kid. He's amazing. So excited to see him. It makes me emotional seeing him. We actually met off TikTok, and we actually started talking about the crossing. And this guy's an adventure junkie. He skydives, and he was so stoked about this event. He couldn't wait to do it. And watching him paddle, watching him train, watching him post, it's been amazing. I'm going to let him ring that bell, and then we're going to grab him and talk to him. As you can see, he's excited. He's so excited. This is what he's been waiting for. He's been waiting for this moment this whole time. His parents are watching. His team is watching. The photographer is ready to capture that moment, because this is an initiation. This is the most special moment. It's the end of it all. He's emotional. We're excited to watch him ring that bell. Yay! We're excited to see him. Hey, Ryan.
Team, is that what we got going
good.
on?
Feeling good.
How was the paddle?
It was awesome.
You need water.
Todd King being there.
The paddle was tough.
So
It was a little bit windy.
Name your team after your
I just wanted to say
captain.
thank you. Can I thank my sponsors? Okay. I'd like to thank the local, New Braunfels, Texas. Best store to work for. I love my people there. Two Rivers Coffee, always been there for us in all of our endeavors and our projects. Rick Cavender helped support us financially. Buoy Hydration, Celsius, Salty Britches, incredible sponsors, incredible people supporting us in the event, but also supporting us in life. This is a big project. It's a lot to undertake. Shout out to Onan, our first captain, Captain Matias, our second captain, and to my guys. And you were working really hard all week. I saw it, so it's just it's a special event.
And as one of our CF Warriors, how meaningful is this moment here on the beach?
Extremely. It was emotional. I cried probably 20 times this week. I cried getting close. I'm going to cry again. Piper's Angels Foundation is the real deal. And I know that there's a lot of people that expect that now. This is not natural. This is not normal. This is a group of very hardworking people. And the reason that this goes as well as it does is because of hardworking people that work for this organization. So it's special. It's so cool. First time, you know, kind of hot. Need some water. But
I'm going to thank TikTok for introducing us, and I'm really grateful for this guy here, and I hope to see you again in the future years.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Grandpa, if you're watching this, I love you, and I hope I made you proud.
Texas. Like Dorothy said, I don't think we're in
So we're going to go for... We'll be right back, guys. It's been a really long afternoon. We hope you're enjoying it. We'll be right back. See you soon.
and this paddler from Germany.
Originally from Germany, Dad lives here in South Florida. Feliciano has just finished with his team. We're trying to get the team name now, but conditions have improved. I know that these paddlers probably went through a heck of a challenging last few hours, but conditions have improved somewhat, and really great sightings here at the finish.
It's so exciting. We have folks ringing the big bell, the gong, if you will. 80 Miles of Love, which is the team of Travis Suit and Piper. They are now on the podium, getting pictures, a little champagne shower. None for Piper, she's underage, but that's okay. And it's getting excited. You know, we were really close to having to kind of temporary hunker down for a minute. The storms were, the leading edge was only about 10 miles offshore, and wouldn't you know it, they started drifting north. And here we are sitting in the sun. Haven't had a raindrop yet.
We have not had a raindrop. We've not had a bolt of lightning, so got very close. But
someone's looking out for us today. You know, Casey Kiernan McCullough said to me, she said, one thing that's important with this event is to not have exact expectations for the event, because she said, whatever your expectations are going into the event, the reality will never be the same. So sometimes you have to surrender your perfect vision of what you want and just allow what is meant to happen. And what's happening right now is a big time celebration right here, Lake Worth Beach, bringing these paddlers home to safety after all the hard work they've done, after all the money has been raised for cystic fibrosis. However, we're still raising money, and there's still time to donate. We're gonna have a record-breaking year. I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
I feel it.
Absolutely. I think, as you said, I think earlier we spoke about the fact that you train for this physically. It becomes a mental challenge, but then as you hit the beach or you start to really consider it, you had a lot of time out there, your why starts to become more apparent. And I think that watching all these celebrations on the beach, the emotions of people coming out, having worked through what was an incredibly challenging weekend, not to mention the 5 or 6 months leading up to it, is just fantastic. Families reuniting, daughters and sons holding up a sign for mom or dad coming across the line. It's just remarkable.
You know, when I saw Piper Suit holding her little baby brother after coming out of the ocean, now that was a moment. And it's been videoed, and we have pictures of it. So if you haven't seen it yet, you will be seeing it if you'd like to see that. Talking a little bit about Team Elemental Performance. That's Josh Lanphier and Ryan Burgess. And those are two names that have been associated with the Crossing for some time. I'd call them kind of core people with the Crossing. And, interesting, Josh was King of the Crossing in 2021. So good for him, because I remember 2021, that was not an easy year.
That was a tough year, very tough year.
My friend said at times seas were 8 to 10 out there. My team didn't make it the whole way. We made about 3 hours. We did our best, but we were in surf skis, and it proved too much for us, so we got back here safely. But 2021 was a tough year, and Josh was king of the beach. And then Ryan Burgess, I mean, he's well known in the community. He does a lot of help, mentoring, and support. So give it up for Ryan.
Oh, give it up for both of them. And what a wonderful team. Two guys that, as you say, are core to this Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. I know Ryan headed up the mentor program when it first got underway, and has built it into something special. You don't want paddlers just getting into this and not knowing what to expect. And he does an incredible job of preparing you and your team for what is a great challenge.
Yeah, and fun fact about Ryan Burgess is he likes to paddle with his dog Moana. So isn't that cute?
That's very cute. That is so cute.
That is cute. And I actually just saw Ryan, I believe it's his stepson, give him a big hug. And when you see parents reunited with their kids on the beach, it's heartwarming. It's actually, when I saw Piper, I got a little tear.
Well, I think more than that as well is just seeing these teams come across, and I'm thinking whoever the MC is down there, David mentioned that it's not really just a team, it's a community, and you saw a whole group of people come across that line together. I mean, they've all lived this. They've all helped with the training, helped with nutrition, spoken about where to be, what's happening, waiting for the unknown. I think it's great to see them reunited on the beach for such an amazing cause.
Yeah, it's relief, it's excitement, it's happiness, it's joy, it's everything rolled into one. Another team that has landed, Fish Stick Fibrosis, which is kind of a creative name right there. And on that team we have Patrick Foltz, Tanner Davis, Harrison Foltz, Ryan Berry, Cameron Moore. Now, if anything logistically has changed due to Mother Nature, I do apologize, but that is the team, and they were a nonprofit relay team. I've only been able to do this event in a relay. You know, it takes a village. For me, it takes 3 other strong paddlers to get across the ocean, but some of these guys do all 80 themselves, and you did a 2-man.
I did a 2-man team. Again, that was no small feat, but the people that try to do it at 80 miles by themselves solo is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's just a huge, incredible effort from everyone around them, families included.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. It seems like some of these teams come in kind of waves. We'll have like a couple teams come in together. Cowbell's going crazy, and then it gets a little quiet. So I don't think there's a team coming in right this second. But let's talk. I want to talk about the weather just for a moment. You know, we're no stranger to thunderstorms here in South Florida. It's rainy season. We get them a lot. But we've been in an unusual pattern. They weren't just the quick line of afternoon storms. It was more of an all-day situation. There's a disturbance that really created a lot of, you know, just unsettled weather, plus lots and lots of tropical moisture. I think we're feeling some of that tropical moisture right now.
We certainly are. I mean, it was cooler earlier as those thunderstorms rolled through, were rolled by us. But I think also, you know, it's spawned off some incredible activities. We've had small tornadoes touch down in Hope Sound and that sort of stuff, and it's something that we wouldn't ordinarily see.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start to the rainy season, and yeah, that the Hope Sound tornado was just a few weeks ago, and of course you're at the Pine School, so you're right in Hope Sound, so that was top of mind for you. And you know, I was in the studio when the warning went off, and then I was up there for the damage, and thankfully no one was hurt in that tornado, which is amazing.
Sure. Yeah.
So and so when you're talking weather, you're talking the ocean, you're talking this event, safety is of course the biggest factor, right? And Mother Nature has made it a little more difficult this year to keep everybody safe.
I think Josh Ferris has done an incredible job of keeping people up to date on what's going on. They've made the right calls, the tough calls when they've had to, but they've also just prepared everyone for it. And I think, you know, no matter where you are and what organization, if you've got something happening outdoors, you have to be aware that things can change very quickly. And I think that they've had to adapt this weekend's event. But again, it's still an incredible fundraiser for cystic fibrosis.
Yeah, and I heard Tatiana talking on the beach, and she was saying, you know, there were a lot of unknowns this weekend, a lot of, you know, last-minute decisions, last-minute calls, things not working out perfectly. But she said, she reminded us all that, you know, when you live with cystic fibrosis, your life's not perfect, right? You're doing the best you can every day. And that's kind of what everybody did in the Bahamas this weekend, was making the best decision they could, really hour to hour for the last 48 hours.
Absolutely. I see Feliciano's dad, Alex, has just crossed the line. I'm trying to still get the team name, but we appreciate them all coming ashore as well. And I know they also did the race with us a few weeks ago from Stewart to Jupiter.
Yeah,
so,
the race against the tide.
Race against the tide.
That.
So
that was fun.
I think some of these things, when you're out there with these groups coming in, I think that when you're paddling, you see another group, you get close, you're doing a similar speed, and it creates a little bit of a boating community out there. You're competitive, but really you like to stay near them. It kind of keeps you in touch with the race, you know?
Oh, absolutely. You know, when I've done it out there, you get off the beach, or, you know, and this year you get out in the middle of the ocean, pretty quickly it's just you and your team. So it's really just you and your team, and I just stay with the boat. If the boat makes it back and I stay with the boat, then I'll make it back too. That was kind of my game plan. But let's read off some of these teams that have hit sand. So we have High School Heroes. We have Ford's Fight.
We get 80 Miles of Love and Paddle PDL.
We have Salty Sistas.
Ocean Outlaws.
I like that one. That's a good one. How about Cystic Fibrosis? A little creativity with alliteration. Two F's right there. I like that one.
Fantastic. Lindsay Tilton and the team Mahalo, and I'm sorry I don't have the second part of that team, the name. And then Ryan Burgess.
And Josh Lamphere.
With Elemental.
Yeah.
What a great group.
Yep, and Josh was king of the Crossing in 2021. So I think a paddle has made it, and we're going to list off these teams as they come in. But, you know, again, thank you so much. Everyone watching this right now, I know in some way you have been a part of this event, whether you're a relative, whether you're a friend, you're watching this for a reason. We thank you for being here, for supporting the Crossing community. I think, Kelly, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Mean when we say bioavailable, then this video is for you. My name is Kristen, and I have a series called Hydration University where I teach you everything that I've learned about hydration. Bioavailability simply means that it is in its best form to work with your natural biochemistry. That as soon as you ingest it, it is more easily able to enter the bloodstream than if you were to use a pill, tablet, powders, etc. And that's why buoy is the cleanest and most efficient way to get your electrolytes. There's no sugars, no sweeteners. It is most bioavailable in its liquid form. And of course, you get your trace minerals and your electrolytes. Here's to the most bioavailable hydration product.
Starting something that can have a massive impact and creating something bigger than yourself that can leave the world better than it is now for future generations. We're able to get a bunch of people that are already passionate about helping others, helping the environment, and we wanted to get them out there to clean up plastic and also give back to Bimini in the Bahamas. Thank you for coming clean us up. Let's have a great rest of the event, yeah?
For years now, we've been proud to partner with Celsius Fitness Drinks, our trusted title sponsor. Celsius Fitness Drinks are more than just a refreshing way to quench your thirst. They're a delicious and healthy way to fuel your active lifestyle with no sugar and no preservatives. And they have been an integral part of our Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis event, an 80-mile epic paddle challenge from the Bahamas to Florida, in support of the Piper's Angels Foundation mission to improve and empower the lives of families in the cystic fibrosis community. We couldn't have done it without Celsius, and we are so grateful for their unwavering support year after year. Whether we're out on the water or we're back on land, Celsius helps us stay hydrated, energized, and ready to take on any challenge. So here's to Celsius Fitness Drinks for being a crucial part of our journey and for helping us make a difference in the cystic fibrosis community. Thank you, Celsius. It's more than an individual, more than a community, more than Piper, more than the CF community. It's about what we do in our lives with this precious time that we have here on this earth to initiate something that is genuine and heartfelt and carries that presence with it, that brings you into that presence with this moment.
Welcome back. We are here with Elemental Performance, Ryan Burgess and Josh Lamphere, and thank you guys for joining us. You just got out of the ocean. Just go ahead and talk about the experience, how you feel right now. We'll start with Ryan.
Yeah, you know, it was, it started off a little slow and just, you know, it was us against the sun. And then the winds and everything really picked up. But it was nice to be out there in a two-person relay for the first time for both of us, actually.
So you were king of the crossing in 2021.
Correct.
So you did all 80 miles iron.
I've done it 4 times iron, yeah.
Only 4 times?
So
yeah.
I was very glad to do a relay team this year.
Yeah, I think this was a good year to do a relay team,
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you, we were concerned. We were sitting here on the beach, and we saw the line of storms that at one point was within 10 to 15 miles, and it was kind of getting closer to the beach. So I was trying to figure out, were you guys ahead of that line, or were you in some storms today? What was happening out
No,
there?
we did get caught in the storms the last, I don't know, 6 or 8 miles.
Yeah, right in there.
A lot of left side paddling, but a lot of good bumps out there. We got some downwinding in. We kept,
Yeah,
you know,
it was fun.
tacking right, and
We live for that type of conditions, man.
These
That's
guys can do
that's
it.
it. That's what we
Yeah.
ride for.
So at the highest seas with the storms and wind, what were the highest seas, would you say, out there that you're dealing with?
It did get like 2 to 4 with the wind picked up for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we had to pull away from the boat. We couldn't do any more drafting. It was just way too messy with the boat in the mix. But yeah, 2 to 4 probably.
Wow. So, there's a big difference between intercoastal paddling and ocean paddling.
You got it.
And even when the ocean is relatively calm, there's more going on.
Yes.
The tides, the currents
Totally
are
agree.
stronger.
There's
So now you have tide, you have current, you have wind, and you have seas picking up.
That's
it's
it.
like you got everything going.
That's it. Yeah, that's why I coach with my business called Elemental Performance, and that's a big part of my program is teaching and coaching to be out in the water and understanding the winds, waves, and tides, because it's so important once you come down to the crossing for 80 miles.
Yeah. I definitely, I've done the crossing 3 times. Not this year. I'm here hosting, which is a cool way to see it.
We'd love to see you.
I got to do it last year.
Thank you. And you know what? This is crazy. I should have been well rested, but I'm just sitting here at my house and I was nervous for you guys. I was like, come on.
Yeah.
When I saw Piper come in and Travis,
Oh, for
that
sure.
was
Yeah.
amazing.
Hey, just a quick shout out to Travis Sood and Josh Ferris, because we faced a lot of adversity over there with the weather patterns. It's very difficult to show up to the beach launch 2 nights in a row,
Right.
And for them to be constantly in touch with the weather service and have to make those tough calls, props to them. And then we did salvage it, by being able to do the 32 miles this morning. So props to those guys for sure.
Yeah, and I feel better that you guys made it. By trade, I'm a meteorologist, so
Yeah,
even though I'm just the messenger, I don't control the weather.
Exactly.
I still feel a little sense of responsibility. And I was actually checking back with my fellow colleagues to get an update on exactly how far that line of storms was offshore. And at one point, it was 10 to 15, moving at 15 miles an hour. And the last minute, it kind of took a turn to the north, which kept it off the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, we were paddling in front of it for majority of the crossing, and then once it kind of creeped up behind us and really started turning on, and that's when we kind of had a little fun.
So I want to ask you guys, because I've been over there. So you had the rose ceremony Saturday morning, and I think the weather was pretty decent for the ceremony. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had a good rose
Totally.
ceremony. But at what point on Saturday was it like people were thinking, "Oh boy, we have an issue, not a problem, just a situation"?
Yep.
What time was
I mean,
that?
I'll say by Saturday night, as everybody's packed, ready to go, we're laying down, it starts pouring. And we knew there was some weather coming through. I really had no idea, though, that there was a possibility of postponing it. I know that contingency is always in place. It's just never happened. So
Right.
I was like, whoa, wow. And then,
is this really happening?
yeah, and then, understandably, a lot of people had to drop out then. They had to get home for, Monday morning.
yeah.
So it's unfortunate, but it was the right call because
100%.
it thunder and lightning all night over there in Bimini, and it was lit up all the way to Lake Worth Pier, so it was the right call.
A lot of times you don't get a second chance with lightning. If you're in the wrong
Correct.
spot at the
Totally.
wrong time,
Yeah.
So safety first.
Yep.
And
100%.
and then the other cool thing was, even though some teams had to drop out, all of the funds raised are still in place.
yeah.
Yeah,
still
that's the most
going.
important.
to help those with cystic fibrosis, which is the heart of the cause.
That's it.
Man, you guys are awesome. You just paddled across the ocean. You probably haven't slept much, and you're just chilling.
We're
like
good to
you're-
go.
Yeah.
I heard the announcement.
We were ready for 82.
He was talking about Blake Carmichael, and he said, "Oh, here comes Blake, looking fresh as a daisy."
Oh, yeah.
That was a funny.
Is Blake already in?
Blake came in right around the same time you guys did. So,
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Off to your.
How about Maddie?
I don't think Maddie's come across yet that I've heard of.
Okay.
But we don't always get every announcement from the beach.
Sure.
But
Props to Blake. He's a stud. If he stays the course, he could do a lot in this sport.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. This sport is really incredible. I started doing it, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. It's my favorite sport now.
Yeah, you've crossed a couple times.
Couple times.
Yeah.
I'll be there next year.
What-
That's the plan.
Okay.
This year I had a reason. My nephew's wedding.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Those
So
weddings
I
get in
flew
the way.
home on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to take 2 years off after 21. I was traumatized for a little bit.
My team didn't make it in 21.
It
We
was-
made it, but we
Yeah,
didn't
21
make
was
it.
gnarly.
That was the
21
worst
was-
82
yeah, we
miles
both
I've
did
ever
the 480
paddled.
that year.
All right, so in this whole past week, did you ever have a moment of just kind of, ooh, I'm feeling like I'm losing motivation. How do I get my headspace right?
Yeah, I got to tell you that you're all prepped and ready to go, and then you're standing on that beach Saturday night, and then to have it postponed.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah, and then going into that second night, you're really going through all the emotions during the day. The ups and downs and the highs and lows, and we were prepared to launch again, and then unfortunately the weather blew in, and it is what it is, and I'm glad we were able to at least get something out of the crossing, but at the end of the day, we do it for the CFers.
That's right.
And that's ultimately our why, and that's who Josh and I are as paddlers. So.
Exactly. Casey Kiernan, now Casey Kiernan McCullough.
Yep.
She was on my team 2 years ago. That was
Yeah,
awesome being
I
with
remember.
Casey.
Soon to be a mom.
Yeah, soon to be a mom. I know. I bet that baby will be a paddler. I just have an idea. But maybe, we'll see. But yeah, Casey said, don't have your expectations too solidified in your head, because whatever you think it's going to be, the reality is going to be different.
Yeah.
So just kind of be flexible and ready to roll.
Yep.
Roll as it goes.
It was a perfect opportunity to just let go and flow. The X factor with this event is always the weather and the ocean, and you can't go at certain times, so you just got to let go, and okay, we'll try again tomorrow.
All right, so what time did you guys leave Bimini by boat this morning?
7:04.
Yeah, and then we dropped in at just
9.
around 9 o'clock, so we just did that in 5 hours.
Okay,
Yep.
which is incredible.
Yep.
That's a good time.
Yeah, we'll take it.
We were hammering.
And that's the thing. I don't want anyone to think that 32 miles of paddling is nothing. It
No.
is not. It's
Exactly.
almost half the distance.
Yes.
You guys
Still
did
a big
almost
deal.
half the distance. And
Yep.
10 miles, 5 miles of your paddling hard is
100%.
exhausting. This is a tough
Yeah.
sport. You guys are the champs. I am so
Thank you.
proud of you.
Appreciate you.
I
Thank
bet
you
you
so
might
much.
need some water, maybe some.
Yeah, I'm looking at that cheese pizza across the street. So
No, wait,
that's like my
wait,
go-to
You just
after
got
the
off
crossing.
the ocean and about
I
rough
just want
weather,
carbs.
and you can eat pizza?
Yes, I
Yeah,
want carbs. That's all I want.
Actually,
right
this is the best I've ever felt at the beach landing. Usually, I'm like, get me out of
Yeah.
I
here.
like it. I like it.
Doing the irons.
But I'm
Well-
ready for another 32.
Hey, maybe someone wants to donate for their pizza.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
I
Keep
think
donating.
we are going to go to the beach pretty soon when we have another team coming in. But I don't hear the cowbells right yet.
Looks like someone's coming in right now.
Wait, Ryan is spotting
That
someone.
might be-
That's Maddie.
That's Maddie.
Maddie.
That's Maddie.
LeBlanc
Yeah.
from Canada.
Yep.
Who, Kelly was telling
Team
me that
Flying
Maddie
Fish.
is #1 paddler from Canada, I believe, or
Yeah.
female.
Female? I believe it.
Yeah, and it's Team Flying Fish.
She's officially at Team Flying Fish, yeah.
That's right. Actually, Casey Kiernan is just off to my left. She's
There
waving
she
at
is,
us
Casey
right now.
Kiernan.
Everyone
Come on.
associated with the community knows Casey, and she's coming up.
Come on,
She's coming up
Casey.
live. Hi, Casey. How
I
you
haven't
doing?
seen you yet since we landed.
Yeah, how's it going,
What's
guys?
up?
Great, we were just
Good.
talking about how your baby's going to be paddling this event.
Say hi to the folks.
Hi, everybody.
I mean, what a week.
Yeah,
What a week.
it's so interesting because before the crossing and like as we're preparing, going through all of our meetings and everything, everyone always asks, what if there's a storm? What if the weather's not good? What are we going to do? And we say, well, we paddle until it's not safe. If it's unsafe, we're not going to go. We either go a day early or go a day late, and we've never had to use that contingency plan. We had to this year, and even though there were some inconveniences, we made adjustments, and everything went as well and as smoothly as it could given the situation. And it was amazing last night when they made the call that we're not going to launch last night, but everyone's going to get a chance to at least paddle in. And the energy then, it was amazing.
Spirits were up still.
Yeah, because everyone could have been really sad about it, but everyone rallied together, and they're like, we're still in this, and we're here. Let's do what we can.
Yeah, that is so great. So good to see you back here, and it was funny. I didn't even paddle, but I was so just nervous and excited for you guys, checking the weather that, I didn't really sleep that much this weekend.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I don't think anybody did.
There's something about it, but
that's been the hard part.
It's incredible. So you've done this many years, Casey. In one or two words, describe this year versus the past years.
Special.
And this is going to be a special year for you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not paddling because I have a baby on the way. Okay, so, amongst all the craziness and the adjustments being made and, all the fun that comes with that, I started feeling baby kick and flutter around. So I was like, oh, that makes everything better. So we'll see if baby comes to Crossing next year.
That's right. This time next year, we're going to have baby
on board. Ryan's also got a baby coming.
Yeah,
any day now.
You got a mic.
Yeah, mine's literally any day. And I'm just, I want to thank my wife because, she's the backbone of our family, and for her to allow me to go over and, continue to support Piper's Angels Foundation. I'm very thankful for her, and we are literally due any day. We are 37 weeks pregnant. She is 37 weeks pregnant. And so I really wanted to cross this ocean, turn around, and go to the hospital and have this baby girl.
Who knows what's going to happen next year?
Picked out?
Yes, it's Kailani.
Is there meaning to that?
Yes, Kai meaning ocean and sea, and Lani meaning heavenly skies. So,
beautiful.
Yeah,
really beautiful.
We're stoked.
So we're going to have a couple Crossing babies here.
There's
Tassi's baby.
A lot going
We're
on.
gonna have lots of Crossing crusaders.
We need future generations of crossers.
That's it.
So you're doing your part.
We got 'em.
Throw them right in
When
the
we
ocean.
get a little too tired to keep paddling, the next generation can do it.
I'm gonna go say hi to everyone on the beach. I'll see you guys
All right, bye,
later.
Casey.
Good job this week, Casey.
Nice job. So wow, you guys are doing awesome. But let me know if you need a break because they just came out of the ocean.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to take my break. I gotta get my
let's get April out of here.
pregnant wife back home.
All right.
She's here in this hot sun. So
I think we're going to be tossing a break pretty soon here.
Hey, shout out to the live stream crew who have been here the last few years holding.
Thank you.
All right.
She was 4 years old when I got the phone call from her mom. The doctor said she tested positive for cystic fibrosis, a devastating diagnosis. If you Google cystic fibrosis, you'll see some terrible results of the rare genetic disease. From chronic lung infections, abdominal surgeries, feeding tubes, brittle bones, to hours of breathing treatments, organ transplants, and death. With an estimated 1,000 new diagnoses each year in the U.S. alone, more families get blindsided with heartbreak. Everyone hopes for a cure, but families with cystic fibrosis need hope for today. Daddy, my lungs are burning. It was this moment that changed my life. I made a decision that night that I would do whatever it took to help kids and families facing the adversity of this disease. That's when Piper's Angels Foundation was born. At Piper's first clinic appointment, the respiratory therapist told us that surfers in Australia with CF were having much better results with their checkups. This led to a discovery that salt or saline solution, if inhaled, could lead to better airway clearance of the lungs, the main organ affected by CF. Hearing this news was a miracle. There was a natural therapeutic environment to bring Piper to heal and stay healthy, and it was the ocean. It was an idea that sparked a movement. a world-class challenge to paddle the Gulf Stream from the Bahamas to Florida in an effort to spread awareness for CF. This movement grew into an incredible community, and it was this event and community that created our organization. To this day, we continue to make tremendous impact nationally and globally for the CF community. I never wanted Piper's life to be defined by CF. I wanted her to be able to define her life on her own terms, no matter how long she lived. In a rare disease community, a small organization can make a huge impact, and we are doing just that. Our innovative programs bring relief and empowerment to hundreds of families each year, such as grants for urgent financial assistance, peer-to-peer support, coaching for mental health and improving lung function, and scholarships for life-enhancing activities. There are tens of thousands of CF families across the world. Most of these families do not have access to basic resources. Just imagine if the only difference between your child living and dying was where you lived. We have an opportunity to bridge the gap and build a pipeline of resources to CF families in every country. To these families, hope is everything. That's what our organization represents, a glimmer of hope. We are a CF family, empowering CF families, and we will continue to fight for every breath. We believe every person with CF deserves to have the best chance to live their most empowered life possible. The promise, the prayer, the opportunity, and the gift of this foundation is that the voice of these families will be heard. Inspire every breath. We are Piper's Angels Foundation.
Paddleboarding is a passion of mine. Stress relief, it's a great workout. A lot of the time I find myself, sitting on the board after a long paddle, just reflecting on life, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it. There's really nothing like it. It's me against the water. My name is Chris Farney. I'm a low voltage production supervisor at Power Design, and I'm a competitor in the Crossing For Cystic Fibrosis, paddleboarding 82 miles from Bimini, Bahamas to Lake Worth, Florida. The challenging part to this is obviously the training. In the gym in the mornings, most of the time from 5:30 to 6, I get an hour workout in, go to work. Some days I'm on my lunch break, I'll come out, paddle a couple miles. Most of the time it's in the evening. I like to paddle the sunsets. Power Design has supported me in more ways than one. They sponsor me as a participant in the actual event. They are the longest running corporate sponsor of the foundation and the event Crossing For Cystic Fibrosis. They have offered me a wonderful workplace, training grounds, the gym, a lake that I can paddle on anytime I want. I truly am thankful for Power Design. I use motivation to keep me going. My coworkers, my friends, my family, my boss, Oscar Camacho, he pushes me every day in the gym. I count on him a lot. And I remember, the days that I'm on the board and I don't want to do it and I want to give up and it sucks. And that's what pushes me is there's people that believe in me. There's people that truly, truly believe that I can do this physically, mentally, and that alone, pushes me. So the day of the beach landing, it is probably the most emotional thing I've ever been a part of You will see strangers crying. You will see participants crying. It is truly, it's amazing. You have a community of people that just come together, people ringing bells, whistles, cheering everyone on, people they don't even know. You start to see that it's bigger than that. It's bigger than just an epic physical challenge. Paddleboarding 82 miles from the Bahamas is about being part of a foundation, a community full of love and compassion, and it's truly the most amazing event that I've ever been a part of. The people are absolutely amazing, just hearts of gold. And to me, I was raised to always give back and to be bigger than you. And to me, this is the best way to do so. You want to quit so many times. Last 5 miles, I'm crying, I'm happy, I'm everything, and I'm spent. I got no energy, my legs are shaking. And all you do is you think about all the people here that supported me for the past 9 months, were there for me in the dark times, were there for me in the good times, pushed me to train when I didn't want to. And here I am. I crossed the finish line.
The live stream of the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. I'm joined by my co-host Kelly Hilton Green.
All the way from Stuart, Florida, but the accent is from South Africa. So wonderful to be here with you guys.
Sitting between us is none other than Riley Walker. Welcome home, Riley.
Thanks, it's good to be back.
We are so excited to see your smiling face. I was on Riley's team last year, so I got to know Riley really well. And Riley, we're here to listen to your stories. I can only imagine everything you encountered. So what are you feeling right now?
Well, this morning I woke up feeling pretty disappointed. I think everybody felt those feelings at some point this time. But now being here at the pier, cheering on my friends and the people I call family now coming home, it's the best feeling in the world, seeing everybody achieve their goals.
Yeah. Now, last year on my team, Riley got the nickname Riley the Ripper because she was like ahead of the boat. We had to keep calling her back. She was so out there. And so you said you're Riley the Ripper, but you have a new nickname now.
Yeah, my friend Joe at the office, he came up with a new nickname. It's called Riley the Ripper with the Carpet Grippers. So it went from... And the only reason he calls me the grippers is because of my toes.
Because they're long?
I got long toes.
And that helps you grip the board.
Exactly, right? The ripper with the carpet grippers. That's why they got me on my toes.
So you're kind of like genetically born for the sport.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go with that. Also, Riley has taken on a big thing. So this year, Riley was training to go iron, but as we keep saying, the weather had other plans. That's okay. It's not a problem. It's a situation, and now it's just the excitement is going to happen in a year from now. But Riley, you also took on being in charge of the mentorship program this year.
Yeah, this year I took on a role as the Cystic Fibrosis Warrior Mentor, and I had the opportunity to help all the CF Warriors that participate in the crossing this year prepare, prep, and be ready for success. Here I am sitting on this beach watching Ryan Berry cross the finish line, a CF Warrior from Texas, and seeing his excitement and energy, and knowing that I assisted and was like a backbone for him was super inspirational for me. But But yeah, I trained for the 80, set out to make history as the first woman with cystic fibrosis to complete the full 80 and go iron. Like everyone says, the weather had other ideas, but next year we're coming back to make some history.
Yeah, and you had a film crew over in Bimini with you, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Had a film crew. We're going to make a documentary, part 2 coming out. It's going to be great. I'm excited to share my story.
Yeah. So how did it feel to kind of be, knowing you're now going to be a character in a movie? I mean, you're playing yourself, but is it kind of like I'm in a movie?
Yeah, we were making jokes. It's like, Riley, you got to bring the same swimsuits you wore last year so that you can just continuously play the same part and role. But this is just one obstacle. People with cystic fibrosis, we face daily obstacles all the time. We face obstacles of just life in general, We go through adversity, and the weather, the ocean, like that changes so much. And someone with cystic fibrosis, our life changes so much that,
yeah.
This is exactly what's happened today. Postpone, and change. Like that's really what it's like.
The life of someone with cystic fibrosis, because you might have big plans.
Exactly.
And your health might say, oh, we decided to do something funny, and then you have to be flexible and you have to stay positive. So I was talking earlier about you on the stream. I hope you don't mind.
Oh boy, hopefully it's not.
All good stuff. And I said, I had never spent as much time with a CF Warrior until last year, and you were on my team. I didn't really know everything you have to go through on a daily basis, just a daily basis. I mean, I might have to take a vitamin, eat and drink, that's it. You have a special diet. You have a compression vest you wear twice a day, I think,
Yep.
to break up the mucus in your lungs.
Yeah, it looks like a life jacket or a rocket ship.
You take special medication?
Yep,
Yeah.
special medication.
Every day.
Every day, every time I eat, morning, night, all the time.
And here is the amazing part is, I would think like, oh, maybe they're sad. You're not sad, girl. This is the happiest woman I think I've met. Your smile's so big. You're so inspiring. And Riley, what you do every day is just incredible.
Are you trying to butter me up?
I don't want anything from you other than your friendship. So, Riley, I know you just came out of the ocean, so you might be a little thirsty, a little tired. The sun, it got really cool here with the winds and the clouds, but now it's probably about 100 degrees.
Yeah, it's a little toasty here, that's
So,
for sure.
We're going to head to break pretty soon, but Riley, I'm going to give you the last words here, maybe in just a minute or two, just kind of summarize the week you just had and the feeling you have now and what you want people watching to know about this community.
I came in this community last year. I moved down from Montana to be here specifically for this event and for the family and friends that I've made along the way. Like, oh, man, I'm not gonna cry, but the week thanks,
okay.
You're the best. The week I had over in Bimini was fantastic. I got to meet so many new people, and every year you meet someone and you bring someone into this community and they don't know what CF is. Now they are here, like it says on our medals this year. Come for the challenge, you stay for the cause. And I've seen so many people feel disappointed, but when they saw the beach today and they landed, that went away. They know why they're here. And if you are thinking about doing the crossing or thinking about getting involved in any single way, just do it. Like,
Yeah.
there's no,
there's no downside.
There's no downside. There's
And
always
you don't have to
something
paddle.
good.
You
You don't
can
have to
just
paddle,
volunteer.
crew, volunteer, be a captain, whatever it is, because without you guys, like, I wouldn't be sitting here achieving this goal. I wouldn't have set out. But until next time, like next year, those 80 miles got nothing on me.
Yeah.
We're gonna go make some history.
This is going to be amazing.
We got this.
And I hope to do the crossing next year.
You better do the crossing
All right,
next year,
let's do
Kate.
it. All right. We're
We
shaking
look forward
on it
to
right
seeing
here.
you both in the crossing next year.
Yeah, Kelly's done the crossing a couple
You're
years.
in?
I'm in.
All right, you see it here, folks. 2 people signed up for the crossing for 2025.
Fist bump.
Fist bump.
Boom. All right, I think we're going to send it to a little break. We're going to get Riley some water here, or Celsius, or whatever she wants.
Apple juice.
And we'll be right back.
Let me tell you a story about a family gotta sail and catch them crabs. Catch a crab, catch a crab. Sail over to Eleuthera. Sail over, fly down to Exuma. Fly down, yeah. Come and gather round. Rushing through the town.
We like to say that it was a family business, it's now a business of families.
Quality of equipment and all that is great, but relationships is what drives the Diaz family. I always know that I'm dealing with people that will always have my best interests at heart.
Clients absolutely depend on me, so much so that they all have my cell phone number and they know they can call me any time of day. I always pick up.
You have the benefit of buying the best equipment in the world and having a local representation that really takes care of the customer.
Been working for this company a very long time. Love this company, and I'll probably be working here till I die.
And without a doubt, I would highly recommend MedLab. Not only would I recommend them, I constantly recommend them to my friends in the business.
I'm always asking the question, what's the next chapter? What does the future bring for us? Where we're enhancing lives, using cutting-edge technology, and doing everything that we can to improve our community.
I add buoy to my morning cup to round out my energy. These liquid ionic minerals balance out the caffeine and keep me grounded. They're unflavored and sugar and sweetener free. I also dose a few times throughout the day to keep my energy stable. I love how hydrated they make me feel. It's the easiest way to get your electrolytes and trace minerals in. Try them risk-free at justaddbuoy.com and add them to your drinking rituals.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more contaminated than outdoor air? Imagine if you were struggling to breathe with a lung disease like cystic fibrosis. Often people with CF are doing multiple breathing treatments every day to battle recurring lung infections. Don't they deserve to have a clean, safe home?
That's why Piper's Angels Foundation was so excited to partner with Stanley Steamer South Florida and the Treasure Coast to provide clean air for healthier lungs. Stanley Steamer's top-of-the-line services go well beyond air duct cleaning. They clean the coils and motors where harmful bacteria, viruses, and allergens can live, and protect the entire air system with powerful treatments and new technologies designed to sustain a healthy indoor environment. As a family or a person with cystic fibrosis, clean air is really essential for peace of mind.
If you're a CF family in the South Florida community and you'd like to benefit from this opportunity, we would love to hear from you.
Piper's Angels Foundation, CF families empowering CF families.
Inspire every breath.
The incredible healing benefits of that ocean for people with cystic fibrosis. This air we're breathing is healing our lungs. It's keeping us healthy. And that is what you're about to paddle across.
Starting something that can have a massive impact and creating something bigger than yourself that can leave the world better than it is now for future generations.
What I want you to remember, and I say this all the time, is the Crossing community. You are what has built this foundation into one of the most impactful grassroots organizations in the world for cystic fibrosis.
We're able to get a bunch of people that are already passionate about helping others, helping the environment, and we wanted to get them out there to clean up plastic and also give back to Bimini in the Bahamas. Thank you for coming clean us up. Let's have a great rest of the event, yeah?
Calling all captains. If you're up for the adventure of a lifetime while boating for a great cause, this is your chance. The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis is an epic paddle challenge from the Bahamas to Florida, and we need your help in supporting our paddlers across the Gulf Stream. Our captains and crew are the unsung heroes of this event, and we couldn't do it without them. Go to crossingforcf.com for more info.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Cystic Fibrosis 2024, and what a wonderful year it's been. A year of challenges. I think, as you've seen, most of the paddlers come in this afternoon. The weather has played a huge role in this year's event, but like other warriors out there, people have stood up and really taken that challenge on. We've had a number of racers finish this morning and this afternoon. Just some important news that I think we should just get to before I interview Tara here. But our goal for the year is $750,000. We have $740,000, so we're $10,000 away from reaching our fundraising goal, which is incredible. So thank you so much if you're out there, you've supported. On that note, I'd love to introduce Tara Whitesides. Tara Whitesides from Spark Pediatrics, and while I'm doing that, I'm just telling you we have 3 teams left to come in off the ocean, which is wonderful. Everyone's been safe, made good decisions, but 3 teams left. We'll talk about them as we get here. But Tara from Spark Pediatrics, business development, I'm going to let you talk about how you got involved with cystic fibrosis.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks everybody for having us. We are a first-year sponsor. Spark Pediatrics is the largest, what we call, medical daycare. It's prescribed pediatric extended care, and we actually serve and we have children with cystic fibrosis in multiple centers of ours. So we were very passionate about Travis's story, about the story of Piper, and just all of the other, lives that this organization is impacting in a positive way. So we wanted to contribute in whatever way that we could. As a first-year sponsor, we have a tent. If you're here listening, come down and see us. But really what we want to do is help promote our programs that are fully funded by Medicaid. And so if you know of a child, or you have a child that has cystic fibrosis or any other sort of medical diagnosis that would require a skilled nursing intervention, we would love to talk to you. Again, just really thankful to be here. This is something extremely special that we're looking forward to participating in for years to come.
Tara, thank you so much. And I do know that you guys have a number of different outlets throughout Miami and South Florida.
We have 13 locations in Florida. There are 2 in Miami, Florida City. We have another in Tamarack, Fort Lauderdale, so the Broward area, as well as West Palm, Stewart, and then in North Florida, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, Orlando, and Kissimmee. So again,
that's a large area.
Yeah, just thankful to be here and appreciate the time to share our story as well.
Well, Tara, we appreciate all of your help for this year's crossing. We're going to cut back to the beach as we have some paddlers coming in. So I'm going to let us do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Who will shape the world? Those who won't settle and go beyond. Those who are flexible, dynamic, and keep moving. Those who work hard, but never alone. Those who care about you, me, and the place we live in. We are shaping the future together in a new Cemex. Cemex, building a better future.
In. This is the last tally of folks coming in.
Chris Furniture Team coming up. Evelyn, let's go.
Here we go. Here we go. Bring the energy.
Welcome back.
These paddlers have been through an enduring, grueling paddle in variable conditions. They've seen it all out there, I'm sure, and hitting the beach and seeing your family come visit you and greet you and getting to just experience that relief of hitting sweet Lake Worth Beach after just a crazy journey. Oh, it's awesome to see. This is great. You gotta just appreciate all the emotions that just hit you. And they're letting out a little sigh of relief with the ane. Now comes the fun celebration of getting to swing that Thor hammer and just release that feeling of accomplishment. Oh, we got a tandem hit this time. There we go. That'll help carry it. Oh, this is awesome to see. This is as good as it gets. I've been in their shoes. I know the feeling of just getting to swing that bell and feel like you did it.
Thank you, Mr. Burnich. The rest of the team. I think Evelyn needs a shot.
Chris, welcome back.
Evelyn, show 'em what you got.
How's it feel? I know you've had crazier journeys on the water, but how's this one feel for you?
Yeah, everyone's different. This is very unique because I'm just supporting amazing people, amazing friends, and the community of CF, and just here to sharing the love, sharing the joy, raise awareness, raise impact, raise money, and leave the world a little bit of a better place, and use your gifts and use your following and your influence to be able to inspire positive change. And the CF Foundation is doing some incredible things. My team have done an amazing job, and I'm just proud to be a little bit of a part of that. And we're all learning and growing along the way. So whatever we can do when you're driven by passion and powered by purpose to be able to give back, lift up other people, it's amazing what you can do.
Well, congrats. I couldn't have said it any better. And I hope your journey was great, and we hope to have you back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
It has been absolutely
Oh, that's great. He is a legend of the ocean, and we're happy to have him in our crossing this year. All right, well, we're going back to the booth.
Live stream of the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. We've been naming all the teams that are on the beach, but Kelly, at this point, it's just easier to say that there's only like 2 or 3 teams still not to the beach, and they're coming in. So.
There's only 2 or 3 teams, I believe. Chris Burtish Foundation, possibly the team All In, has just arrived, and hopefully we'll get one of them up to come and say hi in a minute. I'm not too sure who the other 2 teams are.
Yes, I'm not sure either, but we're waiting for names. I do have an update on the fundraising update, and that's $739,000, I think, and 100. Yeah. So we were 10,000 grand away from our goal last year. So I think we could do it today.
Oh, we can do it today. If you're out there and you have not press submit,
5, 10.
Anything, everything will help, and that would be from a record year. A record last year?
Yeah, and that was a record from last year.
Fantastic.
So we're just 10 grand short of the record from last year, so that's really cool. And it's so good to know that almost everybody is home safe back to the beach. I overheard they were interviewing someone on the beach, and you might have heard her too, because we don't always hear what you're hearing. But, she was just saying it was just this beautiful lesson on love and hardship and perseverance and courage and flexibility and everything under the sun.
Well, I think hearing Riley earlier has echoed all of that, and I think we've spoken about it, but it was lovely to hear from her, a CF warrior, paddling, mentoring, doing all that, but also just accepting that whatever every day throws up at you, you have to deal with. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about such an incredible challenge. Not only cystic fibrosis, but we're putting on an event to raise money for that, and it's challenging.
Yes. I mean, it's a good lesson in life, when things happen throughout the day that didn't go your way, just remember what's really important in life and that's community connection, helping others, kindness, and that's what this whole community is, which is why so many people keep coming back. Travis likes to greet people. He says, "Hello, beautiful human." What a nice way. What a nice greeting. I've never heard anyone say that before, but he says it to everybody.
Travis is a great guy, and obviously just a key to this whole event, and certainly this community. I think it, also not only the community of people that paddle today, but those other sort of 100 or so paddlers that could not make it for whatever reason, either the weather was too bad or they had to get back to work or their families. But this community has grown. I think it's got stronger through this adversity, and I think will continue to do so.
Yeah, and that's what Riley was saying, is that, even though they had so many ups and downs in Bimini with the weather and the postponement and the changes, she said it actually made them stronger at the end. And she actually said that even though it didn't go as planned, she was ready to do all 80 miles, and I think she would have done it. She said, but the feeling when you hit the beach, she goes, it was all right there again, because it goes back to the cause, not necessarily the athletic challenge.
So we're very excited to watch those last few teams come in. Happy to have some paddlers up here in a few minutes as they get there, but also happy that the weather's calmed down. I think it's been a wonderful thing that we've had to deal with some tough stuff, but certainly all the tents are standing up again by themselves, which is wonderful. So
yeah, I mean, you mentioned we've been out here at the beach for about 6 hours doing the live stream for 4 or so, and at one point early on it looked pretty rough. The storm was getting pretty close to us, but luckily the weather has calmed for now. We see dark skies to our left, dark skies to our right, but right in the middle right here we're in the sunshine, just as it should be for Piper's Angels Foundation. Piper's Angels.
Angels.
And I was talking about paddling. I nicknamed it Piper's Pocket, and that's the little drafting area behind a boat that gives you just a little help across that ocean. And boy, when you're paddling out there, it sure makes a difference. Any little thing to help you need it, because it's a tough challenge out there, especially with the weather as it was.
I think on that we're going to a break. Thank you so much, and we look forward to catching up after this break.
Yeah. Of Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024, and I'm here with Blake Carmichael, fresh out of the ocean. How's it feel, Blake?
Oh, it feels amazing. There's no better welcoming committee than what goes on here with the community at the Crossing. So it's all smiles, it's all gratitude and love here on the beach when you land, no matter whether you do 80 or 32 or 1 mile, to be honest with you. So
So some of you might not know this. Blake last year won, it's called Last Paddler Standing, and we're going to get back to the crossing in just a second, but quick, in a nutshell, Last Paddler Standing, 1 minute description.
Yeah, so Last Paddler Standing comes from a running format. You may have seen it, last man standing races. And basically the format is that we're out on a lake at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. Every hour there's a lap that you need to do. It's 3.3 miles. You can finish that lap as soon as you want or whatever time you want, as long as you're back at the starting line on the hour for the next lap. And basically the paddlers just go in circles, repeating that lap until there's no paddlers standing.
And you were last paddler standing.
Yes.
After 50 hours?
50 hours. There is a little twist. After 48 hours, it goes from a 3.3 mile loop to a super lap. It's a 4.9 mile loop.
Okay.
So that obviously ramps it up a little bit. You got to push a little harder, but you come out, you have your support crew.
Yeah.
Everybody's keeping you going. It's a very, very interesting race.
So that race is over off the coast of Sarasota in the Gulf. It's a totally different event than this, and I think probably one of the big factors is the ocean here. So tell us how it was. I mean, 32 miles is still a long distance. So what was it? What was your experience out there today?
Yeah, it was beautiful when we started. You know, there was some nice southeast swell, pushing a little bit west of where we wanted to go, but you know, could catch some bumps when we got started. I would say it was that way for about half of the race. I had Maddie LeBlanc kind of right in front of me. We started at the same time.
Okay.
And she was crushing it. I was looking at my heart rate that first majority of the race, and I was just like, oh my God, we were pushing too hard, but I just wanted to kind of keep
What was
up
your
with
heart
her.
rate?
I was getting up over 160.
Okay.
Which, you know, is pretty high for where you want to be in a long distance race like that. So pushing, and then we had a storm off to the east of us, picked up some crazy winds. So we weren't really drafting the boat until the winds of that storm came in. It was so brutal, you couldn't like really paddle north. It was just going to push you in. So got to the lee side of the boat.
Okay.
At that point, I kind of got my heart rate down a little bit and just pushed the rest of the way. But there was some adversity, there was some suffering, but that's what we came for, you know?
That's right. It was too easy. You wouldn't be happy. A guy like you would not be happy.
Exactly. And I think Maddie helped me get to that point of suffering, and yeah, it was fun. You know, we didn't come to necessarily paddle from Bimini to Florida. We came to just put ourselves into the adversity that cystic fibrosis people go through on a daily basis. You know, that's why we do this paddle, is just to get a little taste of what that's like and try to push through it. And so I think we accomplished that. And shout out to the entire organization for keeping everything together, despite all the weather variables and, you know, just coming up with this backup plan to make it happen.
It's pretty amazing that this is happening 24 hours later. You know, here we are, it's Monday, but we're still celebrating. We're celebrating just as much.
Yeah.
If not more, right?
No,
it made it all that much sweeter.
Yeah,
you had to wait.
Very grateful for this celebration, and of course for everybody who didn't get to paddle. I'm very fortunate that we got to paddle, but you know, we are breaking the fundraising record for the crossing this year.
Yep.
So we're doing some good stuff.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit, speak to the emotions this weekend in Bimini when some of the teams were making that hard call that they just, you know, for logistics or whatever, they just were going to have to come back by boat and not paddle. I'm sure it's pretty hard to make that final decision for certain teams.
Yeah, I mean, you look forward to this for so long, and there's so much that goes into it. It's a very logistically heavy race. You do a lot of fundraising. You feel like you just want to get that chance, but for some people, their schedules just didn't work out. So yeah, seeing the marina empty, it definitely, you know, took the vibes away a little bit. But then, honestly, who are we to say that this wasn't the right thing for all of us? Like, this taught us all so much, probably. We just don't really realize it yet. And the times that we got to sit in the pouring rain and the storm and have Travis and Josh Ferris come out and tell us the game plan, just the community around there, and having Chris Burdish go, no, we shouldn't do 30 miles, we should do 32 miles. Like, that was the most epic part of the weekend.
Now, why did he say we shouldn't do 30, we should do 32? What was the logic behind that?
I think we wanted to keep it maybe on the longer side of the ocean based races that are out there.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
So that was just an epic moment. Everybody's, asking logistics questions, and Chris is like, he's paddled 93 days across the Atlantic Ocean. So Chris is like, what if we just paddle an extra 2 miles? So when we got to 30 miles today, I was like, damn you, Chris.
You're like, I could be done right now if it wasn't for you. So, and we had Riley up here, and I know you and Riley have become good friends to this community. Is Riley not amazing, being a warrior herself? She's an inspiration.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Like, she made the commitment, she did the training, she did her fundraising, pushed through all of the variables of having CF to show up and be ready. And it just didn't line up for her, but she was ready, and that's impressive. That inspires all of us, and we think about Riley when we're out there. So I know she's going to come back next year. I'm not even worried about it. Obviously, I'm sure she's a little bummed that she didn't get to get out there and paddle, but
she had a big smile right here.
Yeah, she's still greeting me on the beach, giving me a massive hug, and I know the emotions are there, but I know it's going to fire her up to get out here next year. So.
Blake, I think we're going to take a quick break coming up here pretty soon. We're going to maybe bring some other paddlers in, but I'm going to give you the last word just to, in a minute, summarize this past week. What are you feeling?
Yeah, it's just, I felt the same way about the crossing last year. It's amazing to see everybody fit into their respective roles. Everybody at the organization, but everybody on our crew. You see the captain, all of the crew fall into their respective roles. And everybody wants it as bad as you do as the paddler. And it's just so cool to be a part of that. And all of that is driven by the crossing community and Travis's leadership and everybody's support. So they just create this container for all of those really amazing moments to happen. And so just super grateful for that. So thank you all.
Congratulations, Blake. You
Thank
did
you.
it. And we'll be back after a short break.
That was fun.
Actually, I think we're still going, which is okay. You can just hang for a minute. Just 2 more miles. So I think there's only 2 teams left out there. So that means more paddlers are now safely on the beach than out in the ocean, and we love to hear that. Also, another big, huge benefit was the weather. I mean, to say it cooperated is kind of maybe giving it too much credit, but right at the last moment this morning when a storm was about to blow on shore, it kind of drifted to the north, and we haven't had a raindrop on us. There has not been lightning close enough for any danger. So it's kind of amazing how it all works out. And just like Blake was saying, this whole event, this whole community is about learning to deal with adversity, learning to deal with situations, issues, and you just make the best of it. And here's the magic sauce, or the secret sauce, if you will, is when you're going through adversity with friends and family that love you and are there to support you, you can do it. It makes it work. It's a team effort. It takes a village, and I'm being joined by a paddling team that just came in. Hello, welcome to the live stream. How are you feeling?
Good morning. How about some eggs Benedict, please? Lazy margarita.
You just have to go right across the street. Okay. I don't have it right here on my person, but so
we're gonna jump in. We've got a team here.
Yes, tell the viewers at home. Tell us your team name. Tell us what you dealt with. Just the floor is yours.
So this is.
It's all good.
Besides breaking stuff, we
live stream.
We better on the water than we are on land,
okay.
as you can see. So,
it's okay. Yeah.
We're here just to be able to celebrate Piper's Foundation and CF Crossing, and we as a team, the All-In team, which is part of the Chris Burdish Foundation, we're raising money and awareness for CF, and obviously they've done an incredible job. Piper and Travis and the team have done an incredible job putting this event on, and they do incredible work all over the place. And it's just amazingly humbling to be part of this event and be able to do this crossing. Anytime you have difficult challenges, you think of the kids and the people that are doing this. And we think we've got challenges, but the people that are really going through challenges, those are the heroes. We're not the heroes at all, but we just do our best to be able to raise money and awareness for people that are doing incredible things.
Well said. Now, tell me, where are y'all based?
So my name is Evelyn O'Doherty. I'm on Team All In with Chris Burdish, and I really want to give a shout out to this guy, Chris Rost, who was dropped onto our team last night and became, the hammy anchor that we really needed to have. on board. So I'm based in New York. I'm editor for Session Magazine. We are a media sponsor of the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. We've been involved for many years on different levels. And in the last 2 years, it's just been just an honor to get on the water and be a part of things.
Now, someone with the Chris Burdish Foundation, I heard paddled across the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, we've done a little bit of paddling. Still learning, still falling off, but yeah, always new experiences, always a challenge. So it's nice to do something new all the time.
So you really cross the Atlantic Ocean on a paddleboard?
That's correct. Yes. 93 days, 4,000 miles, completely unsupported, unassisted from Morocco to the Caribbean, Antigua, 93 days alone.
And how long ago did you do that?
About 5 years ago now.
Okay.
And yeah, incredible experience, and it makes you always want to come back for more. And anytime you get the chance to be able to spend some time in Mother Blue, it reminds you that you need to spend more time there, because that's where the magic happens, and that's where the connection happens, and that's when you build an incredible community and you realize what's important in life.
That's right. The saying is, you come for the challenge, but you stay for the cause. And I think that's why everyone's here. And we were all determined to give you guys the best welcome home party we could, even though it's Monday, because we're all so proud of you all, everything you went through.
We honestly have no idea what day it is at this point.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. It's just another day in paradise, right?
Yeah. I want to pass the mic to Chris.
Mhm.
See if he has anything to say.
Go ahead, Chris.
It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be invited onto the team. I know I was a last-minute addition, but it was a privilege rolling together.
When you say last-minute addition, how last minute?
Night before.
All right.
Yeah.
I love it. The flexibility and the making things work. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah. With these kind of adventures and with these kind of projects, when there's so many dynamic variables that are constantly changing, you have to be able to adapt on the fly. And this event is all about inclusivity, and we like to include everyone. No one's left out, no one's left behind. And sometimes the people that come in the last minute are the saving grace and become the superheroes of your team. So we're really fortunate to be able to have Chris on the team, and we've had an amazing team, amazing journey, and we couldn't be more proud to be involved.
We had a bit of a challenging start, on our passage over. We had 2 boards snap in half.
Really?
On the boat.
I've never seen that before.
Nobody has. And literally the team name of All In took on a new meaning multiple times over the last couple of days. And I just have to give a shout out to Chris, because there was moments where I was like, okay, I think I'm ready to tap out, and we wound up here at the finish, which is what it's really all about. And and we're so proud of the fundraising we've done for the Piper's Angels Foundation. Big shout out to Travis and Tatiana and Josh Ferris. Godsend that man is. I mean, it's such an incredible event, such amazing people involved. I love this community so much.
I love it too. I want to be part of it for a long time to come. Hey, are y'all paddling next year?
I'll be back.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm planning to paddle next year. So. All right. Woo. That was a bad high five here. I'm right-handed. Chris, are you going to be back?
Absolutely.
All
yeah, I would love
right.
to.
You coming back?
I've got another expedition that is planned for next year, so it'll be on a completely different craft and different vessel. And the next adventure is a Transcat expedition in 2025. So I'll be crossing a different ocean and raising money and awareness for building schools and planting forests and giving back as well.
Can we be friends on Facebook?
Yeah, for sure.
I need to keep these inspiring people in my life, and you should too. And speaking of inspiring, there's still time to raise money. And we were the last check, we were like 10,000 short of our the record that was set last year.
Okay.
We're probably less than 10,000 now.
Right.
10,000 is really doable with everyone watching on the live stream, with everyone in the community. It's not too late. They're going to keep fundraising going for I think another week or two.
It goes until the end of July.
There you go.
And I just want to give a shout out. This is a nonprofit relay team, and we've hit our 10K mark, which means that we split anything over 10K between our 2 nonprofits, which is Piper's Angels Foundation and the incredible work that Chris does around building schools in Africa and giving back to other people less fortunate. So if there's anybody out there who know and love us, that just hasn't had a chance to donate, we really, really would love to have you give, just whatever amount is possible so that we can support those children in northern Kenya as well as the Piper's Angels Foundation.
That's another beautiful thing about this event is they do make it possible for you to bring your own nonprofit in, raise money for your nonprofit, raise money for Piper's Angels, and it all goes together. And that's another way they keep it inclusive, because Travis' suit is so aware that whether you're battling CF, whether you're battling another health situation, whatever situation you're battling, it's your battle.
Yeah.
And everybody has their own battle.
Yeah.
And
when you collaborate for success, then everyone wins. So
that's right.
Collaboration, teamwork, and inclusivity.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. You all probably want some water, maybe some shade, a shower. How's your bed going to feel tonight? Or a bed, wherever
it's going to be a bed.
Any bed. So, all right, thank you so much.
Thank
Congratulations.
You.
Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back soon.
We mean when we say bioavailable, then this video is for you. My name is Kristen, and I have a series called Hydration University where I teach you everything that I've learned about hydration. Bioavailability simply means that it is in its best form to work with your natural biochemistry. As soon as you ingest it, it is more easily able to enter the bloodstream than if you were to use a pill, tablet, powders, etc. And that's why buoy is the cleanest and most efficient way to get your electrolytes. There's no sugars, no sweeteners. It is most bioavailable in its liquid form. And, of course, you get your trace minerals and your electrolytes. Here's to the most bioavailable hydration product.
Starting something that can have a massive impact and creating something bigger than yourself that can leave the world better than it is now for future generations. We're able to get a bunch of people that are already passionate about helping others, helping the environment, and we wanted to get them out there to clean up plastic and also give back to Bimini in the Bahamas. Thank you for coming cleaning us up. Let's have a great rest of the event, yeah?
For years now, we've been proud to partner with Celsius Fitness Drinks, our trusted title sponsor. Celsius Fitness Drinks are more than just a refreshing way to quench your thirst. They're a delicious and healthy way to fuel your active lifestyle with no sugar and no preservatives. And they have been an integral part of our Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis event, an 80-mile epic paddle challenge from the Bahamas to Florida, in support of the Piper's Angels Foundation mission to improve and empower the lives of families in the cystic fibrosis community. We couldn't have done it without Celsius, and we are so grateful for their unwavering support year after year. Whether we're out on the water or we're back on land, Celsius helps us stay hydrated, energized, and ready to take on any challenge. So here's to Celsius Fitness Drinks for being a crucial part of our journey and for helping us make a difference in the cystic fibrosis community. Thank you, Celsius. It's more than an individual, more than a community, more than Piper, more than the CF community. It's about what we do in our lives with this precious time that we have here on this earth to initiate something that is genuine and heartfelt and carries that presence with it, that brings you into that presence with this moment.
We are continuing with the live stream for the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. I believe there's only one or two teams still out there, and we have a team incoming very soon. Team for Ocean is coming in, and then also I believe it's Schiller's Bites.
Schiller Bikes. I think it's the first bikes to ever do this.
Okay.
The water bikes. I've never seen it before. I've never tried it, but I heard it's a lot of fun.
And you are Heath Bogart, and
Yes.
if you're a paddler, you've probably heard of Bogart boards. I know I have. So talk to us a little bit about, how you see this event being someone who's been building boards your whole life, and how you're going to help people that had some chips in their boards after the event.
I started this event a few years back, met Travis through a friend, and I did the first one, and then I did a second one, and I was like, man, I could do more. And then the second year we did it, there was a lot of dings. A lot of stuff just happened to the boards, and I said maybe I could use more of my time in fixing things while we're over there.
Yeah.
And so since then, I've been going over. I do a lot of ding repair while we're there for boards that get damaged, like docks hit boards, screws from boats crush the nose of the boards. Like anything can happen. One board was split in half this year. I can't fix that.
So that board is over?
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
It's done.
Every board has a lifetime.
Right. And I think that one's seen its days. But yeah, the little things that can be fixed. So I make like a ding patch kit that goes in the swag bags that people use to try to fix a quick go.
Yes.
Otherwise, when they're deeper than that, I do the best I can to make it work for them to get from there to here, still have a dry board when they get back. And
right.
Then if they need my assistance, then I'll help them out again. And we don't charge. We try to do it just to help out. You spend so much money on these boards. They're very expensive. And when you spend that kind of money on your equipment, we want to make sure that you can do this year after year and not keep spending that kind of money over and over again. So that's what we do. And we just thought, hey, it's a niche that I'm good at, so let me get back.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, this whole event is about everybody pitching in where they can pitch in. In fact, I just used a Bogart patch last week when I went out paddling.
Yay!
I dinged the nose. I slammed right into like a piling with the barnacles all over it.
Well, now you know a guy.
I know a guy. It's always good to know a guy who fixes boards. Yeah, there was some, the crossing's tough on the boards. Going over, they're in the racks, and they're tightened too hard. Sometimes they get beat up on the way over, sometimes on the way back.
Yeah, going over on Wednesday, it was such a large swell. We weren't one of the smart ones. I went over to the paddle team, and it was just, 10 foot plus. And it was a rough ride going over
10
there.
foot plus?
Yeah, they were just big swells. And we one of three. I think there was three of us that went over that day. And then a bunch of people came over the next day and then following day. And it was just so, but the people that still came over on smaller days, there's boards that fall off the racks that are on the side of the boat.
Yeah.
The waves catch them, and that's what splits them. Or some of the other kids had boards upside down and a bolt just knocked on it and put little tiny SOS in the top of the. So I'm there fixing that, trying to get them back to Florida.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing to go over there. It feels like I'm worth something going there to help out. It's a bigger part when somebody spends so much money and they get there and they're like, oh, my board, how can I paddle on this? And then I can at least help.
It's crucial. I know even going before you even leave, it's a sense of security knowing that there's someone in Bimini who knows how to work on boards and fix and
Right.
fix boards, because last thing, you've trained all year long for this, and if something happens on the way over, without a guy like you, that could be a problem. But
could be,
but you
right.
handle it. Yeah.
We do the best we
and
can.
these boards, they have to be. They're kind of fragile because they have to be relatively light for the race boards.
Right,
So that's why they are susceptible to getting dinged.
A lot of people think carbon's really strong, but when you do a board and just carbon and you're wrapping the rails, I mean, any type of missile that hits these things, it's going to go through it.
Yeah.
Any sharp point's going to go through. Any blunt trauma to it, it's going to damage the board.
Yeah.
They're still strong, but that's what makes them light and strong at the same time. You have
Mhm.
lighter, you have heavier, you have light and strong. You got to find that little balance.
Right.
Making these boards, and I think a lot of these board builders out there do a great job. And I think keep at it. New technology, let's see how it goes, and make them stronger if we can.
So do you and John have some good camaraderie? John's a builder of flying fish boards.
Yeah, no, not really. I think John's a great guy. He builds an
You have good
amazing,
camaraderie then.
Yeah. He builds a great product, and I think everybody can learn from what he does. He does an amazing job with epoxy, and his designs are awesome. And I think he sells a ton of them, so they must be working.
Yeah, that's great. So I am just so super proud of every paddler that is showing up on the beach today, because they really had everything thrown at them that they could have imagined. Mother Nature. I mean, the crossing over was hard. The postponement, the adrenaline rush, ready to go. No, we're not going.
Right.
Yeah, we're going. No, we're not going. They really went through a ton of adversity this year, which is why I'm so happy that we're here celebrating them coming back, because they really, their tenacity and their perseverance just is really inspiring.
I was talking to Travis, and I was like, every year seems to be something different. And like every year you're like, oh, last year we saw it all. But then I looked at Travis, like, every year it's different. He's like, every year it's different. So we see everything, and there's still something else we haven't seen.
And every year there's so many stories that come out. I paddled last year, and a funny story was a flying fish, an actual flying fish, flew out of the ocean onto our flying fish board.
Right.
And there was a paddler next to me, and she said, ah! And she flipped the fish, and the fish landed on my board. And, a flying fish on a flying fish. It's kind of ironic.
That's pretty funny. That's
Yeah.
good, though. That's
So
good.
I'm hearing cowbells. I think
we have 2 teams coming in that
Yes.
are left, and one just hit shore, and that is the bikes.
Okay, the Schiller, okay. So we are getting towards the end, and weather-wise, we're good now. Finally.
It's now hot. It's hot again.
Yeah, there's storms are not going to bother us at this point. So we have made it. We have just a few more paddlers coming in, and there's your buddy John right there with the Flying Fish Band. So it really does become a community and a family. Because
Absolutely.
it turns out to be kind of the same people year after year, and it's just a great reunion every year. Sometimes you go the whole year without seeing these folks, and then you come back to the beach. Lake Worth Beach, the home of the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis, United States, and Bimini, the Bahamian home of the Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. They're both, strategic partners with us. We appreciate them so much. We appreciate the lifeguards that are keeping people safe. The folks, Heath, that showed up with jet skis to help get, equipment back on shore, bags, because these paddlers are coming home without, their license, without keys, without a cell phone. They need
to
getting
get
it
back just to
right?
get home, yeah.
I just heard someone hit the bell. That means that they are done.
They're done, and there's, I think, only one left.
All right.
They're waiting.
We're going to get you word on that last final team, because 4 Ocean just came in. Schiller's team just came in. So I think we have one more team out there. And wow, what a day, what a weekend.
And you said you're going to do it next year again.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on it?
Sometimes, though, we make plans and it doesn't quite work out, but that is my plan.
You need a board. We got you.
Okay. I'm on a flying fish now, but I'm
Oh, no, if you're on a flying fish, yeah, that's good. That's good.
I'm always willing
Can't
to
go
try.
wrong. Can't go wrong.
I heard another gong.
There it
so
is.
I know you've been watching the live stream, so you've probably seen some paddlers hit that big bell, and that is really, that finality that you just say, I'm done. Bye, ocean. See you next year. And with that, I think we have some live reporting from the beach coming up.
How do I pronounce your last name?
What's that? Dorning. D-O-R-N-I-N-G.
All right, guys, I'm here with Bo Dorning. He's on Team Schiller Bikes. He just had an epic paddle, but it wasn't on a paddleboard, Bo. Tell us about what you paddled this year.
No, so we connected with Jessica Schiller, who developed about a decade ago a Schiller bike. Started with commuting, then moved to fitness. This is my third crossing, and I've done it solo, I've done it team, so we just wanted to switch it up this year, get more people involved, spread the message. Jessica came out, donated 5 bikes, we rallied the crew, and here we are. We just crossed an ocean on them. So.
Here we are. So what's the difference between paddling on a paddleboard and paddling on a Schiller bike, which is like a bike that you can ride on water?
You can't mail it in if you're going across the ocean. It doesn't care if you're on a jet ski or a paddleboard. Paddleboard is definitely more mentally challenging. The bikes, obviously there's nowhere to hide. It's just you and your legs. Couple other places to hide when you paddleboard, but the bikes were super fun, super stable. We were surfing waves on them. It was an absolute blast.
Was the weather disappointing at all for you? Because I know there was a lot of weather complications and delays.
This is the 3rd year doing this. We know that it's about getting out there, the people, the advocacy for Piper's Angels. Our only goal, we were even party pace all the way here because our job was just, our team mission was just to have the most fun. I've been out here 3 times, so it's like I think mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. We're so happy to have you. Thank you for every year you come back, and you one of our top fundraising teams every single year. So we just want to thank you guys so much. And they're not from Florida; they're from Colorado.
Colorado, St. Louis, Marin County, California, Kentucky. And then some Florida folks.
So I dare to say we're a destination event now. Absolutely. We're not just a Florida event anymore.
Absolutely, that sounds right.
And what do you think about next year?
Oh, we're already locked in. Same captain, same everything. We have such a good crew. We're just going to run it back next year.
So excited. Can't thank you guys enough. Appreciate you guys. Go enjoy your celebration. You deserve it.
Thank you.
As you guys can see, it's been a great event, and we just appreciate your team so much. We'll shoot it back to the front desk, and thank you guys for watching.
I'm Kate Wenzel, and this is Kelly Hilton Green.
Kelly Hilton Green from the Pine School, South Florida and South Africa. Same place as Chris Burdish.
I thought you're from New York City with that accent. No. So we are getting kind of down to the wire here. I believe there's really only one team that hasn't hit the beach yet. And we're going to be good to go with every paddler home safe. And I know Travis, what does it feel like when you know every single person that went to Bimini with you is now home safe? And he said, you don't know the feeling of relief. Because I know he cares about every single paddler, and I know he doesn't rest until every paddler is back on land safe.
Absolutely, and with an event of this magnitude, I think it's important to get everyone home safely. Obviously, through the weather that we've had, it's always difficult to keep communications going with everybody on the water, so they've done an exceptional job. Josh Ferris has kind of led that charge, but it's a big sigh of relief when they all get to the shoreline, and we're closer to that big mark. I don't know where we are. It'd be good to have an update on...
Yeah, the last update I got said we were, 10 grand shy of where we were last year, which was a record-setting year, but I'm quite sure, that was about an hour ago, I'm quite sure we've had some donations since then.
Well, I hope
would
so.
Believe. I hope so, yeah. And so fundraising goes till the end of July, so there's still plenty of time.
Correct. Yeah, it's a long time, and if you haven't made a donation yet, please consider it. If not here, then one of the other organizations in your area. So.
And you might be wondering, Piper's Angels Foundation, what exactly does it do? And basically it helps people living with cystic fibrosis live better lives, longer lives, healthier lives, and assist families with immediate medical needs, with financial assistance, as well as a lot of programs for people living with CF, be it the Unmasking Mindfulness, which is a meditation program, Breathworks, which helps their lung capacity and breathing. There's so many ways they help these families.
I think the education part of it is huge. I think, families that have that diagnosis, there's obviously a shock factor to that, and then how to unpack all that information, because there's a lot of it coming at you. And so Travis and his organization does an incredible job of teaching families, getting them to know where there are ways to find shortcuts to get that, because otherwise it's a mountain to climb for those families.
That's right, and it's not something they put down. It's something they deal with every day. So, we just had Chris from the Chris Burdish Foundation up here, and Chris actually did a paddle. He paddled the Atlantic Ocean.
He did. He paddled from just off the coast of Africa to the Caribbean in about just over 3 months, again raising money for the Chris Burdish Foundation. And I actually remember as a as a first-time paddler, messaging him kind of on the chance, saying, hey, you should kind of consider this one day. I'm hoping that maybe I played a small part in that.
I think you did. I think you did. And even somebody that's paddled across the Atlantic Ocean, he said, I'm not the hero here. It's the CF warriors. It's the families doing the daily struggle with CF, and we're just trying to help them any way we can.
Well, we appreciate all those people paddling. Certainly all our CF warriors. Riley with her crew mentoring those. I mean, it's just an incredible feat to do this for anybody. But when you've got breathing concerns, it's impressive, hugely impressive.
Hugely impressive. And this is unofficial, but I think what I just heard from the radio was perhaps that all paddlers are in. So
That
unofficially, all paddlers are in. I will update you if I hear anything else in my ear.
We'll certainly try and find that out, but that is a wonderful, wonderful testament to all the hard work that's gone into such a great day.
You have a little bit better view of the arch and where they're coming in. Do you see?
I do not see any more boats coming in. It is wonderful conditions right now, but I know that all of our paddlers have had to work exceptionally hard to get through some tough stuff on the way here.
Kelly, we're going to be back after a quick break.
Glow like a Jupiter sunrise, only in Diamante, where world-class aesthetics meet our ocean-inspired practice. Let's dive in. Hi, I'm Dr. Dave Capaldi, owner and CEO of The Practice. Welcome to Diamante Medical Skincare. Feel your best from the inside out with our bespoke vitamin IV therapy. Rejuvenate your skin with our advanced facials, chemical peels, and lasers so you can look and feel absolutely radiant.
So free my mind. All the talking.
This is the room where all the magic happens. This is where we do our profile balancing and we smooth away wrinkles and we reverse time for you to make you look and feel your absolute best. And for the most advanced treatments in minimally invasive aesthetics, we offer liposculpture, liposuction, and non-surgical facelifts. Feel youthful and energetic with personalized hormone therapy. We address fatigue, changes in weight, and we create a customized plan for your optimal hormone levels. During your consultation, we'll create a customized plan tailored to your specific needs, ensuring optimal hormone levels for both men and women. Book your private consultation today. You can call us at 561-270-4478. We can't wait to help create a more radiant you. See you soon.
The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis is a one-day, 80-mile paddle challenge from Bimini, Bahamas to Lake Worth Beach, Florida to raise awareness, funds, and support for families living with cystic fibrosis. So, how does it work? Every paddler works with a support boat who guides them safely across the Atlantic Gulf Stream. We leave at midnight, paddling amongst the stars. But preparation for the journey has started long before we leave the shore. We've become a community, working together for months to raise support and prepare ourselves physically and mentally. We've planned as much as we can, but the ocean? That part's unpredictable. As the sun rises over the horizon, some race solo, an extreme test of endurance, while others perform as a relay team, taking turns throughout the journey. Some come for the natural beauty of the Bahamas. Some have come to experience something new. Some come for the extreme challenge. And many are there to support someone they love. No matter your age or ability, there's a way for you to participate. And no matter why we're here, the Crossing is our chance to be a part of something so much bigger than ourselves. This is why we paddle. The Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis. Come for the challenge. Stay for the cause. Let's do something extraordinary together. Join us at crossingforcf.com.
Hi, Charles Giddens of Sequoia Airlines. We are a proud sponsor of Piper's Angels for Cystic Fibrosis, and I want to welcome everybody sailing or paddling from the Bahamas, Bimini, to Lake Worth Pier. And I wish you well and a safe journey.
Because every paddler is home safe. Yes, this is Alex Schultz. He's joining me from Team 4 Ocean, which has been involved with the Crossing for many, many years. And go ahead, Alex, tell us how many years you've been involved and what the experience was like. And you just came out of the ocean, so I know you're exhausted.
Sure. Thanks so much, Kate. I've been involved in the Crossing for 5 years, being involved, and have paddled 4 years now. So this is my 4th year. Yep.
And just talk a little bit about the emotions going on in Bimini.
Yes.
I imagine it was elation and then a disappointment, and then elation and then disappointment. So how'd you battle through that?
Sure. I don't think it was as much disappointment. I think everybody understood exactly what was going on with the weather. We knew, it's South Florida in the summer, and these weather systems pop up at any moment's time. So I think everybody was ready. Everybody was prepared. It was very much a collaborative effort, a lot of camaraderie across the board. Everybody just understood the whole situation. But nerves are tense. Everybody's ready to rock and roll. You get pushed out because of weather, but I got to say a big shout out to the entire Piper's Angels crew. I think they did an incredible job. They made the right calls with weather. They kept everybody's safety number one priority. And at the end of the day, it still was an incredible event. The weekend was incredible. We had an opportunity to do so many different activities, so many different events, meet so many awesome people. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, right? Getting a great group of people together and being able to raise funds and raise awareness for families affected by cystic fibrosis. So shout out to Trav, shout out to the whole team. You guys did amazing.
Yeah, Alex, you just hit the nail on the head. I mean, nothing was lost here because all the funds raised are still going to benefit families with cystic fibrosis, and that's what it's all about. It's about camaraderie. It's about learning how to deal with adversity.
Yes.
So sometimes you know, when things turn out, you just have to trust in good faith that they turned out exactly how they were supposed to.
Yes.
And who knows what would have happened if you left on Saturday. Maybe something else would have happened. And knowing that every paddler's here safe, it's a win.
That's a W. That's
It's
a
a
W.
win.
Yes, yes. We're super excited. Saturday night was insane. The amount of lightning, the amount of storms. It was without a doubt the right call. Everybody got here safe. The event is went off without a hitch, and it was just an amazing time.
Yeah. So, Alex, I was saying, you know, people are like, oh, just 32 miles compared to 80. That's not that much, but it is a lot when you're dealing with the ocean and anywhere. 32 miles on a paddleboard is a lot. So, tell us how you felt out there, and you said it was still a challenge with the weather.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you know, 32 miles is still a long distance, like you said. And, you know, you've got weather systems that are popping up, more showers and storms like that, not necessarily thunderstorms. But, I mean, it got pretty choppy out there. It got a little gnarly. You know, everybody was working really hard. I was with the crew out here on the Schiller bikes as well. So they were doing the bikes, just paddling it. We had a great crew coming out. It was an amazing time. And, you know, we're just happy to be here. Excited to get involved, excited to do what we can to be a part of it. And it was pretty wild out there.
Yeah. I have to say, everyone that's hit the beach has a big smile on their face. So, like you said.
Gleaming. Yeah. You're stoked. You're stoked. It was an incredible time. I mean, you're stoked to be here. A great weekend. And, yes, just stoked all around.
And you're mentioning your wife's on the beach.
Yep.
With your 1-year-old son.
That's correct.
And you have a baby on the way.
Baby on the way.
When's baby number 2 due?
Baby number 2 is due in October.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are going to have a lot of crossing babies here a year from now.
Yes. 100%.
Because there are a lot of babies baking right now, getting ready. And look who just sat down. It's Travis Suit. Hi, Travis.
Cheers.
Hello, beautiful human.
Hello,
Welcome
beautiful
home.
humans.
Yes.
It's so good to be on solid ground.
I bet.
Oh, my gosh.
The mic is yours. I mean, you might be too tired to talk, but try to just, you know, give us a feeling of the last week, the ups, the downs.
I mean, it's about as symbolic of cystic fibrosis as you can get. You know, there was a lot of adversity, a lot of emotion, a lot of disappointment. And, you know, everybody pushed through and did the best they could, and we made the most out of it. And here we are.
As you always do, as the community always does. My heart was going out to you all because I know the emotions in Bimini, and you're ready to go. I was ready always to go on Friday night. You had to wait till this morning.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot to deal with, you know, just kind of keeping an even keel and just keeping the mission in your mind, and it's about the cause. And we're only 10,000 shy of what we raised last year, which was record-setting.
Yeah, so I mean, we have essentially already broken the record pace of where we were. So we will definitely exceed, because that was all the way through July.
Yeah.
So, but we had, you know, it was just the community that comes together is so spectacular in Bimini, you know, and what, you know, seeing the collaboration like with Alex and the whole entire Four Ocean, you know, experience that everybody gets to have there on the beach and cleaning up. You know, we heard so much good feedback from the locals in Bimini, you know, just about how they really appreciate everybody coming over and being there, and it just feels like a huge family.
Yeah, it really is a family, and this beach landing kind of starts to feel like a family reunion. Sometimes you might not see people for almost a year because not everybody lives locally, and then you see them a year later on the beach, and once you cross an ocean with somebody, you're friends for life.
Yeah.
You're family
Very
for
much
life
true.
at that point.
Very much true.
Yeah, you're either gonna love them or yeah, it's gonna test everybody's limits for sure. I mean, you know, like today, right? You know, 32 miles in the open ocean is more than what 99.9% of the world, right, has paddled in the open ocean. So 5 miles for one person can feel like 50 miles, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
So, I mean, for our team, that 32 miles felt like 80 miles. It was tough. It was hard. This was the first time I got to paddle with Piper in the crossing. So we were the first two to drop in behind the boat right when we got to the waypoint. And it was so funny because I was in the moment of the logistics, and then we got in the water and we were standing there paddling, and then all of a sudden it was like everybody just started crying. You know, because we were like, oh my gosh,
we're doing it.
This is it.
We're
this
in
is
the
our
water.
first
We're going
time together paddling in the ocean during the crossing, you know, like how cool. And I'm glad that, you know, we still were able to salvage that moment from this year's experience.
Yeah, and how did Piper do with the emotions and the waiting and the postponement? Speak on that.
She was emotional because we lost our boat on Saturday, so we were not going to be able to do the paddle, and she cried, and we were all disappointed.
Yeah.
But because of the weather and the shift to change, that we ended up having a boat open up that we could get behind. So it ended up working out on some levels.
Yeah, and that's that speaks to the just everybody comes together, everybody pitches in. When you were in Bimini, I'm sure you were trying to get as many people to get that paddle experience that wanted it, even if it meant shifting teams, shifting boats, whatever you had to do. I'm sure I'll hear the stories, down the road. But that's what this community does. Everybody thinks about the other person first, and you don't see that too often in this world, and it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
How are you feeling, Travis?
I feel like I've got about 30% of my brain working.
That's good.
I got seasick out there.
Okay.
So, that hasn't flushed out of my system yet. So I'm feeling a little wavy. But I'm also feeling filled with gratitude and filled with just joy that, all this could come together and that we can do what we do. It's a lot of effort and energy that goes in, but it's a direct transference into exactly, what our mission is and what we can do for these families. So it's a simple equation, we paddle and get to create impact. So
absolutely.
And I think Alex is great at speaking to the context of, what creating a movement or creating impact is, and that's one thing I love about even just sitting here right now. It's such a gift is to sit with such a great leader, somebody who took a mission and brought it to a global scale and has done so much good for the world. And it's really nice to come together and celebrate something with the connection of the ocean together.
Yeah, one of the special things we do over there is the beach cleanup. Mm-hmm. And you can go ahead and tell folks on the live stream what that is.
First, thank you very much, Trav. I appreciate it. I think what you've done with Piper's Angels is incredible, and I'm super stoked to be a part of it. I've been thinking so much about a phrase, that I continue to hear is, come for the challenge, stay for the cause, right? And I think that's it's so incredible to see the amount of people that come and get involved and quickly realize when you talk about a movement and you talk about a community, what you've built, and I'm just so fired up to be a part of it, be able to come out here every year, come hell or high water, we're coming out.
Yeah.
We're going to do it no matter what, losing boats, losing rides over, whatever it is. We're going to make it happen.
You flew pretty solo this year. That was like yes. You kept it in there. Yeah, you held the line.
Had to make it happen, yes. So seriously, thank you so much. You are the man. I appreciate it, and it's incredible what you're building here. And I'm excited to be able to do the beach cleanup as well. Every year we do a beach cleanup where we get everybody involved, and you got to think about it. People they're putting their time, energy, and effort into crossing, going over to the Bahamas, getting unpacked, trying to get settled. They're going to get ready to go and paddle across the Gulf Stream, and they're still willing to come out and get in the sun, clean up some plastic, and have a good time. So it's amazing to be able to intertwine some of the missions and be able to connect different people with the impact of ocean plastic and just getting people out there in the field. So very excited. It's an event I look forward to every year, and we're excited to see everybody get involved.
I'm curious, how was your paddle?
My paddle was great. It was a little tough there when those showers came through. It got super choppy, super crazy, and was bailing out the kayak a good amount, but it was a great one. All in all, we're stoked to be here.
Yeah, awesome.
I was talking earlier about you, Travis, on the live stream, and one of my favorite moments is the rose ceremony, it's very poignant, and it's a lot of people's favorite moment over there. Before and during the rose ceremony, Travis, you give a very inspirational speech. And I remember hearing some of the words on the beach last year, and you said, look, if you paddle 1 mile, if you paddle all 80 miles, you're doing it. And if you paddle 1 mile or a half mile, you get up on that podium proudly and you say you were involved in the crossing, because it's really about what we're giving. And that made a lot of people feel really good, because the first time attempting this, it's kind of scary because you don't know what to expect. And when Travis said, you do your best and you stand on that podium at the end, no matter what actually happens, that was really inspirational and really helpful. And that's what I'm sure Travis is doing all week long, was just keeping people motivated, inspired, and it's a great community. And it keeps getting better every year.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, it's even for volunteers, and I'm sure you see this with 4Ocean, because you probably have thousands of volunteers around the world that show up. You know, if a volunteer comes, you know, our organization is 99% volunteer based. If somebody shows up to one meeting, to one event, that's 100% of what they could give.
Yeah.
That's their time, right? If somebody gives $1, that's 100% of what they could give. So if they do 1 mile in the open ocean, that is theirs to own, you know, and it's nice to celebrate without expectation. Just celebrate how people show up. Yeah. And what I think the most beautiful thing about the crossing every year is getting to witness people step into courage. You know, I feel like courage is like the thing I love most about the human spirit, right? Is like to look out there and be like, yeah, okay, I'm scared, I'm intimidated, it's the unknown, but we're gonna go for it, yes. Right? And in this case, you know, this format, we have safety teams, we have the Coast Guard, we have satellite trackers, we have all of this built in. But you think about, you know, immigrants who leave a beach somewhere in the world, and they're trying to make it to another country, to live a dream, to salvage their life, to support their family. You know, that's been happening for thousands of years. You know, the ocean has been the vehicle for so much of the human journey, of the expansion, of the suffering, of all of it. And so it's nice to be able to do it in a safe way, right? And to do it in a way where we can celebrate that, you know, and also honor those who have to cross oceans with much more difficult conditions.
Absolutely, yeah. And to add to the human emotion, yours is courage. I'll say mine is love. And this whole event is kind of a combination of courage and love, because it's love. And actually that was in one of your beach speeches. I don't know if you remember, but you said basically we're all here out of love. We all were created in love, and it's really just amazing. It's an honor to get back to the community. So the community helps. You think you're helping the community, and the community ends up helping you. It's so inspiring. I think we're going to wrap things up to take a quick break, but I want to give Travis and Alex the last word here, and just, you know, in a nutshell, your last thoughts.
Sure. I'll be quick in that sense. I would just encourage anybody to get involved. Please, I would really encourage you, don't be intimidated. Whether you can get involved as a support boat, going over just to be a part of the event over the weekend, volunteering. If you want to paddle, you can do relays. You don't have to think of this as, you know, oh, I'll never do that, I'll never be able to do the 80-mile paddle. You know, taking a small step and getting involved, you'll learn really quickly just how awesome a community it is. And I promise you, you'll come back year after year. So check it out and get involved.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Yeah. My final words are, you know, this week was really tough. It was a lot up and down. It was a lot. But when we were over at Bimini Big Game, there were a lot of famous people who have come there from all over the world. Hemingway, senators, congressmen, international celebrities have been coming there since the 20s, 30s, 40s. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was one of the people who went to the Bimini Big Game Club. He stayed in Cottage 3, and if you go there's a plaque. And I would encourage anybody, if you ever go to Bimini, go to Bimini Big Game, go to Cottage 3, and sit right where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. sat and looked out at Bimini Bay. And before we circled up, you know, I went and sat there, and I was just looking, and I was thinking, wow, you know, like this was his view. And he came there to write and to reflect. And he was there writing his final speech 3 days before his assassination. And one of the quotes that I found that resonated really well for this week and for the CF community is that he said, we must accept finite disappointment, but hold on to infinite hope. And I feel like that's the entire journey of cystic fibrosis, is just disappointment after disappointment. You plan something, you end up in the hospital. You're planning to go, travel, and you get sick, right? Like all this, that comes and goes. But ultimately, there's so much beauty that comes out of it, and I think that's what Piper has gifted us with. That's what she's gifted me with. I would not be, the data that I am to Piper. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for the adversity of what Piper was facing. And so I think if we have the opportunity to extract something beautiful out of something that can be so dark and so painful and challenging at times, then we balance it out in a nice way.
Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Congratulations for making it across that ocean. I'm so proud of everybody involved in this. I think we're going to take a quick break. I think you two deserve some water, and we'll be back. We're just wrapping up Crossing for Cystic Fibrosis 2024. Every paddler is home safe. Every team is home safe. We've seen hugs, tears of joy, relief. It's been incredible to be a part of. And we do have an updated total for you on how much we've raised.
So we've raised $739,000 and $400. $739 and $400, and which is a little bit shy of our total, which we know we'll get to over the next few days. But again, emotionally, it's such an incredible day watching all these paddlers come back to the shore safely.
Thank you to everybody that's been a part of this crossing. It's been one for the history books, like every year is. We thank all of our sponsors. We thank the city of Lake Worth Beach. And thank you, Kelly, for being a wonderful co-host.
Thanks,
Thank
Kate.
you all for joining. I know everyone watching is watching because you care about somebody in this amazing event. We're going to be back here in 2025. We can't wait to see you back. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Take care.